Look at what it means for them.
Future today as the West Indies Academy make their bow in the 2023 Super 50. Last year, they shocked the eventual winners, Jamaica Scorpions. They take on the combined campuses and colleges, who'll be hoping their mix of West Indian Test players and young bucks can bring them their first win.
It's Game 5 of the 2023 CG United Super 50 Cup, and we're back in steaming hot Trinidad at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the first ever meeting between the CCC and the West Indies Academy. Hi there. This tournament really is all about finding the next generation of West Indies talent. And yesterday, a certain Daniel Dorham put his name in the frame with a stunning 7-wicket haul. So who's going to catch the eye today? Well, if you do, you will earn your team some valuable bonus points. The Leeward Islands got 9 yesterday. They only got 4 points for the win, so they topped the table at this very early stage on 13. Guyana, the other team to have won, they've got 7 points. At the moment, the Academy and Barbados, the only two sides that haven't played, the CCC, had their first game rained off against the TNT Red Force, although they had started very well with the bat in their run chase. Let's get straight out to the middle for the toss. Here's Nikhil Uttamchandani.
It's toss time here in the middle at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Match 5 of the CG United Regional Super 50 Cup. Got the men who matter most. Start from my right, Mr. Michael Raghunath, the match referee. Naeem Young is here from the West Indies Academy. Captain of the CCC side, Shane Dowrich, has the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Heads.
It's a tails, so Shane has won the toss. Shane, you've won the toss. What were you doing and why?
We'll have a ball first. It looks a pretty good pitch, but it might be a bit slow in the beginning, and we want to get any assistance out from our fast bowlers as early as possible. Then probably come on a bit better in the back end with the dew coming into play.
Tell me about that first game against TNT. Obviously rain affected, but you guys came out really hard with bat in hand. 53 in the first 7 overs without loss. What impressed you about that approach?
I guess we always said to ourselves we wanted to be as positive as possible in this tournament. Being a young side, people probably might underestimate us a bit, but we just want to stay positive and be as aggressive as possible and show people why we're here.
Any changes for you?
No, same 11.
All right, all the best today. We'll get Naeem Young now, captain of the West Indies Academy. Naeem, first game, lost the toss. Having won it, what would you have done and why?
You would have bowl first. I guess it's quite common to bowl first now in this 50-over tournament so far. So, yeah, we would definitely look to bowl first.
Future generation of West Indies cricketers in this game. Last season, you guys had some impressive moments. Won a game, took teams really close. What would you like to bring forward from 2022?
Yeah, just improving on that. As you said, we had some really impressive moments last year. Took games very, very deep. And then just lost at the end. I think that was because, immaturity in a sense. But this year, your dressing room is really about maturity and taking responsibility. Last year we had a lot of comfort as youngsters. This year we've played a few games before. A lot of guys have featured in CPL. So it's time to take responsibility and really step up this year.
Who are some of the players on your side that we can look forward to seeing today?
Obviously, our spin twins are crucial to us in terms of Ashman Ned and Joshua Bishop. We have young Kelvin Pittman, Matthew Ford, who had an amazing CPL and played across the leagues. And then some exciting talent like Kevin Wickham, who's been in the West Indies white ball camp before. So we have a good young team with some experience and just looking forward to going well today.
Well, we'll show the best today, Naeem, and we look forward to seeing it.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it then from the middle. The news here is that the combined campuses and colleges have won the toss and they will be bowling first.
I've got Sir Curtly Ambrose and Darren Ganga alongside me. Here are the two teams. Curtly, you can go through the West Indies Academy. Quite a few familiar faces from last year.
Yes, some of these youngsters have been around for quite a while. I'm very excited for both teams. They're packed with youngsters, ones for the future. So I'm looking forward to a fantastic game. It's about bragging rights amongst all these youngsters.
Darren, you know the CCC very well. It's not just youth, is it? You've got a bit of experience as well.
Yeah, a little bit of experience. Shane Dowrich will bring that, so too Chima Holder, haven't played Test match cricket and ODI cricket, but it's a young side. It's an unchanged team because this is the same team that played against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So look out to the openers that they have, Jeremiah and Allen. They're very positive stroke makers. They've got 2 genuine spinners in that of Mansingh and Greaves, and they've got that fast bowling strength. Thorne, the fastest teenager in the Caribbean in terms of pace, and he will be alongside Chamar Holder, and you'll see a little bit of pace from Kadeem Allen as well.
Chamar Holder, ex-Test player, back after a long injury layoff as well, isn't he? Now we've got a bit of an inside track to the CCC, haven't we? Because you're one of the main men, aren't you? What should we call you, headmaster?
Not really. I mean, I'm just facilitating the development of young talent. Just to give you a little bit of history about this CCC concept, started in 2007. Of course, it was initially the brainchild of Sir Frank Worrell and operationalized by the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. So it's been playing in both the 50-over tournaments and in the 4-day competition since 2007. And then there was that hiatus during the pandemic. So now I'm happy to say that they're full back into a cycle, a 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
We'll be playing in this tournament and in 2024, that 4-day competition as well. So look out for young talent, getting opportunities, and of course, hoping to make that transition from list A, first-class cricket into the international arena.
Yeah, it's a great platform, isn't it, for people to establish themselves, make their names. So, of course, is the West Indies Academy. And did we see last year, particularly when they shocked Jamaica, that they should not be taken lightly at all?
You certainly cannot take them for granted. They're a bunch of young guys who are looking to make a mark, right? They're not overawed by the occasion or by the more established teams. And I'm quite sure in this tournament, they will put up a good showing, and you have to be careful with them, or else they will upset you.
Yeah, it's the main thing for them, really. They get enough runs, because last year their bowling kept them in games, but they only scored, I think, 213 was their highest score last year.
Yeah, it's probably a cause for concern. I'm quite sure that head coach Andrew Coley and his assistant Ryan Griffith would have spoken about that. You know, get runs on the board, you have good enough bowling to defend, so I'm quite sure you see a different approach from these batsmen.
Right, you can see behind me that the covers have just come on. There is a bit of dark cloud over there, but we're hoping it's just going to skirt by. That's what the local knowledge says to me, to my left. Fingers crossed. Meanwhile, earlier, when the covers weren't on, we, of course, recorded a pitch report. Let's hear what Nikhil and Kesrick Williams had to say about the surface.
Time to assess conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this important encounter. New pitch today, we are on pitch number 4, and it does also mean that it's a centre wicket, so boundaries are equidistant, slightly bigger today than the past few games at 64 metres. Now, also some interesting developments as well is the wind factor. It's coming from the western side of the ground, and we hope it can continue to blow that inclement weather we've had. But a bit of rain around has meant a slightly heavy outfield for batters to contend with at the beginning and the starts of the 2 games we've had so far. I've got West Indies and Windward Islands fast bowler Kesrick Williams with me. Kes, it's been interesting how things have gone about. Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, chasing has been tough. 25 Super 50 games. No team has ever chased successfully more than 250. Now, what about the bowlers? You're a seamer yourself. What length do they need to hit today?
Thanks, Nikhil. Well, as you see here, basically this is the top of our supplant that bowlers will need to hit consistently on this surface. It's still pretty dry, but what will happen if the ball will seam around a little bit, as you mentioned, it's a pretty new surface, new 22 yards. So what will happen if you hit this area more often than not with the seaming play, nick a few batters off, but guess what happened? Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it doesn't seam for long. So what happened? Batters better get ready. It's about some spin.
Right, so it is a fresh pitch today. Interesting to see how it plays. It's going to be CCC who are going to bowl first. But when they do come to bat, we're going to see a real talent in Jordan Johnson. He was prolific for the West Indies under-19s in Sri Lanka.
Yep, he was, and before that, he was prolific for Jamaica at the under-19 level. And this guy scored 300s on an under-19 tour in Sri Lanka in foreign conditions for the first time. He's a wonderful talent. Keep your eyes open for him. He is definitely the future. I'm hoping that he does well and he enhances his career. Sir Curtly Ambrose was a former coach of this combined campuses and colleges team too. So I don't want you to forget that part.
No, of course not. Well, he's left his imprint on all West Indian cricket, hasn't he, of course. Can't wait to see all the young talent on show today, as I'm sure you two can't as well. Don't worry, we've got the covers on, but we still think we're going to start on time. Might be slightly late, depending on if we get any rain. But stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Hello and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where you know we saw some covers earlier, but great news is that they're coming off. There is a bit of inclement weather around, has been for the last couple of days, but good news is that the forecast dictates after 3 p.m. should not have too much of an interruption. Two teams, well, the future generation of West Indies cricket for CCC, led by Shane Dowrich, who obviously has got the 8 Test hundreds. Shamar Holder back as well, made his Test and one international debut. But exciting names there with Isaiah Thorne, Akshaya Prasad from Guyana, Jordan Johnson from Jamaica. For the West Indies Academy, Shakira Salman is alongside me. Shakira, who excites you in that lineup?
Hey, good morning, Nikhil. Good morning, viewers. Kevin Wickham was really good for this team, the Academy, last year, so he will have an important role to play. But also look out for Matthew Nandu, who we expect to open behind for the Academy. He had a brief chance at CPL this year, and he did quite well. Kelvin Pittman also has a knack of taking wickets, so look for him with the new ball or perhaps in the middle, but for sure, Matthew Ford. He's really good with the new ball. Look for him when he gets a chance in the second innings.
You relish these conditions if they can stay like this, overcast with no rain. Really has been interesting, the two leaders, the dynamic. Naeem Young is a young leader, Shakira, who continues to grow in stature. Led this West Indies Academy side to a Headley Week Series win. That was the red ball format we had in the Caribbean a couple months ago with the best cricketers in the region. What has impressed you about the way he's grown and matured?
Yeah, I think he's led this team well. He led them last year to a surprise win against Jamaica. But I think his role as an all-rounder, I think that's where he's exemplary. He steps up when they need him with the ball. Every time they're in a bit of trouble, he takes the ball. He's not a captain who shies away from bowling. And he has made handy contributions in the lower order with the bat as well.
Just trying to get things ready for you at home. Want to get this underway. It's the future generation of West Indies cricketers. CCC with a young, exciting group, West Indies Academy. We've already seen them last year in Antigua and what they can produce. They've got some more experience with Melius, etc. But for CCC, you talk about experience, nothing better than Shane Dowrich, who's leading them for the first time. It seems to be a trend, Shakira. They like having the experience, leadership in terms of at the beginning of games. He played 42 list day matches, Dowrich. Obviously, he's captained Barbados in the first class setup 4-day a bit earlier this year. What can he add?
Yeah, never captain in a Super 50. Last game against Trinidad, which was rained out, was his first Super 50 game. But you rightly say he captained before in the 4-day. And he will bring a wealth of experience to this young side. Last year, they went with Dinesh Ramdin for that experience. So they obviously value that experience as it relates to leading those youngsters. And he will have a very important role to play. Obviously, very important behind the stumps as well. He has a very good vantage point as the wicketkeeper.
New surface used today for these players. You can see pitch number 4 being used. It's a center pitch, and it means that there's equidistant boundaries, about 64 meters, but there's also a strong wind coming from the western side of the ground, so spin especially will want to use that to their advantage. Yeah, really fascinating as we just get about ready to go. Another one that we'll be looking at today is Kevin Wickham. The way he has come of age. Last season in Super 50, got a half century, a few 40s, but 100 in first class cricket earlier this year. Big deal in the CPL as well. How much pressure of expectation will be on this young man to perform?
I don't think there should be any pressure. He's still quite young in his career, even though he started quite well, and he is a name that lots of people are mentioning. I had a chat with coach Darren Sammy during that India series. He was with the team when they were in Barbados, and this is one of the guys he identified for the future, and that's because he does play those sweeps and reverse sweeps which we want to see. Good news though, players are taking the field, so it looks like we're going to have a start very soon.
Yeah, it is dark though, so Shamar Holder, Isaiah Thorne, who we expect to take the new ball, will maybe extract a bit of lateral movement. It's a brand new opening pair for the West Indies Academy. Keegan Simmons and Kirk McKenzie, it was a season ago. McKenzie obviously playing with Jamaica, Simmons from Trinidad. And for this young team, who won this tournament in 2018, the combined campuses and colleges, will want to get off to winning ways in this tournament. Haven't picked up a win now. If you go back to that last season, lost all 6 of the matches. And batting for both these teams will be a priority. Nandu's shown resolve with that first class 100 he got on debut. Melius, great to see him returning, the former West Indies Under-19 World Cup captain.
Yeah, he's done lots of work in England with former coach Toby Radford. He is a bullish opener. He likes to score quickly. He's very good square of the wicket, but he will have an important role to play, and he will have to show some of that resolve that you spoke about that Matthew Nandu shows, forgive me, he will have to spend some time up the wicket because it's going to be a very tough period in these conditions.
Yeah, Nandu has played matches in list A cricket. Been in and around setup. And for Melius, just led St. Lucia to victory in that Windward Islands tournament. Spent a couple years away from this West Indies Academy team, away from the Super 50, but great to see him back. Also great to see a few other younger players, Shane Dowrich leading his team, Shakir Paris left of screen, Romario Graves, off spinner, who was part of this side a season ago. There seems to be a trend. They like experience. Last season it was Dinesh Ramdin who led the team. A couple seasons ago, Carlos Brathwaite won the tournament with Floyd Rifa and Pedro Collins, who are the coaches, and Kadeem Ali was great in that last game against Trinidad and Tobago, which was a no result. CCC got off to a flyer though, 53 without loss in the first 7 before the rains came.
Yeah, Kadeem Ali, obviously a young talent, and he did play a part with the ball as well. He got a wicket in that game, and he will be hoping that he can get a full game here and make a contribution. But for now, it's all about Kimani Milius and Matthew Nandu. Milius to take straight. Young Jordan Johnson. There's been a lot of talk about this youngster. He had a brilliant Sri Lanka series when the other guys in that West Indies under-19 team seemed to struggle. He was the one who put his hand up 2 big hundreds, and he also scored a 50.
Will require some discipline from these 2 openers because conditions are significantly overcast. And we know that CCC have got the pace ranks, those 2 on screen, Holder and Thorne. They're looking to make early inroads, excitement, a lot of excitement in the region. Sir Andy Roberts has spoken about Isaiah Thorne from Guyana, Berbice. The pace that he possesses, went to Pakistan, just went to Sri Lanka with the West Indies under-19 squad. Impressed there as well, Shakira.
Yeah, you can tell from his build that he's going to bowl a heavy ball. He did bowl well in that encounter against Trinidad. Unfortunately, he didn't get a wicket. But here we go again.
Bit of a way movement laterally. 2 slips in place. Deep third, deep fine leg are the 2 outside the circle. Don't know about you, Shakira. I just feel so excited to see this much youth out in the middle.
Yeah, this is definitely the future of West Indies cricket. And these are the guys West Indies will be looking to for that World Cup 4 years from now. These guys have a perfect opportunity to raise their hands and show just what they're made of. I'm really happy to see them involved in this tournament. Isaiah Thorne starting, just bowling some gentle out swingers. He wants to start the ball a little closer, just asking Kimani Milius to perhaps have a play at those. 6-3 field being employed. Just there. That's exactly the length and the line that he'll be looking to target consistently.
Very impressive from young Thorne.
Yeah, he's been able to drag that lane a bit closer to Kimani Milius, and it just shapes him away at the last minute. It's beautiful bowling so far from Isaiah Thorne. See Shamar Holder, who'll be waiting to get ball in hand from the next end.
Feeling ball on bat, Nelly is. And Thorne is only 19 years old, and you heard Darren Ganga at the pre-show talk about the fastest under-19 bowler in the region. 14 years old, Shakira. He was clocked at 78 miles per hour. He's gotten a lot stronger, a lot faster since.
That's impressive. I'm 34. I've played 15 years of international cricket, and I've never bowled 78.
You're all skill and deception with swing, Shakira Salman.
You have to reload that one. Just starting that one too wide and going further away. First run on the board for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, I want to get Sir Curtly Ambrose's take on Thorne when he comes into commentary, tall like Sir Curtly. Like the hairstyle as well. End of the first over in match 5, 1 for none. First game for the West Indies Academy, second for the combined campuses and colleges. You see a new innovation this season in the CG United Super 50 Cup. The bonus points. Leeward Islands Hurricane, 9 of them to kick off this tournament, so they're at the top of the table. TNT Red Force and Windward Islands in action at Queen's Park Oval. Shamar Holder. It's been a long journey for him, 713 days since his last list day game before he played that one against Trinidad a couple of days ago. He's battled with a lateral injuries, battled with shoulder surgery. Fantastic to see this prospect back. Just 25 years old, Holder.
He's back to where it all started, playing for CCC once more.
As we go on today, we'll notify the viewers at home about his rehab process, what he's done to get back to cricket. It's been a long journey. You mentioned, though, it all began in that 2018 season when he played, 2016 correction, when he played for CCC, picked up a 5-wicket haul for them. So these will be familiar colors. Plays for UE in Barbados in the club tournament.
Many around the Caribbean are happy to see this youngster back. They've had so many hopes for him. He did only play that solitary test in New Zealand, but he'll be hoping to impress and make his way back into the West Indies setup. Not selected for the Barbados team, but I'm happy to see he's been given an opportunity by CCC. Started quite well in that first game, got 1 wicket, dismissed Tion Webster, had him called at point. He is a very hard worker, Shamar Holder.
At this deep third, Thorne does well, but the timing from Nandu. First runs off the bat for the academy. This is a persuasive effort for the viewers at home to stay with us throughout the day, because if you learn about Holder's rehab process, fascinating the way he went to the UK, that's all I'll say for now. But it has been a 360-degree effort to get him back here with ball in hand on the biggest stage of them all.
Back it up. Look it now.
Shakir, what about from an academy perspective? You mentioned Nandu a bit earlier. First class 100. What has impressed you about him, the way he's developed from that Under-19 World Cup a year ago?
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw him. It probably was an Under-19 game, and I was very impressed with his temperament. He shows great resolve, and he spends time at the crease, and it's something that we want to see from more of our youngsters. He never seems in a hurry to score runs, even though he shows intent. He's able to show that balance, and it's exactly what we want to see in West Indies cricket.
He's probably doing too much down the leg side.
Yeah, that one perhaps pitching just outside leg. But Shamar Holder attempting to get the ball a little straighter. Just 3 fielders out on the leg side, deep fine. Guy in front of square and one at mid-on.
Love the 2 slips for both these seamers. So far, so good from the West Indies Academy. End of 2, 3 for none.
Let's go again. Let's move, boys. Let's move. No, man. Try.
A lot of exciting talent to come in that batting lineup for the West Indies Academy. Naeem Young slated to come in at number 7, the all-rounder and captain. Thorne continuing.
Wait.
And something to note as well for these captains, the bonus point system. Academy will need to get to 60 or more for just one. CCC need to take 3 wickets.
We saw in that first game, the Guyana Jaguars, they didn't seem too concerned with getting those bonus points when they were batting. Perhaps just because it was their first outing. It is the first outing for West Indies Academy. So just getting a feel for the conditions. Hopefully we'll see them increase that scoring rate as they go on.
They're not the easiest conditions to bat in either. And the Academy would have sat at home and watched the other games and seen the batting collapses, especially in the middle overs. So Andre Kohli and co will want to prioritize getting that maybe 250 plus total. Batting was a big struggle for them a season ago. Bowled out in 5 of the 6 matches they played.
Good aggression being shown by Isaiah Thorne. First bouncer of the day. Spoken about the pace this guy possesses, and there we see it. Well directed bouncer. For these youngsters, it will be about understanding their roles, playing their roles. These two, I'm sure. I expect that Andre Kohli would have asked them to build a platform, spend some time. He is, of course, the test captain, so he will be looking for players as well for that test team. Very good coach, Andre Kohli.
Rayon Griffith, also his assistant in the test team, so great that he's able for the 2nd year running to work with the West Indies Academy, develop the next generation cricketers. For Thorne as well, mentioned that Shamar Holder is only 25 years old, but to have him at mid-on, sharing his experiences will be great for him, a young man now beginning his journey.
Yeah, something I like to see. I like to see opening bowlers or bowlers who are bowling in tandem fielding next to each other, just so they can relay information.
Who did you like to have at mid-on or mid-off? Shamilia Connell, maybe?
You're putting me on the spot, Nikhil. Perhaps not Shamilia. She doesn't like to dive around, so not Shamilia for sure. But But Chanel Henry, she's quite good at mid-off or mid-on, and she is a fast bowler as well, someone who outswings the ball. So I like having her next to me. Quite often, she will remind me of what the coach explained to us, especially when we were coached by Corey Collymore.
And in that Caribbean Premier League, you would have had Shabnim Ishmael, one of the best, I think, fast bowlers in the women's game in the world. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an honor to play with her. She shared her experience to all the team, not just the fast bowlers. She was often the person who gave the batters tips as well. It was a privilege to play with someone of that caliber. Unfortunately for South Africa, she's no longer playing international cricket, but she still is very much involved in franchise cricket. And I look forward to seeing what she can do in the Women's Big Bash later on.
What a delivery to end the over. Narrow miss, end of 3, 4 for none.
Oh, that one pass so close to that off stump. Just going over. A good finish by Isaiah Thorne. Just 4 runs on the board after 3 overs.
Conditions a bit overcast. Hope the rain doesn't come after 3 p.m. Forecast clears up. Shamar Holder. His second over. Mentioned in his first over about his journey to recovery. Shakira Salman spent 713 days away from list day cricket and had that shoulder surgery which kept him out of action for a couple of years, but went to the UK for about 9 weeks to the speed camp, fast bowling specific camp for young fast bowlers like Shamar to recover. And would have went through an intense period of post-surgery rehabilitation with Shabazz Chaudhry, who was the program director and his fast bowling coach, and had a chat with Shabazz coming into this tournament just to get a feel of what they would have went through. He mentioned it was all about developing confidence and getting Shamar to bowl fast and feel comfortable bowling fast. They were able to break his action down physically, assess the weaknesses, and then tailor a plan suited to his habits and limitations. So as a region, it's great to see him, Shakira, after working with the elite strength and conditioning coaches in England, massage therapists. But great to see him back, and of course still is in that rehab phase, getting through the overs, getting in the reps. Both 5 overs in his opening spell against TNT. That was surprising to me.
Yeah, I was curious to see just how CCC will manage him, just returning from injury. And because it was a shoulder injury, I think it's very important that they manage him well. So I too was surprised that he bowled 5 overs, but he seemed to have gone through it quite well. He ended up bowling 9 overs in that game.
One of the slips has been removed. He's gone into an extra cover position. You're a fast bowler yourself, Shakir. What were the struggles like dealing with injuries and then having to come back to cricket fitness or that cricket intensity?
Yeah, fast bowler who had my fair share of injuries as well. Not because I was bowling too fast though. But yeah, it's always difficult to be sat on the sidelines. Shamar likes to be involved, just like me. So it's always difficult to sit and watch others play, especially when you're so young in your career. I tell you what, it takes great mental fortitude to continue fighting, continue to show resilience, and Shamar has shown great resilience. I think what impressed me more about what he did in the UK with Shabazz was the fact that he paid his own way to go to the UK. So it shows just how important cricket is to this young man.
Yeah, and it was a fully inclusive approach. That's the thing where the region will want to get to, just the fact that he's able to go to the UK and work solely on his fast bowling. everything involved was about him and his seam bowling. Made an over. Excellent from Holder. End of 4 for none. Just 4 runs in the first 4 overs, but it's been fascinating to see the way the 2 opening seamers from the CCC side have started. Isaiah Thorne is 1 into his 3rd over. Not quite yet. Wonder now, Melius has been there for 13 deliveries, Nando 11. When do they then flick the switch, look to score?
Yeah, I just think they're going to buy their time. They're going to spend more time at the crease before they look to attack. Perhaps wait for a loose delivery. They haven't been given any so far, though.
There it is. There's the added intent, but won't get to the boundary. Again, the inclement weather has made outfield quite slow to start the matches.
Not so sure that's where he intended to hit it, though, Emilius. Perhaps got a bit big on him. Maybe held in the surface a bit as well. Did say that he's quite good square of the wicket, so he will look to take on those shorter deliveries more often than not.
The first 3 matches when bowlers have gone short. Yesterday, Kieran Powell was happy to take it on. I think just because of the slower nature, it just stays up a bit more, a bit longer, so it's a bit easier for the batters to hit.
Yeah, it just gives the batters that extra second to get into position faster. Luckily for turn, he got that high enough. Yeah, that should have been a single there. Shamar's shoulder did move well to his right, but he had a few meters to move, and then he would have had to regain his balance before throwing the ball. Should have been a single. And that's something these batters will have to do. They'll have to rotate the strike and not just wait on boundary balls.
Short again. This time put away and should be the first boundary of the innings.
It's the 3rd short delivery Isaiah Thorne has bowled, and this time Kimani Milius was able to capitalize. He's able to hit that one up and over the infield. And as slow as this outfield is, it still trickles into the boundary.
Now, Amelius will be one of the more experienced players in this academy side. Won this tournament back in 2019 with the West Indies emerging side. Slip goes out. So just the 1 slip, an extra cover fielder catching. Height probably going down as well.
Yeah, Isaiah Thorne is quite tall, so many of his deliveries are just going to be going over the top. It means he'll probably have to get a bit fuller if he's going to be hitting the top of those stumps.
Does go fuller, but just a touch too full. Work for Holder to do. Saves a run in the end. No, saves 2. They only settle on 2 to end the over, but more progressive 8 from the over, 12 for none. finally able to get past that 2-run per over mark. 8 from the last over, so steps in the right direction. Shamar Holder continuing for his third. He's only conceded 2 runs so far. Last over, last delivery of the last over, Shakir Salman. Thought it was an opportunity maybe to get an extra run.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It was a very good shot, but because of the heavy outfield, it didn't carry all the way to the boundary. Kimani Miller slipped initially, but I thought just here, this is the point where Shamar Holder just pulled back the ball, and he had to run over the boundary and then turn and throw it back in. Should have been 3 runs regardless. But that's better. That's what you want to see. Just put pressure on those fielders in the inner ring. Ask them to come a bit closer, and then perhaps it's easier to go over the top. A bit of humor as Jordan Johnson is unable to keep his footing there.
Seems to be a live wire, Johnson. Saw him with a flick up the football skills a bit earlier. Seems like he likes to be energetic in the field and likes to be involved. What a talent though, batting wise.
Gets away with that, Shamar Holder. Decided to bring fine leg into the circle and employ a deep backward square. She just got a bit too straight on that occasion. Like Emmanuel Milius unable to capitalize.
I'm eager to see how many overs Holder bowls in this first spell. We've all seen the rehab process, we've heard about it, but in that last game he bowled 5 overs on the trot. Wanted that wicket of Joshua Da Silva badly, so he employed himself for a few extra overs in a discussion with Shane Dowrich.
Yeah, I think Dowrich will have to take the lead on just how many overs he bowls, because he wouldn't want to put the ball down. It's the type of character Shamar Holder is.
Opportunity, but it's been pummeled by Melius down the ground.
Call that an opportunity, but those ones only stick. You can never quite explain how you hold them. But Milius looking to take the attack to Shamar Holder. He's looking to increase that scoring rate, and it's a really good shot down the ground.
Square leg on the boundary. I wonder if that entices him to bowl a bit shorter, or that pull or hook shot. Deep third, takes it. It's success for Holder after the boundary. And second wicket in this year's Super 50. Great to see.
Yeah, you were asking if he was going to go to the shorter delivery. He persisted with a full one. Milius trying once more to hit that one over cover. Unfortunately, he's only able to get an outside edge, and it's a good diving catch by Kadeem Aline at deep third. And CCC have their first. Shamar Holder in the wickets once more. Milius goes for a pretty slow 13 from 23 deliveries. West Indies Academy 17 for 1 after 6.
Leonardo Julian, new batter for the West Indies Academy. Left-hander batter, wicketkeeper from Trinidad and Tobago. Been around the regional setup for a couple years. There's great expectation that he will transition into the West Indies senior team. Great expectations for all these young players on show today. And in particular for the West Indies Academy team, no one above the age of 23. Leading edge. Gone for 4, Sakutli Ambrose. Streaky, but a welcome boundary.
Good afternoon, DG Ganga. Certainly was a good delivery from young Isaiah Thorne. Turned the one match with Nandu quite a bit. Unfortunately for him, didn't go to a fielder and he collected 4 runs as well.
Little drizzle happening at the moment. It's been an overcast evening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 1 wicket to fall off the bowling of Chamar Holder. Kimani Milius just going at 1 outside the off stump, opening the blade. And Kadeem Allen making no mistake in deep third. Secretly, you've been in and around the coaching setup in the Caribbean. Of course, you coach West Indies senior teams. You've coached in and around the West Indies Academy. How important is this academy setup for the sustainability of West Indian cricket?
Right time round to you.
Very, very important. Because too often, lots of players leave the under-19 setup and just disappear for a few years. So I think this academy is so important to nurture and harness these young talents. Let them play cricket amongst the senior players of the region. Stands in good stands for West Indies' future.
West Indies Cricket Academy, of course, based in Coolidge, Antigua, your home country. Being coached in this competition by Andre Coley, the West Indies red ball coach. Graham West, manager of this West Indies Academy setup. Griffith as well assists with the coaching.
I really do like the whole setup with the academy because we need to nurture these youngsters. I've said before many times, DG Ganga, that there's not a lack of talent in the Caribbean. The issue of talent was never a problem. Just to get proper structures in place to nurture and harness these young players. And the academy is a good one. CCC is also a good one. And they're both on show today.
Glove. And maybe a bit of bat just away from that second slip fielder. Excellent pace and bounce from Thorne. The end of the over, 7 gone, 24 for 1. Now, he spoke about his pace as a teenager, excessive in nature, extracting appreciable bounce from the surface that has looked docile, generally speaking. Nearly created another wicket for CCC. Thorne.
Thank you very much.
Would like to reiterate again, it's the best young white ball talent on show today. If you really care about West Indian cricket and you follow West Indian cricket, this is a match that you don't want to miss. Many of these young players graduates out of the West Indies under-19 level. Even some of the senior players in this CCC team haven't had the opportunity to play in West Indies under-19 teams. Shamar Holder on show was part of that winning team back in 2016 when they lifted the World Cup. And just to stay with him, he's gone through the challenge of an injury, a shoulder impingement that led to him leaving the game in 2021. Was nearly 2 years away from the game, had to go to Miami to do surgery to get himself back on track, and here he is having an opportunity with the combined campuses and colleges.
It's never easy for any fast bowler to sustain a serious injury that would have kept you out of the game for a couple of years. In this instance, Shamar Holder. But he's fought his way back. It's good to see. Still a young man, only 25 years of age, looking to make an impact again.
And just to remind you about Shamar Holder, of course, he played 1 test match for the West Indies previously, 1 one-day international. And that test match was in 2020 when he played against New Zealand in Wellington. And that solitary one-day international was against Bangladesh, Mirpur, back in 2021. But his first-class record is a solid one, 83 wickets from just 24 matches, 5 5-wicket hauls, already with a 5-wicket haul in list day cricket. So he is a genuine wicket taker, you can say.
Good change of angle. Decides to go from around the wicket to the left-handed Matthew Nandu. And you would know, DG Ganget, that when the bowler go around the wicket, you tend to play a deliveries that maybe you don't have to play because of the angle. You're not too sure. So that's a good plan. Well, not that time. A little bit too down the leg side, but you know, usually you bowl from over the wicket to a left-hander. Because of the natural angle going across the left-hander, you tend to leave more deliveries. You bowl the same delivery from around the wicket. You tend to play because of the angle. You don't want to take any chance to leave alone and then you're bowled. So that's a good plan by young Holder.
Over the top. He's been there from the start, Matthew Nandu. Just went under and through that cover point region. Well executed boundary to end that 8 over. And a counter punch, so to speak, to Shamar Holder's plan from round the wicket.
Just a little bit too full. Gave Nandu a chance to use his arms. And that was a brilliant stroke because the extra cover is to play. To hit a 6 over extra cover is not always the easiest of shots to play. And that certainly was a good blow.
Tempo of the innings just improving for the West Indies Academy. Last 4 overs being quite productive in terms of runs. Mario Graves, the right-arm off spinner.
Mark it. Come on.
Sloppy, very sloppy indeed.
You gotta be up for it, come on. Keep going after it, Jordy.
Jordan Johnson. Don't know why he threw that. The batsman was in no trouble whatsoever. Gave away an easy run.
None.
I like the plan of Dorich going for the right-arm off spinner. There are 2 left-handers at the crease. Haven't seen spin introduced in the innings before this over, so it's a chance for him and CCC to assess the conditions, see if there's any turn on offer. That will usually guide your future decisions when it comes to your bowling changes. I, for one, always like the opportunity to present bowlers early in an innings so that you can know from a strategy point of view which bowlers are going to be key and crucial when bowling to an opposition team. Swept leg side, no deep fielder behind square. Good awareness from Nandu and a second boundary to him.
Not particularly a good delivery. A little bit too much in the leg stump and was easily swept away by Matthew Nandu. I reckon he needs to bowl a little bit more off stump. Try to get the ball to turn away from the left-hander. There's a slip in place for an edge. That is a much better line.
Boys, come on, boys. Now's the time, boys. Let's go, RJ.
As a reminder too, it's a pitch being used for the first time in this CG United Super 50 Cup.
None.
Previous 2 matches were played on the pitch to the eastern side of this one. End of the over, 38 for 1. O'Geese, Bishop, Wickham, very strong, talented batting lineup in the middle for the West Indies Academy. Quite a few left-handers in this batting lineup. Now a second change, Kadim Alain. New bowler, he opened the batting in that last game. He bowls medium pace. Bowled in the power play in that game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and here he is. Another young player who has had the opportunity to play in the region, played recently in the CPL for the Trinbago Knight Riders, only had a couple games. Previous to that, he had a chance of playing, I think, in the CPL 2 years ago.
That's one of the dangers of bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. If you start the delivery too straight, there's always a possibility you could slide down the leg side. So you need to start the delivery more outside of off stump and try to end on off stump. Still a bit too straight, even though there's protection on the deep back of square boundary.
That's leg. You stay in the wrong to you. Thank you very much.
In terms of what we've seen from this surface, not so bowler friendly as compared to the pitch used for the previous 2 matches. A little bit of swing and lateral movement with the new ball, but good consistent pace and bounce. Just enough bat to beat short fine leg. Low risk, but productive.
Poor bowling by Alain. Drifting into the leg stump and was easily put away by Julian. And with the fine leg in the circle, always going to be a boundary. Needs to adjust his line.
I guess with these young players, you will see the odd error when bowling, when batting. Many of them with limited experience playing at this level of cricket, still transitioning out of the youth level. And there is need to be a little bit patient with these players. I'm sure the coaches will have that mindset. Andre Coley, Floyd Reefer.
Much better. Decides to change the angle. Going from over the wicket that time. Good delivery. Going across Julian. A little bit wide. He went for it. He was tempted. But that's a much better line. Floyd Reefer, the head coach for the CCC. An assistant coach for the West Indies white ball cricket as well. Gonna be close. Well, way off the mark. That would have been interesting.
End of the 10th, half opportunity there, not taken, 45 for 1. And that brings us to the end of that first power play. Four bowling options used by combined campuses and colleges so far in this match number 5 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Jamal Holder, the solitary wicket taker. We usher in the start of power play 2.
Very well bowled. That's exactly where you want to bowl it consistently. Look to probe for that outside edge. There's a hint of turn as well. That should be encouraging for Graves.
Straying on the leg side. Outfield relatively slow because of the earlier rain, but it still trickles into the boundary line. So 4 more to Julian. Just working himself into a rhythm.
Badly line delivery once more. just trickles into the boundary ropes for 4.
Boys, come on.
Sent back just in time. Always searching Julian for that single, which is a good attitude, but as well has to have a responsive partner.
Good call by the non-striker. He would have been run out by a mile had he gone through.
Easy.
50 comes up for the West Indies Academy. It's been slow going, but solid and steady, you can say. Of course, no bonus point for that first power play. But still, with 9 wickets in hand, they have a real opportunity here to capitalize in the middle overs. Humble allows for that turning over of the strike. This partnership 34 from 32. Not in great haste, but quite efficient so far. Six off the over, 51 for 1. Again, a reminder of the 11 for this West Indies Academy team. Their first game in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. First time these two teams matching up against each other. 2018-2019, the CCC won. 2019-2020, the West Indies Academy team won. Back then known as the West Indies Emerging Players team.
This certainly will be a good matchup. Most of these guys have played together, played against each other. They're all young. So I reckon it'll be a bit of bragging rights.
Second from left, Andre Kohli, coach of this West Indies Academy team. Should be a couple of runs.
Lovely, Jordan.
Both these players, they've looked very comfortable playing the ball off their legs through the onside. Haven't seen many runs scored through the offside in this partnership. Usually as a fielding team, have to assess and pick up little cues that will guide the strategic approach from a bowling point of view, maybe lines, just getting a little bit more off stump, outside off. Just there. I guess, so quickly, the other challenge is to have consistency like when you did back in your time playing?
Well, I got lucky once or twice over the years. Yeah, but consistency is the key. You know, you don't give runs away. You build the pressure. Batsmen will have to find a way to score, and it gives you an opportunity to get wickets. On the leg stump again.
Back it up.
He's struggling a little bit. Alain need to focus a little bit more on off stump line. Shouldn't be a problem because it's two left-handers.
And the field says it all. Strong offside field. There's 3 fielders leg side, so that in itself is a guide for bowlers and for Alain. Too straight again on that occasion, a little bit of bat. End of the 12, 55 for 1.
West Indies Academy, but they've slowly got into their work. Now their run rate 4.5, pushing up towards 5. Leonardo Julian's been pretty proactive, 16 off 20. Matthew Nandu, after a very watchful start, a couple of fantastic shots to get him going.
None.
Romario Graves was the most economical bowler for the CCC in their first game against Trinidad and Tobago. A bit looser today. Another good single, well taken by Julian. Still quite a bit of batting to come as well for the academy. Got the likes of Kevin Wickham, probably their most eye-catching bat. He might come in next. Keema Geest. Matthew Nandu now, after that very watchful start, starting to look quite fluent. Ball coming out in the middle of the bat. Afternoon, Kesrick, how are you?
I'm great, just feeling a little pressured. Having to take over from the legend, Sir Curtly. Happened to sit in the seat as well. Have to really work hard to get some balls in.
Oh, bit of turn. Little bit of grip there. First time we've seen that.
Really surprised. As we mentioned earlier, it will turn. Spinners are king here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
None, G. Moving, G.
See there, Julian's shirt stuck to his back and his front. It's very hot out there. Probably the hottest day we've had so far. Sticky as well.
None. Let's move, here we go.
Good finish by Graves. 57 for 1.
Go, guys, take a draw, guys. Think square. Jordan.
Four bowlers used so far by CCC. Two openers, I say Thorne and Shamar Holder, started really well. What do you make of them, Kesrick?
So far, just happy to see Shema Holder back. Just came back from England, was on a training camp there. Pace Journal, Shabash Chadri out of England, doing his thing there in High Wycombe. The knowledge which this guy possesses in fast bowling is something that you would really want to sit and listen to. He's also working very closely with Jack Campbell and Mitchell Johnson and Tamal Mills.
New bowler. Bit of leg spin. It's Abhijay Mansingh. Immediately gets a bit of turn. Bit short, that one. He's had pretty good few months, actually. Mansingh played 5 games for the CCC last year. Made his first-class debut for Jamaica in the West Indies Championship this year. Ended up being their top scorer. 350s in the games he played and took the second most wickets. So an excellent start to his first-class career at the age of 26. Another big opportunity here for him.
Good to see him suiting up here for the CCC. That's the thing about the CCC and the West Indies Academy. Give players that opportunity to still play cricket. Players who sometimes can't get into their...
Catch it!
Pulled just out of reach of a sprawling Jordan Johnson at mid-wicket.
Manu! Things happening, boys. Things happening, boys.
Was it a chance? Good attempt, though. As I was saying, this gives players a chance to get into this setup.
It's been a bit short so far
Come on, Tony. Back
since the
it
start.
up.
Mansingh. Full shot got away.
Keep going, Manu. Keep going, Manu. Go, Mansingh. Bowling, Manu.
Much better length, that.
That's it, Manu. That's it, Manu.
The art of leg spin is something really difficult to...
Scored again. Yeah, absolutely. Probably the hardest discipline, isn't it? He's got through his first over. It's gone for 4, 61 for 1. Well, batting was the issue for the West Indies Academy last year. Top score just 213. If they go at 6 and over from here, they'll get up to 277. It's an opportunity for their batters to find some form. Got a bit of a platform now. How are these two going to play it? Are they going to start trying to push things along or just continue to pick up the ones here and there off the 2 spinners? Graves into his 4th over. Oh, that's gone past the inside edge. Just a very tentative prod there from Julian. Not really committed.
Oh. Oh. Looks a good spinner. Looks in control of what he's doing. West Indies Academy, as you mentioned earlier, didn't really have a lot to write off on, but obviously a lot of positive. They had 5 batters that go past 100 last year. One of those players, Keegan Simmons, scored 174 runs. Kevin Wickham still here in the setup. He scored 166. And Kevlin Anderson.
First time he's come down. Yeah, no Keegan Simmons this year. He's not playing in the academy. Kevlin Anderson has gone on to Guyana. Kevin Wickham is still around, though. Expect him to come in at number 4. Really talented young batter from Barbados.
Only one, Masika. Back it up, please.
As was mentioned earlier, what will happen because of this West Indies Academy now, guys that have played the under-19 tournament have a chance to still play some cricket and showcase their talent. And they can move on then to their regional teams. Because, as the great legend mentioned earlier,
Come around, Mas. Hold your hand.
a lot of guys play the under-19 tournament, and for a year or two they go missing because they can't get into their first-class setup. But what this West Indies Academy, what it's doing is getting players who can't get into their academy to play cricket and showcase their talent. In point, Kevlin Anderson, he's now with his franchise.
Another cut shot, 3 in a row of the bowling of Graves. I want to get back on that length from earlier in the over when Julian was very tentative just outside his off stump. Yeah, that's the great thing about these two sides, these two organisations, that between the two of them, providing lots of opportunity. So if anyone slips through the gaps, then CCC can mop them up. And the academy, of course, will try and target people from a very young age. 65 for 1. $15 overs done, 65 for 1 at the moment. CCC spinners just reining back the academy slightly in the last couple of overs. Nice and full from Mansingh. So Kesrick, you actually started your first-class career with the combined campuses and colleges and played the majority of your List A career with them as well. What did they do for you in terms of your career?
They did so much, Matt.
Bowling, man, swing.
Did a lot for my career.
Love it, Manny, love it, Manny.
I've been in the CCC team for quite some time. My shout out to Floyd Reefer. He really has a good eye for talent. Over the years, CCC, I've produced a lot of players.
Catch it.
Or just a chance, maybe a hint of a return catch there.
Bowling, Manu, love that, Manu. Yes, sir.
A lot of players as well who even captained the West Indies team. Jason Holder started his career there, played a few games, a few years for the CCC. Ravman Powell, Carlos Brathwaite. These three guys captain West Indies. Obviously, Ravman is the new white ball captain.
Up and over, fantastic shot from Leonardo Julian all the way, thuds into the boards.
It's a brilliant shot, showing some intent now, Julian. That's what we want to see. I think it's something that we need to develop as well in the Caribbean, Matt, is being able to score off good deliveries. We're good when it comes to bad deliveries, but I find that we're not scoring enough of good deliveries.
50 partnership between these two, 55. In good time, just 62 deliveries. They actually hadn't hit a boundary for 31 balls till that 6. But they've done well. They've really pushed the singles. Just tempting him, Mansingh, with that full length. This time, Julian doesn't want to take the bait. 72 for 1. Matthew Nandu, the constant there. Partnerships of 17 and 15 with Melius and Julian. Let's flicker the wrists for a single. And the CCC will be back in the 4-day competition next year. I presume you're very much for that.
Definitely. I'm in full support of that. I can remember my first year playing for CCC. The next year we got kicked out of the first class tournament. It was at that point Floyd Reefer and Sir Kirtley saw my ability to really bowl the white ball. So at that point, he just really worked with me and give me that confidence, you know, to really get into things. Floyd Reefer, the big man on camera there. He's also the assistant coach for West Indies. He certainly have a really good eye for talent. CCC have really produced over 10 players on the international arena.
So combined campuses and colleges, everyone needs to be studying, don't they? Presume you were studying hard, Kesrick?
I did. I had no choice. What they were trying to do is definitely produce student athletes of the game.
What were you studying?
The sport management while I was there. I could remember we had a first-class game in Guyana versus Guyana. Shivnarayan Chandapal was batting. And when I got home from the game, I still had my school work to do. I was so tired, but...
Might push for 2 here. Now a call of no, rather. Did you get it done?
I got it done. Definitely got it done. All day footed in and I don't know if you know of Assad footed in, but Assad footed in and Shivnarayan Chandapal, you know the pain there. All day. When I got home, lecturer decided, listen, you have to send in that work tomorrow morning, so I had to get it done. I mean, it instilled a sort of discipline in you as well, so it was good. So I really wasn't bothered. It's a good thing for young players.
Yeah, well, for all you young players listening out there, that's the kind of dedication you need to get to the top. Play all day, study all night if you have to. We're going to have a quick break here. Very hot here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Well, next up, it is England coming to the West Indies. 3 ODIs and 5 T20s from December the 3rd to the 21st. And tickets for that CG United ODI and T20I series are now available to buy via the Windies ticket service presented by MasterCard. Fans can save by buying in advance at tickets.windiescricket.com, and the 20% saving is already included in the online ticket prices. As ever, England in the West Indies will be a fantastic occasion, as we are hoping this will be the youth of tomorrow. The West Indies Academy against the CCC. The Academy started pretty well with the bat. That's been the one blemish. Shamar Holder getting the 1 wicket, commanding Melius slicing to deep third man. Matthew Nandu, fantastic shot off the front foot over point for 6. Leonardo Julian has had a couple of freebies down the leg side, but also played his own fantastic shot off the leg spinner over mid-off for 6. So they've pushed the singles pretty well, Nandu and Julian, since Melius went for 13. Nandu's 28 off 41, Julian's 29 off 38, and we've seen the odd fantastic shot. Probably more to come from these two, I would suggest, over the next few overs. 76 for 1 off 17 overs so far. Who's been the pick of the bowlers for you, Kesrick, from what you've seen?
So far, I would give it to Shamar Holder. The reason why I'll give it back to him too is because it's his second game after his injury and playing on a big stage as well. And he looks good. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing from him so far.
Got to mention as well, 19-year-old Isaiah Thorne, been touted as the fastest teenager in the Caribbean, fastest bowler. He swung the ball, was pretty impressive up top. 4 overs, none for 17 for him, and we've seen 7 overs of spin from Graves and Munsingh.
Not really surprised of a spin. I've seen Isaiah turn in St. Vincent in the West Indies Under-19 tournament. Has good gas, good pace, and he can only develop and get better. So I would love to see him in this tournament, especially on these wickets. He have some good purchase, so therefore he can only get better from here. Just have to put some good structures in place to get him in the right frame of mind.
Yours, Tony.
Another single. No, it's going to be 2. They've come back quickly there. Just dawdling in the field. Here, a bit of discontent there amongst the CCC fielders. Let's have a look at this. They just ambled the first one. Suddenly, Julian comes back quickly. Dowrich not happy.
As a skipper, you won't be.
None.
Young bunch of guys, you should show more energy than that. A little bit lazy there. I feel as you have to show some sense of urgency. You're young. Yes, I know it's a bit hot. You have to show the intent.
Man, bowling, Manu, bowling, Manu. Steady, Manny, steady, Manny.
You heard the skipper Shane Dowrich there, and that's one thing that CCC have that the Academy don't, and that's a couple of old wise heads. 2 test players in Dowrich and Shamar Holder.
Really happy to see him.
Yeah, he'll be desperate to get back in the West Indies side, of course, and it is good, isn't it, to have just a couple of experienced heads in there to call out the young players when they do make a mistake.
I honestly think he have a lot of cricket in him for the test level as well.
None.
So he would be looking at that.
Carney.
Played over 100 first class for Barbados and over 40 List A games. And as we know, he scored a few runs as well at the test level, so he knows how to maneuver.
Just 2 off that over, off the first delivery of it. 78 for 1. Entering a crucial phase of this innings over the next 15 overs or so to see what direction the innings is going to head. Just setting a platform at the moment. It's going to be more spin, left arm spin. In this case, Akshay Persaud from Guyana. Played one game for Guyana in this competition last year. And for CCC this year. Lofted. And there's no one out there. Not a good start by Persaud. That's the second time that Nandu's played the sweep shot to very good effect.
It's a really good shot. Down on his knees. Just helped it, really. I don't know, for some reason, I don't know if it's me, but I'm thinking he have a look like Nicholas Pooran when he's at the crease. From where I'm sitting, it looks a little like Nicholas Pooran from here.
Well, he'd love to hit it as hard as Nicholas Pooran, that's for sure. But I see what you mean, particularly with that lofted six. Just the one there. That lofted six off the seamer over point, where he really sort of threw his body at it. Very much a Nicholas Pooran style shot, that.
Definitely going to ask him who's his favorite cricketer after this game. Sure, it's going to be Nicholas Pooran.
Well, he is Guyanese, whereas Leonardo Julian is from Trinidad, so he might well have Pooran as his number one. Julian, the only Trinidadian in the West Indies Academy squad. Did surprise me when I saw that. Real hotbed of cricket here.
Ball impacts. Got backs. Come on, fellas, keep bringing on that player, boys. Catch it.
That split the two
Forrest.
mid-wickets. They're going to come back for two, are they? No. Julian wanted it. Nandu said no.
I think that was an easy two.
Catch it.
Nandu doing a bit of ball watching.
Ball.
Sort of give up on that one. He didn't look like he wanted two in the first place.
Nah, Jordan.
84 for one.
Skipper, your par. Keep moving.
Pretty good economy rates overall for the combined campuses and colleges bowlers. Akshaya the highest, but he's only bowled 1 over for 6. Everyone else is 5.5 and under. Good to see Chemar Holder back from injury. Only played 1 game since September 2021 coming into this match. So a significant moment for him. He looked in good rhythm. Took the only wicket to fall. And then it's been a diet of spin, really. 3 spinners we've seen. Off spinner, left arm spinner, and a leggy in Munsingh.
None.
I'm surprised here that he has like 2 left-handers at the crease. But there's a left arm spinner and a leg spinner bowling. Ball coming into both batters. Still kind of surprised.
Full toss, doesn't take advantage. He's angry with himself, Julian. If he'd just beaten extra cover. That was 4. I quite like it, actually. You never see it, do you, now in the professional game? The ball spinning in to the batter. There's this obsession with the ball spinning away. We've got 2 left-handers, both spinners spinning it into them. You can bowl someone through the inside edge. That's a wide. Wrong line.
There's this thought that really go wrong, that you don't really bowl like spinners or left-arm spinners to left-handed batters. I think that's a myth, but...
That's a drag down. Thick edge, though, not where he intended. A lot of work to do for the boundary rider. He's going to get there. And they come back for 3. Or do they? Just a couple, I think.
But as I was saying, Matt, you would prefer to see an off-spinner bowl, because in this day and age, it's all about the matchups. But as I mentioned, it's really a myth that you can't bowl left-arm spinners or leg spinners to left-handers. But with the field that they have here now, Julian batting, skipper just push back, deep fine leg. The deep mid wicket and the long on is pretty wide.
Oh, just tempting Julian there. We've seen him already take it on and go up and over against the spin over mid-off. That one was slightly wider, but same length.
Come on, boys, keep going, man.
Even though he have the field mainly on the leg side, he's really pitching the ball on the off stump, trying not to get it too much on stump, because if it's too much on stump, that gap between long on and deep mid wicket is really huge.
None.
Haven't been too many dot balls with these two, you can certainly say that. Scored off the last 3 deliveries of this over as well.
When you speak about dot balls, Matt, are you thinking about bonus points?
Yeah, probably. Got to get under 50%. Tossed up. Second time Julian has missed out on a full toss. 20 overs gone, 89 for 1.
Very good recovery from the West Indies Academy. It was a slow start, but Julian has brought intensity to the middle. He's been able to score against a spin specifically. Akshay Prasad, left arm spin continuing.
Catch it!
Was long on. And plays had him it on a couple overs ago. Darren Ganger's alongside me. He's been instrumental in this CCC project and process. DG, you been impressed so far?
Yeah, so far, very good low-risk batting from this pair. Partnership of 73. Haven't really given a genuine chance or opportunity to the combined campuses and colleges. Ilya spoke about having patience for these young players. I like the approach to batting in this phase of the innings. They're trying to rotate strike. They're managing risks. At times, they've missed out on opportunities to score boundaries.
Really good awareness. Mid-off was up in the circle. Julian knew he could take it on and does it well, going all the way for a maximum.
And it's the second 6 that he's struck in this innings. Yes, we've seen him score many runs through the onside, but when he's gone big offside. It's off the back foot as well, so not awareness of his game and his strength as a player. So good to watch. Hasn't played first-class cricket just yet, Julian.
That is you. That is you.
And in terms of a comeback, well, Dowrich is telling Julian, hit me there every time because he's kept mid off up in the circle.
That's the approach required when you're playing on a docile pitch. There are those mind games.
Catch it! Ball it back.
Shane Dowrich, of course, leading the CCC for the first time. He has a massive challenge as a captain to manage young players, players who probably would not have had the opportunity playing at this level.
None.
I tell you what, you can become frustrated as a captain having that type of responsibility, but so far so good. 21 gone, 97 for 1.
Yeah. Boy, stay. You can stay them.
Six options for Shane Dowrich's team. 3 spinners in there. We've had 9 overs of spin consecutively. Expected at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Tends to suit the spinners more. This surface has been good though. Fresh pitch, number 4. And there will be some seam now. Kadeem Aline picked up a wicket in that first game against Trinidad and Tobago. Into the attack with his right arm pace. Was the problem there? Maybe height, or did it pitch as well?
The return of pace was expected. That comes in the form of Kadeem Aline. Good decision by the umpire. Clearly that ball striking Julian too high.
Spoke about Dowrich in the last over, DG. I think he's been impressive in terms of how aggressive he's been. One thing we've mentioned time and time again is how do captains be more aggressive in the middle? A lot of times for the spin, you don't tend to see it often. Only 3 fielders were outside the circle. You're allowed 4. Today, Fernando, at times, he had only 2. Of course, brought on the leg spinner and the left arm spinner to the 2 left-handers. Wasn't afraid of that matchup. Have you been impressed?
Yes, I think all along in the preparation build-up to this tournament, he's looked invested. Having spoken to him as well, he sees it as an opportunity for him to enjoy his cricket, get himself into form. Shane Dowrich. Must be some feeling. He's very gracious in accepting this role. Of course, 4 players in this CCC setup were recommended by Cricket West Indies Director of Cricket Miles Bascom. Shane Dowrich, one of the 4. Thorne, Jordan Johnson, Chamar Holder, those are the 4. And the reasoning behind it, of course, is to make this CCC side much more competitive than what it was last year, and given the short sort of preparation time for this team to participate in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Again, Cricket West Indies values this CCC concept. We heard Kesrick Williams talk about players who have graduated out of this franchise. Craig Brathwaite is another one, the West Indies Test captain. We'll talk more about it later on. 98 for 1.
Only 4 runs scored in the first 4 overs for the West Indies Academy, but since then, it's been a lot more productive, more positive approach from the two in the middle. Partnership now worth 81 from 100 deliveries.
Another easy single. Continuing with CCC and the importance of this franchise from a West Indian point of view, of course, you talk about cricket development and you often hear people talk about that player development pathway. Well, the CCC allows cricketers who are at tertiary institutions an opportunity to do both. For you to be eligible to play for CCC, you must be enrolled and active in a tertiary level institution. The 100 comes up for West Indies Academy. Again, on the backdrop of this partnership that is growing, 83 from 102. So 10 of the players in this side are authentic, registered tertiary institution students. Those 10 outside the 4 which were provided by Cricket West Indies. And again, there was an expression of interest. Over 200 student cricketers expressed that interest to be part of this CCC side for this year's CG United Super 50 Cup.
Was deep backward square. Jeremiah, who we just saw on screen, DG, I know he's studying at Cave Hill in Barbados, UE campus, and studying a bachelor's in science. So, as you mentioned, great to see that they can be educated as well.
And guess what? This opportunity will extend in 2024 with the West Indies 4-day championship. So CCC will be participating in that tournament as well.
Massive opportunity for them in the red ball format. Shakir Paris, another one who goes to Cave Hill.
Bowling.
4 from the over, 102 for 1. Well positioned at the moment, the West Indies Academy. Batting was a struggle a season ago, but they've weathered the early storm with overcast conditions, swinging ball, and have recovered well. Julian and Nandu have been main contributors. Melius was the only wicket to fall. Kareem Alin will continue. And DG, many will hear you speak about the development side of CCC and think, well, okay, there's participation for them. But don't forget, in 2018, they won the tournament under the leadership of Carlos Brathwaite. Hakeem Jordan was in that side as well. So they can seriously do some damage. The West Indies emerging team won the following year.
I'd really like to underscore the mindset that these young players should have. It should be a mindset of them thinking that they're ready to play international cricket. Often hear commentators and West Indian supporters talk about the CCC concept and the West Indies Academy being an opportunity for young players to develop. But I have a different take on things. There's so many cricketers who started playing test match cricket and international cricket when they were teenagers. So don't limit yourself. You think of Sachin Tendulkar, Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, and right here in the Caribbean, Sagari Sobers, all started playing international cricket as teenagers. So my message to all these young players, don't think that you have time. Your time is now. Perform, address the selectors, give your best, demand the best from yourself, and get that opportunity of elevating your career.
Driven powerfully by Julian. He's one away from a half century. This has been an excellent inning so far.
Strike rate of 76. He's added the impetus to the innings after a slow start, and he's been very dominant through that extra cover region. Gets another boundary in that region, shows his area of strength, and also signals to the CCC bowlers that they should change their line of attack.
Half century for Leonardo Julian. Really deserves it. He's battled hard. Second list day half century. After he got 50 in the final of this tournament back in 2018. Correction, 2019. Brilliant from him. The way he's rotated strike and also pushed on the scoring rate.
Really love how he's managed risk as a batter early on. He was watchful, played majority of deliveries on his body line, worked it through the onside, and then as he got accustomed to the conditions, to the bowlers, started to express himself more. That's great batsmanship. And I guess with all these performance targets, that is what West Indies director of cricket, West Indies white ball coach, West Indies red ball coach, that is what they want to see. How do you prioritize elements of the game to give you success every time you go out to play? At times, the conditions will dictate how you play, but at times you'll have the chance to take full control and dominate proceedings.
Yeah.
Just reflect on what transpired in that game against Jamaica. We'll come back to it. 24 gone, 110 for one.
You go, Tony.
Highest second wicket partnership for the West Indies Academy in Super 50 history. It's now at 93. They've never had, in 15 matches, never had a 100-run stand. They're very close. And thinking now for Shane Dowrich to do as he tries to get a wicket. Only picked up the one wicket, which was back in the 6th over. He's gone back to Isaiah Thorne, Guyanese fast bowler. Was there batting ball? Oh, gone. Run out, gone. Julian came down the pitch. His left stranded and it's a direct hit as well. Really good work from CCC.
It's Satran Rambaran. Good alertness, good awareness. Was at point, got to the ball quickly, and then with hardly an angle, produced the direct hit. And he was nowhere close. What a sad way to end a fine innings. Julian gone for 51 from 67. West Indies Academy 110 for 2.
Yeah, that's good, thanks.
From Grenada, Teddy Bishop comes to the middle. One of the talked about talents in the region. He's been in the West Indies A side, played for this academy team last season.
Again, it's one thing to be alert and be looking for singles all the time, but the decision making is also very important. Couldn't see a lot of the target, Rambaran. And one run out away from a bonus point. CCC.
Starting with both mid-on and mid-off up for the seam. Deep cover and deep third on the offside boundary. Joining deep backward square and fine leg.
As we reflect on that partnership between Julian and Nandu, I was making the point that we saw the Jamaica Scorpions take on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and the Jamaica Scorpions batted first. They were 39 for 3 after 10 overs. And when you expected them to respect the conditions, which were challenging for batting, they played with one style: ultra aggressive, risk tolerant, and suffered dearly because they were bowled out for 123. And again, I'm saying the game of cricket allows you the opportunity to respect the elements, and as a player, you've got to prioritize how you respect those elements. So I was so disappointed that the Scorpions didn't try to grind a total out to give them their bowlers a chance of winning the game. Maybe a 150 or 160 would have allowed more of an opportunity for them for a win. That's why I say this partnership of 93 between Julian and Nandu has to be respected. Slow start, players managing risks, building a platform for that power play 3. When you expect teams will go hard and try to get close to 10 runs per over, give your bowlers a chance in the second half of the game. Nikhil, some may call it traditional play, but I say it's respecting the game.
I think when they came together in the power play, when Melius was dismissed, there were only 4 runs on the board, but in the next 6 overs, with just the 2 fielders outside the circle, maximized it, went at over 6.5 runs per over with, as you said, minimal risks. Just pushing the ball around, running really hard between the wickets. It cost them today, but it's good intent and good to see.
Another point I'd like to make is there was a little gap in this West Indies academy team, or high performance team if you want to call it. So credit must go to the Ricky Skerritt administration for reintroducing this aspect of cricket in the landscape to allow for young players to come through, to have opportunities to interface with some of the best coaching stock in the Caribbean and develop and become feeders into the West Indies international teams. 111 for 2 after 25.
Move.
Good stretching, good stretching.
A second list day 54, Leonardo Julian. Still batting to come. Akeem Agist, Kevin Wickham, who we know can accelerate this innings and the scoring rate. Naeem Young, Joshua Bishop, Matthew Ford, all three all-rounders capable of hitting the ball as well. Kadeem Aline is back into the attack. Should get a couple. Nandu. Mention about Academy being brilliant, but CCC deserve credit for staying aware, DG.
Yeah, aware when wickets are not coming your way, and to pounce on a half opportunity, you can say, and produce a wicket. It's an aspect of the game we take for granted. Catching efficiency, good ground fielding, agility across the ground to get to the ball quickly, hitting the target. I guess the next challenge will be how these players respond to a solid batting effort when you get to the last power play.
That's a luxury they didn't have a season ago, DG, because they lost wickets in clusters constantly. 5 out of 6 matches they were bowled out. Never had this opportunity with 25 overs just about left to have 8 wickets in hand.
Indeed, and the West Indies Academy will now have to adapt, show a different side to their game, more focus on boundary hitting. Conversely, CCC as well, after being drained energy-wise, bowling 40 overs, will have to focus. Make sure they strategize properly and use the right bowlers to close the innings out. Oftentimes, bowlers aren't able to start an over well and finish an over well. So one of the things you don't want to do as a bowler, bowling in power play 3, is to concede boundaries early and to the back end of an over. You'll also bring out the softer skills to bowling, your cutters, your slower deliveries, the accuracy of your Yorker.
Height again. Also, right pitch should have been important. I think Shamar Holder will be important as well. He's got 6 overs remaining for that back end phase you speak about.
Again, the length a little too short. Line was good. Appeared as though that delivery pitched in line with the stumps. He's a short man. Matthew Nandu, of course, shares his time with Guyana and Canada. Went to university there in Canada. Very similar to you, Nicol.
Seems like a really good player so far. End of 26 overs, 116 for 2. Run a ball from here gets them past 250, which seems to be a golden number here. Brian Lara Cricket Academy, no team in 25 Super 50 matches has ever chased above 250 runs. Successfully, that is. Still persisting with Isaiah Thorne, halfway into his spells, only conceded the 18 runs. Has 6 of Holder remaining. When does he use those, Dowrich? Managing that injury as well.
Shane Dorrich will be aware of Shamar Holder and the fact that he is now returning to competitive cricket, so his workload and managing same will be critical. As you mentioned earlier, Nikhil, he bowled 5 overs in that first spell against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Today he bowled 4 overs, so I'm sure his fitness is something that will be uppermost in the mind of Shane Dorrich. Yep, stretching all the time. That right shoulder that had the impingement. So he will take a couple matches to get himself in. I'll be surprised if he plays all 7 matches for CCC.
Thought about the single. And it's great for Holder as well that he has someone like Pedro Collins who has had success in this tournament but has coached CCC for so many years, DG, former West Indies and Barbados fast bowler, helping him through this recovery process.
Both coaches, Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins, incumbent coaches of the UWE Blackbirds Club in Cave Hill, Barbados. They do a lot of their work with young, talented cricketers from across the region at that Three W's Oval.
Class. Beauty and class from Teddy Bishop. First maximum for him, best of the day.
And so languid and elegant in his stroke play on that occasion. Didn't look like he used an ounce of muscle in that stroke. Long levers, good judgment of the length, and the execution was perfect. Grenada will be proud of that stroke.
There was no fine leg, only backward square on the boundary, so it will be another boundary, 10 from the last 2.
He was aiming for mid-wicket with that stroke. The bounce just got a little too high for Teddy Bishop. Luckily, it wasn't a deep fine leg. There was more of a deep square leg.
First over of the innings that has gone for more than 10. Good from the academy, even after losing the wicket recently. Four more. Doesn't matter how they come at this stage. This is productive in this middle phase. End of 27 overs. 15 have come from the over. 131 for 2.
Look at that. Big tower. The 27th over. 15 off it. Is this the sign that the academy are just going to go up to the next gear? Fantastic straight lofted drive to start it all off. That was a little bit lucky. Top edge pull, and that was probably even luckier. Going over Darrich and in between him and the slip. But at this stage, you'll take them however they come. Nandu just carrying on to push the singles. Hasn't hit a boundary in a while, but he's 44 off 62. And Bishop, who's usually an opener, opened in this tournament last year. Opened in the recent competition in the Windward Islands as well. Taking to his new role at number 4, 15 off 11. A very good start, exactly what the innings needed. bit of impetus. Shakira Selman's alongside me. It's going to be interesting now, isn't it, if the academy can really push on in this period, try and get a big score here, because that was the issue for them last year. They had a few opportunities, some good starts in the middle order and the top of the order, but never went on to a big score.
Yeah, and they will hope that they can launch from this platform that was built particularly by Matthew Nandu and Leonardo Julian.
Glorious. All along the ground this time. He can loft straight and he can play it all along the carpet.
Yeah, that platform that was built allows for play like this by Teddy Bishop. Of a pitch on this delivery. Boy, he's dealt with it in style. He races to 19 in just 13 deliveries. Already hit 4 boundaries.
Forced the change in the field. Long on, going back. I wonder if it will force a change in length as well from Kadima Lane. Maybe Bishop sitting on the short one here.
Yeah.
Edge. Work for third man. Gets around. Sliding stop. They come back for 2. Maybe even a third if there's an overthrow. I'll keep it a 2.
Yeah, they've opted to send back that man at long on. But importantly, mid-off is still in the circle. So if he continues to bowl full, he has to make sure he doesn't get too wide. Teddy Bishop with those long levers will take him on over mid-off.
Again out the middle of the bat, this time drilled straight to mid-off. He actually shimmied a bit, didn't he, down the track there?
Yeah, he also shimmied leg side, trying to hit that ball past the mid-off fielder. So good awareness being shown by Teddy Bishop. He's just trying to manipulate the field. Just watch how he shimmies down, but also stays leg side of the ball, trying to access that area.
He's got this pass short, fine leg. Might go all the way this, it does. Another profitable over for the academy and for Bishop. 11 off this one, 142 for 2. CCC just need to regroup, have a think about how they can rein things back again. They can do that during the Blue Waters drinks break. Two games being played today. This is what's going on at the Queen's Park Oval, just up the road. Trinidad and Tobago taking on the Windward Islands. The Windwards made 254 for 9 from their 50 overs. They were looking at one point like they might get a few more. Johnson Charles was excellent, a bright and breezy 87 for him off just 69 balls. The TNT Red Force in reply got off to a flyer really through their two openers, Kieran Otley and Tion Webster. Webster, those gone for 40 off 60 balls. Josh De Silva's innings lasted just 4 balls. Kenneth Demba getting both of them. So they're now 120 for 2. Otley's still there. Moved on to 78 not out off 79. He's been joined by Darren Bravo. So they need 130 off 23 overs. Could be a very interesting finish there. Leonardo Julian, very impressive today. His second List A 50. That was probably the pick of his shots. Actually, maybe it was that one. 2 glorious sixes over the offside. Very strong when he's driving off the front foot. Unfortunately, he was run out soon after that. His own mistake, really. LBW appeal. He wandered out of his crease and Shatrughan threw the stumps down. Matthew Nandu has been playing more of the anchor role. He's 44 of 60. Teddy Bishop has been excellent. Couple of lovely straight drives. 25 not out off 16 balls. 6 bowlers used by the combined campuses and colleges so far. 3 spinners and 3 seamers. And we're going to see one of those seamers again right now. Chamar Holder back into the attack. We've been hearing about his long layoff with his shoulder surgery. Of course, he's played 1 test match for the West Indies back in 2020 against New Zealand. This is just his 2nd game since September 2021. So fingers crossed he'll be all right and he can get through this and the next few games, because he is a real talent. Started well here. 1 for 14. Round the wicket straight away. Interesting to see what Nandu does from here. Hasn't hit a boundary in a while. Bishop's going well. But I do feel he probably just needs to find another gear.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. He's the guy that's in, so you would expect him to be able to score a bit quicker. It's almost like he's just coasting to that 50. At this stage, though, they'll want to be able to increase that scoring rate. They'll be looking to get as close as possible to 270 perhaps.
Yeah, Nandu obviously can bat long. Got 100 on his first-class debut against Barbados. 126 opening the innings. Batted for 337 balls. So concentration not an issue for him. He's obviously got a very good tight technique. We've seen that. Next job for him is, can I push on? Can I support Teddy Bishop? Get us into a position where we can get a big score here. Maybe up towards 300. That seemed a long way away from the outside edge of Teddy Bishop. Too good for him.
We'll say that in the comment box, but I'm sure Teddy Bishop is thinking Chamar Holder got away with that one. Both fielders up in the circle, mid-off and mid-on. So anything full, he's going to go after it. And rightly so. 4 fielders on the boundary are all square of the wicket or behind square. So Chamar Holder will want to pull that length back ever so slightly.
He does. And again, he gets through Bishop. This one skidded on, really hurried him, beat him for pace.
Yeah, he did mention he's bowling a bit quicker as well. He does feel fitter and stronger. So you do expect him to send on some heavy deliveries. Know that that shoulder is better. He would have been doing a very long warm-up before he came back into the attack. He mentioned to me that's very important before he bowls.
Yeah, I suppose once you've had a serious injury like that, it affects you for the rest of your career, doesn't it? In terms of your preparation. I'd imagine you then have a routine which you have to stick to every time you play a game. Make sure you get that injury loosened, properly ready to go.
Yeah, and I think it makes you way more aware of exactly what you need to do to be prepared.
Just the one. Back just 3 singles from Jamal Holder's 5th. A good one from him. 145 for 2. West Indies Academy showing signs of upping the ante, and they might be thinking about a batting bonus point here in the middle overs. You need to score 150 in order to get a batting bonus point between overs 10 and 40. So by my calculations, need 50 more runs from the next 11 overs to get that bonus point. Romario Graves back into the attack. The off-spinner. Got a left-hander and a right-hander to bowl to this time. He started against 2 left-handers. And leg straight away. I think Nandu's pretty upset with that because he's already put away a couple of deliveries like that, lofted over short, fine leg. That was a good opportunity again.
Yeah, it was a perfect opportunity for Nandu to bring up his half century. So you can understand why he was clearly disappointed with that. But Romario Graves now having a right-hander to contend with. He only went for 35 in his spell. It's 10 overs against the Red Force. It's been a bit more expensive here today. On a better wicket, of course.
Long on out for Bishop. There's also short mid-wicket. Very similar line to the long on.
None. Start RG, good start RG.
I've been very impressed with the captaincy of Shane Dorrich. He's been very attacking with his fields. He has a man catching that short mid-wicket and then another one at mid-wicket. So he still has 6 fielders in the circle, just 3 on the boundary.
Comes down and he goes up and over the offside. That's a good shot. He doesn't get all of that. It's going to plug a little bit. But the idea was right. He just went through with a shot and he's going to get 3 for it.
Yeah, he decides to use his feet on this occasion. A bit of turn. Perhaps didn't get close enough to it, but he won't be too disappointed that he only ended up with 3 runs. What this may do is cause a change in the field.
Yeah, well, the left-hander Nandu on strike first, so that'll be the same field for him. We'll see Bishop on strike soon again. What Bishop did well there was he committed to the shot, didn't he? He wasn't quite there, as you say, and it turned a bit. But as there's no one out there on the offside fence, he just carried on, made sure he got it over the infield.
Go crazy.
Long on drops back for the final delivery. Well, just 2 deliveries left, forgive me.
Oh, bowling. Effort, G.
Oh, he could have cut that off, I think. Graves, another single for Nandu. He's just edging towards that half century. 43 balls for the 3rd 50, so they have definitely significantly got into gear here at the academy, largely down to that man, Teddy Bishop. No run there. Good call. 151 for 2 off 30.
6 bowlers used so far by the combined campuses and colleges. All pretty economical, but just 1 wicket for Shamar Holder.
Again, very short that by Holder. Yeah, that's going to be signalled a wide. He's a diminutive chap, isn't he? Matthew Nandu. Kesrick Williams says he reminds him of Nicholas Pooran. I think more for his stature than anything else. Couldn't reach that.
Yeah, way too sharp by Shamar Holder on this occasion. It's not too difficult to bowl a wide over his side. Not too tall, Nandu. West Indies Academy will be hoping that he can start to bat like Nicholas Pooran.
That really jarred, didn't it? That's a horrible feeling as a batter when it hits right at the bottom of the bat. Saw him shake his hand there.
Especially when it's at that pace.
Around the wicket angle seems to be working here against the left-hander. Just bowling nice and straight, slipping the odd short delivery in. Nandu struggling to come up with ideas here.
Yeah, at this stage you hope that Nandu could at least hit the gaps and find a single. It should be a lot easier to rotate the strike. But he just seems to be struggling.
Wanted the single there, but there wasn't one. This is the situation where you learn, isn't it? In front of the TV cameras, you got to this situation. How can I keep things ticking along? Got a high quality test, quality bowler running in at me. What are my options? How can I get off strike? How can I increase my strike rate?
Yeah, and there are enough gaps on the field. And Shamar Holder bowling around the wicket, perhaps he'll want to walk across and get inside of the line of the ball. Just tickle it behind square. That's an option if he's going to bowl back of a length.
Lofted straight. Doesn't get all of it, but that is a good option. There's no fielders down there. Doesn't quite go all the way. But he gets a valuable 3 runs and he'll come back for his 50. Well batted, Matthew Nandu. Took his time, got in. He's got a good defensive technique. He's played a couple of glorious shots, including one spanked 6 over point off the front foot. And then since then, he's just accumulated. And he has been the platform. He's been the base of this innings. 51 not out off 71 balls. So his strike rate is 71. And this is his List A debut. So 50 on debut. Great stuff.
He loves making debuts. 50 on List A debut and 100 on first class debut.
Loose, put away by Bishop. Rare loose delivery from Holder. Not what he needed as he's trying to close out the over.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop continuing to cash in on loose deliveries. Almost every time he's been given a loosener, he's made the most of it.
So wide, then 3 dots. It was looking like an excellent over. And now he's gone 3-4, Shamar Holder. So he's under pressure on this final delivery. If it goes for another boundary, then it's a very poor over. Oh, lucky inside edge. It might be another boundary. Don't think it will go, will it? Yes, it will. Well, that was unlucky, but it is expensive from Shamar Holder. 163 for 2.
That boundary brought up the 50 partnership. It's the second 50 partnership for the Windies Academy, forgive me. A bit of a French cut. And it seems to be a favorite spot for Teddy Bishop. It's his third boundary in that area.
That was slightly uppish, but perfectly through the gap. The two ring fielders on the offside. Two more for Nandu. He's got his cap back on. Interesting to see how he changes his game. Now he's got to that 50. Obviously, it is a big marker for you at this young age as well on debut. He's got there now.
None. That's it.
Well stopped. This time by Akshay Prasad.
That one hit the same exact place, but the fielder was brought a bit wider by Shane Dorrich. Better field positioning on that occasion.
Yeah, Man Singh with the fielding there. That's lofted. Just skewed slightly off a thick outside edge. Nandu was trying to go over extra cover, really. Only one. Andrew Ryder had a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, it's one part of the game Nandu has to work on. He seems to be struggling to run more than one run. Outside it's quite hot, and he's been there since the beginning of the innings, so it's very taut for that. But he has to improve on that.
It is very hot. It's stinking hot, steaming hot. That's what it felt like out there. Just very moist. Heat coming up from the ground. I'm going to bring a towel with me, I think, for the top of the show tomorrow. I was starting to sweat up pretty badly.
9 RG.
When I say tomorrow, what I mean is a couple of days, because that's our next live game. The home side, Trinidad and Tobago in action against Guyana on a Saturday. It'll be a fantastic occasion, that. Should get a few people in, I reckon.
None. Work, Pets.
Good fielding. The infielding has been good this over. For Sword and Man Singh on either side of the wicket. Just 3 from the first 5 balls.
None. Move it, Mas. Come in, Tony. Oh, your hand.
This field, but no damage done. 4 off the over. It's 167 for 2. Still quite a bit to come. Kevin Wickham, who's probably the most high profile of these academy batters from Barbados. He hasn't batted yet. Hakeem Auguste as well. Very talented left-hander from St. Lucia. Naeem Young can also bat, the skipper. He'll probably come in at number 7. So they won't want to keep those guys hanging around, waiting to bat. They're not scoring quickly. The onus on these two to keep pushing on. Vijay Man Singh, the leggy, back into the attack. 4 overs, none for 18 so far. Not a bad shout, this. This might happen in this over.
None, Mas.
Yeah, his first chance at a right-hander, Man Singh. He's bowled with pretty steady control. It's the reason there's a slip being employed. I thought he was quite good at the left-handers. And I thought it was very brave by Shane Dorrich to bowl him to left-handers. I welcomed it, actually. Something we've not seen very often in world cricket, not just in the Caribbean, in world cricket. Remember that India series, it was a left-hand spinner at Sar Patel. But whenever there was a left-hander at the crease, Hardik Pandya refused to give him the ball.
Yeah, Darrich also bowled the left-arm spinner Prasad to the 2 left-handed batters. I'd like to see more of that, particularly when those are your best bowlers, or you think they are. That's edged, it's beaten the man who's behind square on the offside. It's going to be 2 more. Three fours and 1 6 for Nandu in his innings. 75 balls he's lasted. It has been a while since the last boundary, though. Just feel he needs another one here just to kick-start him again.
Jerry, come just in front square. Go!
Yeah, it was that 6 over point that kick-started his innings initially. So he'll be hoping for a loosener again.
Deep mid-wicket's just gone a bit straighter to him. Full bunger right off the bottom of the bat. Tell you what, the full toss has been a good delivery today, actually. Haven't seen too many put away.
You would expect Nandu to be able to put that away at this stage. A low full toss outside of Boston with mid-off in the circle.
Backs you up, Scoop.
Now, they were going to send mid-off back to long-off, but then decided to bring him back because they didn't have enough people in the circle. Run rate is still good here, 5.21. They've got 17 overs after this one. They really get going here with wickets in hand. They could get up pushing 300. That should be the target from here.
None.
Flip to the leg side. I think he's slightly frustrated there. Just one man behind square on the leg side. Couldn't get it past him. 171 for 2.
Going RG. Park.
Another solid partnership of 61 from these two, Nandu and Bishop.
Only one sat. Down with you.
West Indies Academy continues its dominance with the bat in this game. CCC searching for answers, wicket-taking answers. Of course, it's a docile pitch, so the challenge will be more in the domain of the CCC bowlers. Reverse sweep comes out and executed properly. Afternoon, Kesrick Williams.
Good afternoon, DG. Lovely shot to start things off here. Teddy Bishop looks in good form. Doesn't look nervous at all. As for me, I'm a bit nervous. It's the second time I'm coming to the booth and have a little bit of nerve. Last time I had to take over from the legend. So currently now I'm next to another legend. I'm not sure what they're trying to do to me here, but hope I'm handling myself good enough.
Yes! Only one, Torna.
Really need to relook that word legend. Understand it properly. So Curtly Ambrose, of course, a legendary fast bowler for West Indies.
What they have done in first-class cricket, DJ, and what you're doing here in the commentary booth, it's legendary to me. So I would say, to me, you're a legend.
Catch it.
Swept onside in the gap. The awareness that the fielder was in front of square. Just taking things on a little bit more now, Nandu.
Really well played. Just a tickle. No man move. Just a little look by the guy, short, fine leg. Really well played. Start to kick into gear now.
Edge, no slip. Might just get 4 more. Ball runs into the boundary line, so Rambaran couldn't pull it back. Consecutive boundaries now for Nandu. 3 4s in this Graves over.
She was edged there. Those sort of boundaries, as a feeler, you got to be careful. They can pop your hamstring. We don't want to see that. Normally, sometimes you're playing against a Jamaican side, and if they're in the dugout and you're running towards them, they will tell you to give up. Simple magic. Can't catch that one. Well played. He starts to look a lot better now, Nandu. Not sure if it's because of Teddy Bishop, who came in and started to play well from the start.
Yeah.
141 runs in this middle over phase of the innings. Power play number 2. Again, if they achieve 150 with minimum 3 wickets, they'll get a bonus point. 34 gone, 186 for 2. There is that score of 141 for 1. Kesrick, I've looked at Vijay Mansingh in this game so far. He's into his 6th over. He's operated primarily over the wicket. Just feel as a wrist spinner, sometimes you have the option of going round the wicket and changing the angle a bit.
And for some reason, a couple of overs ago, I was mentioning it to Matt Floyd. I find that he has this field dominantly set on the leg side, but the ball is not really spinning much, and he's really pitching it on off stump. He's been played to the offside a lot, so he's not really getting played on the leg side where most of the fielders are. So I'm still wondering what's his plan.
Too short, and with one fielder positioned at deep mid-wicket, he suffers and concedes another boundary. Good batting from Bishop. He races now to 48 from 34.
Love this youngster. Continuing form, I would say, DG. In the recently concluded Windward Island Super 50 tournament. Had a really good start for Grenada. 3 consecutive 50s in that tournament. Picked up a little injury. Couldn't continue, but was in really good form in that tournament.
He's striking at 141. You'll associate that with T20 cricket. And again, when you take into consideration the slowest start, what he's done, he's played according to the conditions and the situation of the game that his team was in.
It's a lovely shot. It's a teaser again. Didn't get all the way. Save, and that's his 50. Well played, Bishop. Came out and showed some class. Scored all around the ground. Well played to you, young man.
Only 19 dots, 8 4s, 1 6. An enterprising innings.
Over.
7 runs from the over, 193 for 2.
I'm taking a sip quick. Yeah.
A second listed 50 for Teddy Bishop, 50 from just 37 balls. Stitching together another productive partnership here, 83 from 68, following the 93 between Nandu and Julian. The acceleration in the innings coming at the right time. And Kesrick still batting to come. There we saw Kevin Wickham in there. O'Geese as well, the other option. Which one you reckon will come next? Swept in that deep backward square region. Went intentionally above to clear that field, that short fine leg. And smart batting.
You can't bowl straight to Nando as a spinner. He has that fine like a dink. And he can sweep the ball well. But as you mentioned earlier, you were asking about Wickham and O'Geese. I would think more with Wickham. O'Geese is a fine player, but he takes a while to start, but what a talent he is. The thing what I like about O'Geese though, he scored a unbeaten 80+ in the finals in the Windward Island Super 50 tournament to help St. Lucia to lift the title. He also got most wickets for them as well, bowl his leg spin. So he's grinding into a fine all-rounder. So I really love that about him.
Ooh. Once more too short from Akshar Prasad. In fact, many of the CCC spinners, they've been on the short side as against getting the ball a little bit fuller. Batters forward. Most of the times they're allowing batters to play off the back foot, allowing them enough time to cut the ball, to pull the ball. That's a major adjustment needed from spinners in this CCC team, generally speaking. Nice. Again off the back foot, evidence of that effort by the spin of Prasad.
Something that teams have to be really mindful about. Even though here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it is spin conducive, you still have to be able to hit those errors. Nando is showing here.
And when he tries to make the adjustment, he's gone too full. And it's a fine stroke. Bishop securing himself another boundary, ending the over on a high. 2 for 2 as that landmark comes up.
Can't get loose. These two young players, they are showing how to bat in the middle overs here at the Brian Lara Academy. Bringing up 200. That 50 coming faster than the third one. 39 deliveries, DG. So they are chugging along nicely here.
Mansingh to continue from over the wicket to the left-handed Nandu. Paddled away, sufficient bat. And he will get 4, so boundaries coming aplenty at this stage of the innings. Clear dominance by West Indies A. West Indies A as in West Indies Academy.
I just have one question, DG. What would you have done as a skipper here? The way how Nando is batting, you can't bowl straight to him because he have that little dink and then he have that slug sweep, but they are still bowling straight. What would you have done as the skipper of this CCC team?
If you look at that area outside the off stump for the left-handed Nandu, There are some footmarks there and some rough areas. I'd really push Abhijay Mansingh to go round the wicket, bowl the ball full outside our stump, allow Nandu to drive the ball through extra cover. With a 6-3 field, 6 fielders offside, 3 onside. I would really like to see him play against the spin. When you do such, there is a big chance of getting a return catch if the ball turns. And if the ball runs on with the angle, you're in with a chance at first slip. But we haven't seen that strategic change just yet from CCC. The other thing too, Kesrick Williams, is the length. Shane Dorridge must encourage Abhijay Mansingh to get the ball a little bit fuller. Encourage batters to drive as against playing off the back foot.
As you mentioned earlier, him coming around could also open up that opportunity of a bowl down through bat and pad. But for now, both players look very comfortable. Really looking good here. They're setting up themselves for a good total. Love the way how they're looking presently. It's now a 100 partnership of 79 balls. This is really good. I was wondering this morning if the CWI should think about giving points for partnership, because partnership is very important in one-day cricket.
It's a much better length. Again, indecisive in playing back or forward. 37 overs gone, 211 for 2. First ever 100-run partnership for the West Indies Academy, a significant landmark for this very young side. Again, a reminder that the oldest player on this side is 23 years of age. So targets being achieved by this West Indies Academy side, batting first, of course, having lost the toss. Shane Dorridge elected to field first. And if they continue without losing wickets, they will pick up a bonus point in this power play too. That's West Indies Academy.
Pretty young side, but the backroom staff is full of experience, coached by Kohli, who is the head coach for the West Indies Test team. Also Griffith, who's usually the West Indies A-team coach. A lot of knowledge there.
And that's a length that Akshaya Prasad wants to be hitting all the time.
Come on boys, we stay in it.
Again, it's a challenge for Shane Dorridge when you have bowlers who are bowling in consistent lengths. It's very difficult to set fields for short deliveries. Yeah, that's a run, so a chance or half chance, you would say, going down the leg side. Dorridge got there, just went through his legs.
Nine.
Finds the gap. That's great innovation from Teddy Bishop. Reading the field, using that reverse sweep and securing 4.
Flawless, DG. the position that he get himself in. Dorich looking a bit disappointed there, but it was a lovely shot. You would want to see those shots go for boundaries, but Dorich a bit upset with Shema there. This one could be close. Oh, it's not even close. A little bit disappointed there. Nando obviously look a bit tired. Is that a bonus point? That's the second run out.
It's an important wicket for the combined campuses and colleges because it has broken a partnership which produced 110 runs, a bonus point for the effort in the field with the run out being effected. Good work from Shane Dorich, the wicketkeeper, collecting cleanly on the bounce. But how unfortunate for this man on debut. Matthew Nandu has to depart for 84. He looked well set for a century. And he did all the hard work. Well played, young man. 220 for 3. Two run-outs for combined campuses and colleges. They will secure themselves a bonus point. And as you mentioned, Kesrick Williams, it's Kevin Wickham to the crease to make use of the remaining 12 overs. Paris, the fielder, effecting the second run-out. He had good awareness, skipped across to his right, picked up and chose the right end. The call wasn't a good one.
Nandu obviously disappointed. Well played to him though. Actually, the last person to score 50 on debut here in the Super 50 tournament is Desron Maloney from the Windward Islands. A lot to be proud of. He played well. I like the way how he paces innings. Looked pretty slow in the start, but then started to get into it as Isaiah Thomas is back into the attack. 6 overs, just 33 runs at an economy of 5.5. I know you love him, DG.
Isaiah Thorne hails from Berbice in Guyana. Had the chance of playing in the Pakistan Junior League. Saw him there for the first time. Then, of course, known for his exploits playing in Guyana. Did work with Floyd Reefer in Barbados. What you must appreciate about his bowling action is he's got a repeatable action. Generates excessive pace as a young man. Has that ability as well to swing the new ball as we saw early on. Swing the ball away from right-handers. Good seam position with his deliveries. Still on a learning curve, as you would know, Kesrick Williams, as a fast bowler. The more you play, the more you learn about yourself. And you must have that inclination for developing your skill as a bowler.
Being around a guy like Floyd as well, he would definitely develop. Pedro Collins there as well. You know him played for West Indies for a number of years.
slapped in front of point in that mid-wicket region.
Teddy Bishop. Teddy Bishop don't matter who is in that backroom staff at CCC. Whether it's Pedro Collins, whether it's Floyd. Latch on to that one. Showing the sort of form he's in. This academy looks like they've been training together now for a year. They look really, really good. Teddy Bishop. When I look at him, it looks to me like a little bit of...
And again, too short, not enough pace, and he's bowling to a well-set batter, so good aggression, good power from the right-hander.
Has that look of Hales, tall, lanky. He's actually an opener as well, Teddy Bishop. Getting a chance to bat in the middle, so he's showing his quality batting anywhere in the order, which is really good.
Now being enterprising, as he should be, Teddy Bishop has an opportunity to show his finishing game. 140, that's his strike rate. He's maintained it. Change in the field. There is a deep mid-wicket now for Isaiah Thorne. Quick single once more, direct hit. Could produce another run out, but he didn't hit the target. End of the over, 231 for 3. A progressive batting effort from West Indies Academy. They started slow and then they generated tempo to the innings, thanks primarily to the enterprise from Leonardo Julian, then Matthew Nandu, both getting half centuries. 1 over remaining in power play 2. Kadeem Allen returns with the ball.
What will be very important here is that the CCC, the way how these batters are batting now, the CCC should really be very accurate when it comes to their line and length. They're going at about 5, but it can change.
It's a critical stage of the game for both sides. West Indies Academy could get themselves beyond 300 if they go at 7s from here. Haven't seen many teams score beyond 300 at this venue in List A cricket, this CG United Super 50 Cup.
Actually, DG, only 2 teams have really passed 300 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We would love to see the West Indies Academy do it today. Sort of will inculcate in people's mind that, listen, we have talent.
Yeah.
Really keen to get your view on Kadeem Allen and his skills that you've seen as a fast bowler. Your observations on the way he's gone. He's bowling his 7th over in this innings.
Had the chance to plays CPL with him. St. Lucia Kings. Really good talent. I still don't think he understands the talent he possesses. Still raw.
That's in the gap. So much time for Teddy Bishop. Those long levers, that ability to pick length, and he finds the gap offside, too short from Alain.
That backhand slow ball. That's the thing. You can bowl your off-pace deliveries on this wicket, but you have to hit the right areas. Too short, it will sit up. And a player like Teddy Bishop, the form that he's in, the mood that he's in, will not miss out on these deliveries. As I was saying, Kadim Alain, he have that talent to be a genuine all-rounder. He reminds me a little bit of Freddie Flintoff.
Lovely, Jordan.
Alain's still very young, 22 years of age. He's a big structure, physically strong. Known more for his batting than his bowling, so playing a genuine all-rounder role here in this CCC setup. We'll see him later on with the bat, opening the innings, hopefully.
He's a really good time off the ball as well. Played in that VPL tournament that we usually have in St. Vincent at Gym 11 T10. That's really all around the Caribbean now. Plays there for Salt Pond Breakers. Usually open the batting as well when he's playing that tournament. Strikes the ball really well. As I mentioned, he's a really good time off the ball. We'll want to see that later, and the CCC would want to see that later as well. They will need him. If they continue at this rate, they will score over 300, the West Indies Academy.
And looking at the options used by Shane Dorich, 6 bowlers. Beyond this, over 10 remaining, so you'd think that Shamar Holder will finish his 4. That will be 4 overs in that last phase of the innings. Isaiah Thorne as well, with 3 overs remaining, might just get more of an opportunity. But he'll need maybe a spinner to bowl a few overs. Might just be Graves with his 2 overs remaining. We'll have to wait and see what options are chosen. 40 overs gone, 241 for 3, end of power play number 2. And we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
A well-structured and thought-out display from the West Indies Academy. It was a slow start, kept wickets in hand, and now have a platform to launch in the last 10 overs, the final power play. What an innings this has been. 3 half-centuries, led by Teddy Bishop and Matthew Nandu, who put on 110 together. Nandu was good, patient at the start, very selective in terms of the deliveries he went after. And Sir Curly Ambrose, who's alongside me, was very impressed.
Certainly was a good knock, Nickel. Showed poise, showed composure. But I tell you something about Teddy Bishop. He's usually an attacking batsman, not afraid to go aerial. He got shots all around the ground. Not afraid to reverse sweep as well. He's doing a magnificent job for his team. And that's the way he plays most of the time. Very good player in the making.
Bowlers have been expensive, barring Shamar Holder, who's the only bowler to go at less than 5 runs per over. We'll want to close it out well, though, because if they can restrict them to 300 on this surface, which has been very good for batting, they will bat themselves. Got a lot of talent in that batting lineup, the combined campuses and colleges. But Teddy Bishop has led the way in terms of his intensity. Ever since Sir Curly, they got to that 25th over, just seemed to flick a switch. 130 runs have come in the last 15 overs. That's almost 9 runs per over. It's been an exhibition of batting and an example for other teams in this tournament to follow. So Shamar Holder will come back into the attack, trying to break this partnership, trying to get Bishop out.
Let's play.
Just one. Probably Sir Curly earlier than Dowrich would have liked. Don't think he would want it to go to Holder so early in this power play 3. Bonus point secured for the West Indies Academy. 196 runs. You only need 150. So currently, what has it been mainly for you? Has it been the surface being a lot better than usual, or has it been good batsmanship?
It's a bit of both. It's an easy pace pitch. Nothing much happening for the bowlers, both spin and pace. But it has been good batting as well. Because even though you're playing on a good pitch and you don't bat well, you won't score runs. So I think it's a combination of a good track to bat on and wonderful batting.
Goes short. There's been a lot of emphasis on dot ball percentage and rotation of strike. That partnership, Bishop, Nandu, 110 from 86 deliveries, only 33 dots in there. That's 38%. That is exactly what Director of Cricket Miles Bascom, Darren Sammy want to see. They can keep it to under 150, they would secure 2 bonus points. Could be a tough task, but it's on.
Well, I know we're in the final 10 overs of the innings, but I don't think Teddy Bishop really needs to be too expansive. Doesn't need to take too many risks. He's batting well. Continue to play his natural aggressive game, but with less chances. Don't want to get a new batsman in now. He should press on. That's better. That could be 2. And they got it quite comfortably.
Part of the Holder now, there's so much responsibility on his shoulders, Sir Curly, because he's the senior man in this attack. But as we've known and as mentioned a couple of times in the coverage, that this is only really his 2nd game in the last 2 years. And immediately he's under extreme intensity as they try to look for a wicket. He's the leader of this attack. They'll take that, CCC. Just 5 from the over. 2-4-6 for 3. Just 9 overs remain. West Indies Academy will be searching for a few things. A bonus point if you get 10 and over in the last 10. Also will be looking for 300 plus. No team in 25 Super 50 matches has ever chased more than 250 here. But this is a good surface. Abhijay Mansingh has 3 overs up his sleeve with his leg spin. Potentially 3 from him, 3 from Thorne, and 3 from Holder. That's 9.
Here. 21. Move in, Jerry. Lovely, Jerry. Keep working, man. Say, come, man. Come, man. I can't hear nobody at all. Let me work, boys. None.
Wickham is capable of finding the boundary. Was selected for the Barbados Royals in CPL because of that ability, especially against spin. I just wonder if Bishop is the one to go after the pace and Wickham can use the slog sweeps, the reverse sweeps. It's very adept at to try and take on the spin.
Ball in, money.
Seen the reverse a few times from Teddy Bishop today. There's point and third in the circle. It's an area he'll be looking to score if he gets an opportunity.
Quite right, Mikel. You know, the reverse sweep against the leg spinner is a good option. Once it gets past those 2 men in the circle, and he get enough bat in it, could always go for a boundary. He played it. He have played it well so far.
Yeah. 21, come, Jordan, come. Lovely, Jordan.
Jordan Johnson patrolling the point boundary.
Working, boys, keep working.
He's one to look out for when he get a chance to bat. He's in tremendous form.
250s come up to end the over, but last 2 overs have only conceded 9 CCC. 250 for 3. Increasing with pace. Andre Coley will be a happy man. Center of screen. The way his team have broken down these 50 overs, structured their innings well. Holder starts with a wide. Some pressure building though. Only 9 runs have come from the last 12 deliveries, and they've got 7 wickets in hand.
I'm quite sure that Captain Dorwich didn't expect this. He won the toss, elected to bowl first, but not a lot has gone his way up to this point. It's been a long, tough day for them so far.
Yeah, interestingly, separately, as they look for 2. Naeem Young at the toss said he would have bowled first as well. But for CCC, they'll maybe seek to someone like a Jedia Blades, who's on the bench today, as a more penetrative option. They only took 4 wickets in that first game. Today they've taken 3, but 2 of them have been runouts. Kalichiran and Graves, the other 2 subs left of screen.
Flick it up to me, hit. Got it.
See, they're less than a run a ball last 15 deliveries, and this will be another challenge for young players. Haven't found the boundary now in almost 3 overs. So currently, knowing what you know about Holder's injury, how would you advise Shane Dowrich to use Holder? Yesterday, Alzari Joseph, for example, bowled 2 1-over spells. Could he be using those short bursts as he gets back to full fitness?
That is the best way to go. He's just now coming back from a serious injury. The last thing we'd want is to overwork him too soon. Bowl him a short burst. Let him groove back into the game gradually.
Trying to remember, Sir Curly, did you ever get injured? I mean, you played before I was born, but doing my research on you and stuff over the years, watching highlights, never seen any significant injuries.
Why are you making me feel extremely old? No, I've never really sustained any serious injuries. Little here or there. I'm a lot stronger than I look, you know.
First time we've seen pace off from Holder.
Jordan, love that. Love that, Jordy. Good stuff, boy.
Dowrich will have a decision to make. These last 2 overs, Holder's been excellent. Just 10 runs conceded from the 11 deliveries he's bowled, but does he risk and go again from this end, trying to get that wicket? Does he save him for the back end? Very good from CCC, just 6 runs from the over. 256 for 3. It's been a joy to watch, really, this approach from the West Indies Academy. Last season, it was a real struggle for this batting lineup. We've got some new reinforcements in Melius and Nandu. Leonardo Julian, good to see him in the runs. Mansingh. Wickham still can't find the boundary.
Six overs remaining after this one. Teddy Bishop looking in good touch.
9 packs.
He's currently on 86. I'm quite sure he would love to get a century.
Move in, Jerry.
A reminder, with all the bonus point system,
Lovely.
for a Centurion as well, he's in the top 5.
Keep working, keep working.
And if his strike rate continues to be over 90, right now it's at 130, they will get a bonus point for that century. Individual performance is rewarded as well.
Get around, Jordy. Oh, your hand.
Amazing how he's developed so currently. A year ago, Teddy Bishop struggled in this tournament. Only 62 runs in the 5 innings. Already in game 1 of 2023, he's got 87.
Keep going, Manny.
See how he's increased the tempo, but it's been a good start. 26 runs from his first 20. It wasn't a slow start.
21. Move in, Jerry. Oh, your hand. Lovely. Quality, Jerry.
He's a good young player, Teddy Bishop. He's got shots all around the ground. Can be ultra attacking when he wants to be.
Nah, Manu.
Another tidy over though from CCC. Still no boundary. 2-6-1 for 3. It has been a struggle for the combined campuses and colleges, taking wickets. Only 4 taken in that first game against Trinidad and Tobago. Now, only 3 today with the 2 runouts. I think that option will be Holder, but he's still working his way back to full fitness. And he's also come out the attack after a 2-over spell. So it's going to be Isaiah Thorne. Tell me about that, Sir Curtly.
I don't even think Wickham can tell us about it. It was a premeditated stroke. Looks a bit comical in the end. Could have been bold.
The fine leg is up in the circle as well as square leg, so he's looking in that area. Conventional and 6. Finally, they get a boundary after 28 deliveries, the West Indies Academy.
Good strike by Kevin Wickham. Right in the slot. There's a fielder at the long on boundary, but it didn't matter. He's only there to retrieve. Good shot.
And may have been looking for that Yorker again, Thorne. Bowled the first one, nailed it. That time slightly missing his length and dispatched. They needed that though, the Academy. Bit of pressure building.
No.
Thorne and Wickham know each other quite well. Played together in the under-19 tournament a couple of years ago. So Thorne would have bowled against him in the nets quite a number of occasions. And the flip side to it, Wickham will know the way Thorne bowled as well. Good contest.
So Curtly, you're getting old. That was just last year, beginning of last year. You were there. I want to know what it was like to coach both of them, but specifically Thorne. Thorne was part of that under-19 World Cup side, as you mentioned, here in Trinidad. We'll have a concussion check. They've just stuffed him going into the pitch. Bowling cross seamed as well.
Concussion check, huh? That ball barely touched him.
The amount of players that would have to go through concussion check facing Sir Curtly Ambrose back in the day. We may never finish a game.
Came off the glove, hit the visor. Well, it's the rules, so I'll leave it at that.
So Curtly, how much did you enjoy the experience though to coach Wickham, Thorne, Nando as well in that team, Jordan Johnson?
I did enjoy it. You know, I really like working with the youngsters. Easy to work with. Giving you full respect. They pick your brain a lot, which means that they're willing to learn. So I really enjoyed my stint with them. And even though I'm no longer a part of the setup, whenever we get close enough, we still talk about cricket and that kind of stuff. So the respect is still there. But they're easy guys to work with, wonderful guys to work with.
Check still going on. Kevin Wickham seems to be okay. He's putting the helmet back on. Neil Barry. Physio running onto the field. So we can have a resumption since the maximum. Thorne has come back well. For him to bowl potentially 10 overs in every game will be so beneficial, especially against some of the best batters in the region.
Yeah, 2 legs.
He's 19 years old, Isaiah Thorne. Pace off man under it, takes it. The break has worked for CCC, just a break in momentum. Partnership broken as well.
Slow delivery into the pitch. And Kevin Wickham couldn't get a hold of it the way he would have liked. Picked out the feeler, a deep back was square. Easy catch. Kevin Wickham is gone for 19. West Indies Academy, 267 for 4.
Middle, please, up. That's middle. Thank you. Right arm open for your one delivery. One left. Thank you.
Matthew Ford, 21 years old from Barbados, one of the new faces in this West Indies Academy side. Really good finish to the over. Just the 1 run and wicket from the last 4 deliveries from Thorne. End of 45 overs, 5 to go. 268 for 4.
Short man.
Matthew Ford new to the crease. Still Akeem Ogist and Naeem Young. Joshua Bishop can strike a few as well. So they'll be looking at 300. 7 over and over from here. It gets them to 303. Mansingh, the leg spinner, will bowl his 10th and final over. Surprised to see Matthew Ford come up before Ogist and Young, Sir Curtly.
Well, I reckon with just 5 overs to go, they probably want some quick runs. They probably thought that Matthew Ford can give them that.
Down the track. Wow, that has gone a long way back. Just his second delivery faced. Hello and welcome, Matthew Ford.
And that's why he was sent in, to up the tempo. And that was a good strike. Good use of the feet. Advanced down the track. Hit it straight, high, hard, and long.
He does have a T20-50. That was in the Lankan Premier League. Got 5 and scored a 50 in the same game, Matthew Ford. Playing for the Dambulla Aura. Has played a few crucial knocks for the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL as well. Looking for quick runs.
No, sorry.
Yeah, this is the role in that Under-19 World Cup in 2020 that Ford played for the West Indies side. Came in at 6 and 7 and got them quick runs in this final power play. Tough game, you know, for the bowlers. Stepped away, tried to create room in that offside. Mansingh tried to go wider, but still signaled wide. Mansingh strikes back. Good leg spin, really good deception, but also fortitude shown.
A little bit over ambitious. Ford that time. Good delivery. Advanced down the track. Missed it completely. Easy stumping for wicketkeeper and captain Dorwich. And Matthew Ford's short stay has come to an end. He's gone for 6. West Indies Academy, 275 for 5.
You stay, Griffs. Come off a bit, Tony. Spar, stay. Go do it, go do it.
Gone, given again. Mansingh has 2 and 2. Akeem Ogist it is who's come to the middle. Only 1 delivery for him, and the Academy have lost their way in the last 6 overs or so.
Didn't bounce that much. Tried to slap it through the onside. And the dreaded finger was raised, and Akeem Ogist has to go. Didn't trouble the scorers. He's gone for naught. West Indies Academy 275 for 6.
Mansingh will be on a hat-trick. Has 1 delivery in his spell. Naeem Young, the captain, comes to the middle. All of a sudden, it was comfortable going. Last 2 overs, they've lost 3 wickets. Young, who we've seen in the T20 format mainly. Few contributions, very important contributions to bat in hand. 47 at the beginning of the CPL for the Barbados Royals. Hat-trick ball for Mansingh.
None. Hold it.
Just a single. Ends his spell well, though. 8 from the over, but 2 wickets. 2-7-6 for 6. Teddy Bishop leading the way, and will be searching for 100. 13 runs away. Naeem Young, the captain, has come out. Key thing in that last over, Bishop didn't face a delivery. Mansingh took 2 wickets. There was a maximum there as well, and now he'll be off strike. So, wonder how much this affects the tempo, Sir Curtly, as Shamar Holder comes back into the attack.
It will affect the tempo a little bit. Will affect his rhythm a little bit as well. Way down the leg side, Shamar Holder. Windies Academy have lost their way a little bit the last few overs. At one point, they looked to be on course to get in 300. Still can, but they're making it a little bit harder for themselves.
Mid-off was up in the circle, and a couple bounces, it gets to the boundary. Much needed.
Didn't hit the sweet spot. Hit more to the toe end of the bat, but had enough on it to take it over the ropes. And a much needed boundary.
This time in the onside, he's got 3 deep, Holder in the leg side. So maybe pace off a shorter length and into the wind as well, hitting into that leg side for the right-handers. Dowrich has sensed an opportunity. He's brought back Holder and removed Thorne after just the 1 over. Hasn't faced in 14 deliveries, Teddy Bishop. How has that affected the rhythm? Just 1. What delivery does he go to now, Sir Curtly?
He's doing a decent job so far. Has got to either attempt a Yorker close to the legs or pace off.
Wow, Naeem Young down the track, and 6 of them.
That was easy pickings for Naeem Young. Right in the hitting arc. Played it extremely well. Hit it long, high, hard. Way up into the stands. Not a particularly good delivery that time for Shamar Holder. Too good a surface to bowl that length, especially at this time of the innings.
2 boundaries have come in that mid-off and long-off region, so Dowrich has made a change. Mid-off goes back, and square leg comes into the circle. Only man in the circle on the leg side. There's fine leg as well. Has more protection now if he goes that Yorker length. Does go Yorker, but it's come off the outside edge. It's been that type of day for the West Indies Academy.
No fault of Shima Hold at that time. It was a good Yorker. Peeled off of the outside edge. Down to the vacant third man for 4. No fault of his this time. And that's what happens when luck isn't going your way. Good little cameo so far from Naim Young, the skipper.
17 from the over. Biggest of the innings so far. Into the pitch again. Naim Young, what a knock this has been. 20 from the first 6 deliveries. An amazing maneuvering of the field. 297 for 6. Surface has been a belter, and the Academy have made full use of it and still have 18 deliveries at their disposal. And it will be Isaiah Thorne. Change of ends for him. Coming now from the southern end.
What a wonderful game this is, the game of cricket. At one point, the West Indies Academy looked like they're going to go well past 300. Then the game kind of changed a little bit, like they would struggle to get to 300. Oh. No, they certainly will get past that 300 mark. Psychologically, it puts some pressure on the CCC.
Naim Young has come in and has been able to find the boundary right from the onset. 21 runs came from that 47th over. Holder looked for the Yorker, missed a couple times, then went into the pitch, and Young was so adept at finding the gap with mid-wicket in the circle. That T20 mode is helping. 20 from 6 so far. Must say, this is really aggressive from Shane Dowrich. He continues to bring mid-off up into the circle for Teddy Bishop. We are in the 48th over, sir, currently. He's not worried. He's challenging Bishop to go over mid-off. He's got 4 fielders deep on the leg side and just deep third on the off side.
Good bowling. Good bowling by Isaiah Thorne. There's nobody on the boundary except for the third man on the offside. So obviously, Nikhil, the plan is to bowl leg stump. They've got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. So that has to be the plan, into the pads.
300 has come up as well for the West Indies Academy. Small victories for this Academy side, led by Naim Young. Thorne has got that one wrong. Or has he? No, he hasn't. May have just brushed the pad on the way through. No wide signaled. Only the 3rd time, sir, currently, a team has got 300 plus here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Which means that when the CCC turn comes to bat, they'll be under immense pressure.
Not sure how aware Naim Young is out in the middle, but there's a serious opportunity for the Academy to gain 2 points. They've currently faced 139 dots. And there's 13 deliveries remaining. If they can score off of 11 of the remaining deliveries, so currently they'll gain 2 points, not just 1, but 2, for being under the 50% dot ball. What a shot. It's been that day, that type of day for Teddy Bishop, and he continues into the 90s now. 305 for 6. It's been the Bishop show. 93 now from 72 deliveries. Strike rate is a touch under 130. And he's maintained that tempo right through the innings. Put pressure on CCC as Shamar Holder will bowl his final over. What field does he have? Had square leg in the circle last over to Young, now has it outside. So 4 deep on the leg side, mid-off is up and deep cover. Wanted 2, just 1.
The impressive Teddy Bishop, 7 runs away from 100. Can he do it? Can Holder prize him out?
And we talk about constant progression, Sir Curtly, from these young players. Teddy Bishop last year mentioned that he only had the 62 runs, but 4 out of the 5 times he was dismissed, it was by pace. Today he struck at over 150 against the faster bowlers, so continuously improving. Just 2 runs from the first 3. It's been good execution from Holder. Can he close out the over though?
Good slow delivery. Totally deceived Nam Young. He was into his shot way early. Good bowling so far from Shamar Holder. 2 deliveries left. Can he finish strong? Can he finish without giving away a boundary?
Work to be done. Just raced across the outfield. Oh, trouble, big trouble. They've already had 2 runouts. Young for almost could shake Bishop's hand. Bishop wants to strike though. He's 6 away from 100. 1 delivery remaining in this 49th over. Holder's only conceded 3.
Certainly a good over. If he can finish off without giving away a boundary, would have been a magnificent over. Can he do it?
Brilliant execution from Shamar Holder. Great to see him back at his best at times in this game. Ends his spell. It's been a tough day at work for him, but just 4 runs from this over. That could be crucial. 309 for 6. It's been a tough day for the bowlers, but it's been a really good surface for batting, and CCC will have their opportunity. Isaiah Thorne will bowl his final. And Bishop, who's 5 away from 100, is off strike, and that, don't think he'll go to his tally, will be leg byes.
He really deserved to get 100. Played extremely well throughout. Took the attack to all the bowlers. Never looked troubled. Played some lovely shots throughout. And I'm quite sure that you love to get back on strike to try and get that century.
Making a change in field now for Thorne. Backward squares come into the circle. There is deep third, long off, long on. Very straight mid-wicket and fine leg. Now he's making another change, Dorich. Been quite active in his field placing. Readily looking to put some doubt in the batter's mind, to inflict some mistake. Fine leg is in, square leg on the boundary. Man out there in the deep and takes it again. Shakir Paris has been good on that boundary. But Naeem Young, you would say, has done his job.
Had to go for it. We're into the final over. Full pitch delivery from Isaiah Thorne. Couldn't get the elevation that was necessary. Naeem Young held out quite easily to Shakir Paris on that long off boundary. Easy catch. Naeem Young, enterprising 24 comes to an end. West Indies Academy flew 10 for 7. Just 4 deliveries left to complete this 50 overs.
One Bishop joins another. Joshua Bishop. Left arm spinner comes to the middle. I've seen him play a few shots as well, so they want as many as possible. Remember, if Teddy Bishop, who's at the non-strikers end, can get to 100, they would secure a bonus point because the strike rate has been excellent. But he's 95 and at the non-strikers end. Can Bishop either rotate strike or find the boundary? They'll take all at this stage, the academy. Can't do either.
The last wicket to fall. Naeem Young held out quite easily and comfortably. Shakir Paris, good pair of hands. Wicket to Isaiah Thorne. 3 deliveries left. Will Teddy Bishop get back on strike to try and get that 100?
Goes straight up again, but Bishop has powered it over long off for 6. What a strike, what a result for the academy.
That was a tremendous blow. Shortish delivery from Isaiah Thorne, and it was slapped tennis-like all the way over long off for 6. Two deliveries to go. What is going to happen here?
Goes again, but a fielder is under it and takes it again. It's just 1 delivery to go, and it means that Teddy Bishop will likely be stranded on 95 at the non-striker's end. Don't think he'll get an opportunity to face and enhance that score.
Went very, very high in the air. Comfortably taken in the end. And Thorne collects another wicket. Joseph Bishop, short stay. 6 he got from 3 deliveries. West Indies Academy 316 for 8. one delivery left. It appears that the impressive Teddy Bishop will be left high and dry on 95.
Ashmead Ned has come to the middle. And it's still to be confirmed, Sir Curtly, but they've faced 145 dots, which means that they should be able to secure 2 bonus points for being under that 50% threshold. So really good from the academy, but need to finish well. Thorne has been good in this back end of the innings. Wide signaled, has to re-bowl it. Seen good variations though. Got Wickham out, slower delivery now. Executed it well in this over, Isaiah Thorne. Don't know if he can afford to go wide. He's got third in the circle, point in the circle, cover in the circle.
Just got the ball full and straight on the stumps. Full and straight. There you go. Beautifully bowled. Only one. A single to end the 50th over. 318 for 8. West Indies Academy. Teddy Bishop, very impressive. 95 not out from 75 deliveries. Boy, did he deserve 100. But unfortunately, he didn't quite get there.
A day to remember for this young phenomenon. Got to his 50 in 37 deliveries, the Grenadian, and he'll be very proud, as will his coach and captain, the way that he's able to be so aggressive with wickets in hand, in the middle overs as well, with 4 and 5 fielders on the boundary. So all the way to the end, getting the academy to a very competitive 318. 3 half centuries in this innings. And for CCC, well, they'll reflect and think, could have been better, but have a golden opportunity on this surface with a batting pedigree to come.
Not what Captain Shane Dawich and his team would have wanted, but it was a good service to bat on. Hardly anything for the bowlers. And 318 for 8 after 50 overs is a formidable score. Gonna take some doing to get there.
Thorne was good, 3 wickets for him, all at the back end of the innings. Good to see Shamar Holder back and bowling his full quarter, picked up a wicket. Abhijay Mansingh 2 for 55 as well, with his leg spin. Let's go down to Matt Floyd.
I've got Teddy Bishop alongside me. Teddy, you're normally an opener, but number 4 seems to suit you.
Yeah, I mean, I've given a new job to do with this new team, so I'm happy to do it.
You want to stay there?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah.
And you know what? You were so close to those 3 figures, you just couldn't get on strike at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the other batsmen was good strikers of the ball, so it doesn't matter to me. I mean, once the team is up to a good total, I'm happy with whatever we got.
It's a very good score. That's the 2nd highest score on this pitch in list day cricket. Do you feel you're over par with that?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good total, and our bowlers can defend that.
Yeah. Don't worry, the 100 will come soon. We'll bat it.
Yeah, hopefully.
Teddy Bishop, really well done, the West Indies Academy. Started slowly, increased the tempo as the innings went on, and I've got a very competitive 318 from their 50 overs. A chance for combined campuses and colleges to show their pedigree with bat in hand. More action after the break.
Welcome back. We have just seen the second highest score ever made here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in List A cricket. The West Indies Academy have smashed their way to 318 for 8. As you can see by the Manhattans, they started fairly sedately against the combined campuses and colleges, but then really got going. 3 half centuries. Leonardo Julian first up, then Matthew Nandu on his List A debut, and Teddy Bishop almost got his maiden List A 100. He fell just 5 short, 95 not out. Brilliant innings. I've got Kesrick Williams and Shakira Selman alongside me to reflect on it. Let's just have an overall reflection on the innings first. Was that all about the middle overs when they just absolutely dominated the CCC bowlers? Scored almost 200 from overs 10 to 40.
Yeah, they made it look really easy to score in those middle overs, and that's exactly what that bonus point system is about. They rotated it straight, and they really capitalized on the bad deliveries. I was really impressed with that, and it looked almost like it was a plan to bat around Matthew Nandu. Everyone else got going around him, but he was supposed to bat through the innings, and it worked well for them. They're only the 3rd team to get over 300 on this pitch.
Yeah, second highest score ever. Tell me about your man, Teddy Bishop, your friend from the Windward Islands. Did you see something different from him today, i.e. middle order batting, and very effective middle order batting?
Definitely, I love the way how he came out and how he smashed it all along the ground. First of all, I'm kind of surprised, but at the end of the day, I love the way how he batted, because he's normally an opening batter. But at the end of the day, the way how he played, it showed his versatility. Coming from the Windward Islands Super 50 tournament, scoring 3 half centuries on the bounce, coming here with that same form. Love the way how he played. Deserve 100 though, but at the end of the day, it's team first.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite get the strike at the end through no fault of his own, but it was a wonderful knock. Keep your eye on Teddy Bishop and how his career progresses, and also keep your eye on Matthew Nandu. You mentioned there, he anchored the innings, a very different type of knock. At the age of just 20, he looks like he really knows his game.
Yeah, he seems to be one that understands his game, and that was the shot that really got him going. But he showed great temperament and great resolve, and he kept his composure throughout the entire innings. That was what was so impressive for me. He took a while to get to that 50. He did slow down eventually, but as soon as he got to 50, then he pushed on, and it was unfortunate that he wasn't there to get his 100.
Well, that's right, isn't it? Does he deserve credit for, he could have easily slowed down there and got a bit stuck, but he did up his strike rate towards the end, and he almost got up to 100 strike rate.
What I really like about Nandu though, we've been stressing on how much players in the Caribbean don't really score off good balls, but he came out to the good balls, he got singles and twos off of them. They rotate the strike really well in the middle, something that was lacking throughout this tournament. We talk about how much the middle overs is important because of the spin bowling here at the Brian Lara Academy, but what he showed today, he showed that, listen, I can do it, and he did a very good job during the middle period of the game.
Yeah, well, they've done well there, haven't they? Get the bonus point for the middle overs. They get bonus point for going over 300 and also for the dot ball percentage as well. We should mention Leonardo Julian, too, the other player from the academy to get a half century. Arguably played the shot of the day, that 6 off the back foot over cover.
Yeah, he's the guy who really provided the impetus to this scoring rate. They were slow at the beginning, and that's the shot you were talking about. What a shot it was. They were slow at the beginning, just 4 of the first 4 overs. Kimani Milius lost his wicket, and from the time Julian came, all of a sudden there was impetus and there was momentum added to the scoring rate, and he ran well as well. He really pulled Nandu around.
Yeah, that's right. They kept it ticking over, didn't they, with the singles, even when they weren't hitting the boundary. So that is a very impressive score. CCC, even if it is a good pitch, you're going to have to bat very well to get to their target. 319 is what they need. Now, we saw a very brief cameo from Matthew Ford. There he is, his second ball for a massive 6. We're going to find out a bit more about him after the break. Very impressive bowler in the CPL as well this year, and we're also going to get a view from the CCC camp. We're going to hear from their assistant coach, Pedro Collins.
Got West Indies Academy all-rounder Matthew Ford joining us. Matthew, thanks so much for your time. A year ago, you played this regional Super 50 Cup with the CCC side. This year, new challenge with the West Indies Academy. How excited are you?
I'm always excited to play cricket, and it's a new challenge for me about showing consistency, showing my fitness. The 50 over game is a bit longer than the T20 format. Obviously, we just came with the T20 format, so we've been doing a bit of conditioning and strength work towards the 50 over cup. So very excited. It should be a good challenge for us as a group, collective group. Very confident going into the tournament.
And since that Super 50 tournament, Matthew, it's been a crazy roller coaster ride of 12 months for you. After that tournament, obviously, went on to play in the CPL where he took 11 wickets. Also took the most wickets in T20 cricket in Canada. What do you think has contributed to this massive growth and development of your career?
For me, it's just about doing the basics for long periods, for longer periods, and sticking to what I know. You know, just keeping it simple, training hard. It's basically been my routine. I don't try to go outside of my box. Keep it as simple as possible, and that's just me.
You've obviously played a lot of T20 cricket. Now with the 50 over challenge, what do you think is some of the differences that you must adapt to as a seamer?
Obviously, the pitches down here are a bit different. They're low, so that'll be one adjustment we have to make as a fast bowling group. Communicate as quickly as possible, and as well as fitness. You know, for 10 overs is a lot more than 4 overs. You know, and for me, fitness is key. I believe a lot on fitness, so I'll be striving on that.
You got a West Indies cap on, weren't selected in the initial West Indies Academy group. Just how much of a satisfaction is it for you to be in this group now, playing in the Super 50, but also to represent the Maroon?
For me, I always like to give myself a goal, and for me, it was a couple months ago, before I was in the academy, as we were spoken at the Coolest Move in April. It was my goal to get into the academy. So now that I'm here, I just don't want to be in the academy. I want to be in the academy, and I want to win with the academy. So, you know, it's a great group of boys, and I mean, we believe in one another. So, and we've all played cricket from the under-19 level coming up. So yeah, it's a great challenge for us.
Obviously, mentioning some of that group, you guys would have been together for a long time, playing in that 2020 under-19 World Cup. How have you guys maintained the camaraderie and relationships over the years?
Actually, we were talking about it. We were like, we've been together for it's almost 6 years now. So it's a very long time, and a couple of us went to West Indies under 15 as well together. So, you know, we've been together, we've been playing together for a long time, and we trust each other, believe in each other, and that's the most important thing about us, and that's what makes us so unique, our camaraderie as a group.
Those are some of your younger teammates, but I'll talk to you about one of your senior teammates now. Alzari Joseph is someone you obviously spent a lot of time with at the St. Lucia Kings. How much, Matthew, did he contribute to your personal growth and development?
Obviously, AJ is, from the time I entered St. Lucia, we had a very close relationship. He was always one phone call away, and he was never short on time. And that's one thing I appreciated about him, is that he always even if he didn't have time, he would make time. So even up to this day, you know, we still communicate. Like I like to call it a brotherhood. And basically, we had a saying. It's not a saying, but it's something we do before every game. So me and him are usually the last persons to go onto the field, and then we would knock each other and say, "Let's hunt in packs." So that's just something we have in between us. Yeah.
And you mentioned hunting in packs. Are you looking forward to maybe hunting him down, having a ball at him?
Yeah, we had a few discussions on this year. I think Leeward is our second game, and I'll be coming hard at him, because obviously it's bragging rights, and yeah, I'll be coming hard.
Challenge laid down, Alzari. Now, unlike the academy, the side they are taking on today have a blend of youth and experience, and CCC assistant coach Pedro Collins is excited about the group of players he has to work with.
Pedro Collins, thanks a lot for your time. I'm obviously assistant coach of the combined campuses and colleges. You've been around for a couple of seasons now, Peddy. What is the excitement like going into this year's tournament?
It's very, excited to be in this tournament. Thank that the Cricket West Indies allow us to be part of it. We have a very energetic bunch of guys, and they're all looking forward to doing well. So I am, looking forward for good things from them, and hopefully it's the stepping stone of, a pathway to the, cricketing career.
Tell me about the group that you have. What have you seen so far that has impressed you about them? Who are some of the names you think we can look forward to seeing do well in this tournament?
Well, first of all, the skipper, Shane Dulwich, it's good to have him. He has loads of experience and he's a very good leader. I think that he's going to do, well. Obviously, he's trying to get back into West Indies cricket, so we have points to prove. Young Shamar Holder, he's back as well. Let me call him young, he's still 26 years old. And, he's on the rebound of coming off an injury, so he's looking to get back there as well. We have young Johnson now that came from the under-19s. I'm looking forward to seeing him doing good things. He's been scoring a lot of runs. And hopefully, he get the opportunity to showcase his talent. And then young Jeremiah, up front. I think he's an excellent cricketer, a good opener. He's tipped to take over from Devon Smith. I think he's very exciting to watch. And guys like Kadim Ali, very talented cricketers. So the whole bunch of guys, they're very positive players. That's the thing from last year. I think that the guy was a bit held back. And now this group is more, a bit more experienced and more adventurous and courageous. So that's what I want from the guys, positive cricket right through.
You were part of that 2018 side that won this tournament with Carlos Brathwaite at the helm and Floyd Rifa as well. What does it take to win a tournament of this nature?
Well, it takes a lot of dedication, hard work, dedication, understanding of the game, the knowledge of the game, scenarios in terms of reading the game and not trying to rush it. 50 overs is a lot of overs, you have a lot of time. So, the group, I would say camaraderie, it was really good. I thought the team spirit was high. The guys didn't never look to one player at any time to just, to do things. Everybody put up their hand in the department that especially the bowlers. I thought the bowling unit and the fielding unit was fantastic in that team. And hopefully, this year, these guys, you have a lot of young guys here, so hopefully those guys will come out here and be energetic right through for 50 overs and bring home the bacon, We're playing against the emerging team today, two developmental teams. So hopefully that these teams are, obviously the future. And, they put on a good show today for the people.
I know you're in a coaching capacity, Petty, but you've personally done really well in this Super 50 Cup. Took the best bowling figures ever back in 2007. From a coaching and regional perspective, what is the importance of this CG United Regional Super 50 Cup?
I think it's always very important. Yes, I have the best bowling figures, at any given time somebody else could have that. But it's not about just, coming out here and trying to get as much wickets as possible. It's about understanding the game. Obviously, the young guys, and they just need an opportunity to be seen, There's a lot of cricket all over the world playing right now. So this could be a stepping stone because you never know who's watching. So I always ask guys to go there and always give them best at all times, just put in that word, be brave and play the natural game, Some guys wait till they get to this level and try to, go in a little cage, but we ask guys to be, expressive, express yourself, but in a very positive way. And hopefully, these guys can be seen around the world and hopefully, their careers take off.
Got a really interesting innovation this year with the bonus point system. How has that factored into the plans from a coaching staff perspective?
Yeah, well, I like the concept in terms of getting guys to score at a good rate. Obviously, looking to take wickets in the power play. But we're not going to focus too much on it. We still want to play good cricket and to win games. So obviously, when we play good cricket, those things are going to come in play. They're going to look after themselves. So we're not going to focus too much on bonus points right now, just to play good cricket and win games.
We've spoken a lot about your group. I'll ask you about someone on the opposition, Matthew Ford, who you've coached from 12 or 13 years old, all the way to the CPL earlier this year. He was with you at CCC last season. How would you assess his development and the way he's grown throughout the years?
For Matthew, I'm very delighted that he's come a long way. I'm very happy for him. I think he have grown leaps and bounds. Obviously, he plays for me at university still. He's a guy that knows the cricket. He understands field placing, and he gets up. He put in his work. He have to go through his routine, and he does that very well. I asked him to set that example, even though he's not with me now. Just set the example for the other guys in that team. And I think he has a good cricketing brain, so he could be a leader one day. He have a great opportunity to actually break into West Indies team because he had a really good CPL. He had a good GT20 as well. And he's been bowling very well. So hopefully that this tournament, he can, do the same thing and have a good season.
And last question for you, Paddy. In terms of this group of players, what has the discussions been like coming into the tournament? What do you expect to see game by game from your team?
Well, in this group, I would like we to just take it one game at a time. Obviously, when we're batting, we want to set good targets for the bowlers to defend. I want a lot of energy from the guys right through, positive mindset, obviously. But we're going to take it one game at a time. You're not going to just rush, and you can't win a tournament in just one day or 2 days. It's going to take time. And just understanding what they have to do as a unit, and it's a team effort, not a one-man sport. So once they play together, I think that we can do good things. They're a very excited bunch of guys, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to good things happening.
Thanks a lot for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Welcome back to match 5 in the CG United Super 50 Cup. West Indies A already making a statement with the manner in which they've batted. They've got 318 for 8 on the board already, thanks mainly to half centuries from Matthew Nandu. Julian as well pitched in with a quick fire 51, but the star of the day with the bat surely is Teddy Bishop. Remained unbeaten on 95. Very unfortunate for him, he didn't go on to 3 figures, but it was an impressive innings from the young man from Grenada. Combined campuses and colleges, they had to toil very hard. Picked up an early wicket in that first power play, but then the going got tougher in the middle phase. Had a couple of runouts though. And in the end, 2 wickets going to Mansingh, 3 to Thorne. And it was a difficult surface for the bowlers. So now the run chase. It will have to be a record run chase if the combined campuses and colleges are to win this one. Only the 3rd time we've seen a team go past 300 in List A cricket at this venue. As we see the West Indies Academy team led by Naim Young about to take the field. Final few words of encouragement. Matthew Ford surely will relish his opportunity with the new ball. Again, a reminder that the highest successful run chase at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is 249. Target today, 319 Sir Curtly Ambrose. How would you sum up this prospect for CCC?
It's not going to be an easy chase. History isn't on their side in terms of getting past 300. And of course, the West Indies Academy would be full of confidence after getting to 318. They would fancy their chances of defending these runs. However, this wonderful game of cricket, we've seen strange things. So I'm expecting an exciting run chase.
He's surely going to be exciting with the new ball. If you followed him recently in the Caribbean Premier League, you know that he gets the ball to swing into right-handers with the new ball. He's a genuine wicket taker in this phase of the innings. We'll have to contend with a left-right combination from CCC. Johan Jeremiah, another young player from Grenada. Just 24 years of age. He's a no-nonsense type batter, so if you allow him width, if you over-pitch deliveries, he will cash in. Start of the run chase. Here's Matthew Ford.
Starts with a wide. It's a very easy pace wicket. Nothing much for any of the bowlers. And I reckon this first 10 overs is going to be extremely crucial for the CCC to lay that foundation to chase down what is a big total. A little bit of shape there for Matthew Ford.
Of course, both openers will know it's a new game. They had a good start in that run chase against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when the heavens opened up and the match was abandoned. That particular innings, they were going at over-run a ball, didn't lose a wicket. Just into the 7th over. Now another chance for these two to start over. Few learnings that CCC can take from the way West Indies Academy batted, the manner in which they were able to rotate strike. Only 140 dot balls. Sir Curtly Ambrose, just about 23 and a half overs. speaks to the approach to batting. There's Shane Dorwich, right of screen, the captain, will be critical in this run chase as well. Abhijay Mansingh picked up 2 wickets. He also will be valuable with the bat.
Good delivery. Has to be very careful, Johan Jeremiah, because of the angle. Matthew Ford bowling from around the wicket to the left-hander. The angle, you have to be very careful. 2 slips in position, looking for that edge.
And through him, wicketkeeper not holding on. We'll wait for the umpire to signal. Yep, bye, so no bat involved.
That one seemed to have dragged back quite a long way. Good delivery. Certainly dragged back a long way. Very close to the stumps as well. Close, Matthew Ford, but not close enough.
Leonardo Julian was blinded there, didn't hold on. Not the ideal start to support Matthew Ford in the field. Worked onside. Nice looking shot from Alim. End of the first over, 4 without loss. Nice looking batting lineup for combined campuses and colleges. A team that had that previous match against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Didn't quite get the opportunity with the bat. And the match was called off, and a no result ended proceedings. Kelvin Pittman will partner Matthew Ford. Sir Kirtley Ambrose, you know a lot about him. He was recently with you in that Jamaica Tallawahs side in the CPL. Replacement player, of course. Finds the outside edge straight away. Tell me a little bit about him and his talents as a fast bowler.
Good start, big man, good start.
He can be a bit pacey. Probably won't see that on this surface. He has got some good pace. 20 years of age, Pittman. Played a couple of games for the Jamaica Tallawahs not so long ago. Did reasonably well. Was also part of the under-19 squad in 2022, but got an injury and missed the whole tournament. Willing to learn.
He did mention that he hails from Antigua as well. You know, in certain parts of Antigua, if you're born there, you naturally progress to becoming a West Indian fast bowler like yourself, Alzari Joseph, Andy Roberts, Kenny Benjamin.
Vincent Benjamin and company. Yeah, but young Pittman is from the eastern part of Antigua, a village called Bethesda. If you cast the mind back, there's the leg spinner Anthony Martin. He's from the same village.
Just picked here Anthony Martin in his police uniform.
Yeah, but for a small Twin Island state of Antigua and Barbuda, we produce quite a few international cricketers. A few great ones as well.
So Vivian Richards, for those of you who are jogging your memory, trying to figure out who Secretly Ambrose is speaking about. There's also Sir Richie Richardson. Did mention Sandy Roberts before.
The CCC, the dugout is looking a little bit relaxed. The smurs all about, but it's not going to be an easy chase.
Straight to the fielder, missed out on that half volley. Again, both openers will take a little time to get accustomed to the conditions. So you would appreciate this pitch. Very different to the pitch used in that Scorpions Hurricanes match, which was played yesterday. And the Scorpions, they were bowled out for 123. And the Hurricanes, they romped to victory. Chopped on, and he will receive 4. Ends the over with a boundary after 2, 12 without loss. Long way away from that target of 319, the CCC. They've been shown a few templates in how to go about batting in this surface. So far, both openers, they've been very, very watchful, very clinical with stroke play as well. Was the last ball of the last over. Maybe a lowering of bounce. Just hitting outside the line of that delivery. Jeremiah.
Come in, Vic, come.
Few spin options available to Naeem Young as well. Generally speaking, teams often use their spinners in the middle phase of the innings. Ashmead Ned, left-arm spinner. One option, there's also Joshua Bishop, who can bowl the new ball. We saw him do that in the T20 format of the game. Nice delivery, just probing outside the line of the off stump, generally moving the ball away from Jeremiah and also bringing it in on occasions.
Very good delivery. And look at the carry on a very slow track. That should be encouraging for Matthew Ford. Still got toe slips in place, looking for that outside edge. Customary hopping and skipping on the spot before he takes off.
Idiosyncrasies of bowlers. You've seen a few in your time, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, quite right. Yeah, very unusual, but I guess he's trying to get into his rhythm. And then here he goes.
Of Lasset Malinga, who kissed the ball before he ran into bowl. Brett Lee had an extra pump in his run-up. Solid in defense. Good so far from CCC. Again, both batters trying to get themselves in, not trying to be too expansive. So a traditional approach to the innings so far from these two. They've got a wide array of strokes as well, both Jeremiah and Alain. End of the third, 14 without loss. A successful chase by combined campuses and colleges will be a great showpiece for this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. And that's if CCC can get to the target score of 319. I say showpiece because these are currently the young, talented white ball cricketers in the region. Those who have had minimal experiences playing at this level, which is one tier below the international level. And both franchises trying to groom core values that will be transferred to the international level. Nicely timed. Good balance shown by Alain so far, playing through the onside.
Lovely.
Oftentimes you see openers fall over because they're so anxious to get bat on ball. Head moving offside. Usually as an opener, you're trying to get yourself into position. And that movement could be triggered a little too early at times, which gets you out of position. Back past the bowler. A shot of confidence from Alain. He's a strong man and he's a confident man.
Over pitch delivery from Pittman. And on a surface like this, and you bowl that length, more often than not, you will go. And that was a good strike. Didn't try to hit it too hard either. Good timing.
That's one of the things going in favor of CCC in this run chase is the fact that this pitch is batting friendly. Haven't seen any demons out in the middle in terms of lateral movement, in terms of spin. But having said that, he prizes a wicket with a length delivery. Quite an innocuous delivery that Alain wasn't able to three to it. Chipped it straight to short fine leg.
Revenge for Pittman. The shot was on, didn't get enough elevation, straight to that fielder at short fine leg. Easy catch. And Pittman just waved him off. Say, get out of here. Kadeem Alain is gone for 10. The CCC losing the first wicket at 20.
Shot fire? Oh boy. We might sponsor with everybody. Shot fire.
You getting some shit? No. You getting with them?
Now leg up. How's the legs?
Nice. Stand back there, you get your way.
Right down over to Tuka.
Shaqiri Paris. Right-handed batter who's very talented.
This is the reason why Paris is here. Alain couldn't get a hold of it the way he was liked and held out quite easy and comfortably at a short fine leg. And Pittman just waving him off. Get out of here.
Standing down the leg side. For a moment, Pittman was asking the question. Successful over for West Indies Academy, the wicket of Alain. Forgone 20 for 1. Shane Dorridge slated to come in at number 4. Will be critical in this run chase. So far, Ford has provided great support to Pittman with the new ball. What they've done well is they've kept Jeremiah quite at bay. Usually he tries on anything short, on over-pitch deliveries. Hasn't really gotten any for him to free his arms.
I don't think that the West Indies Academy would mind this. They're not scoring, which means they're putting themselves under pressure. A bit of bat there, a bit of bat. And when you're under pressure, you tend sometimes to try something out of the ordinary and get yourselves out. Clearly hitting the bat. Would have been sliding down as well.
Good decision from umpire Jacqueline Williams. Standing alongside Dighton Butler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
A dead ball called by Jacqueline Williams, who hails from Jamaica. She's been around the circuit for quite a while.
Yeah, she's umpired in 5 one-day internationals, 18 T20 internationals as well. And in the Women's ODI World Cup. Titan Butler as well. 5 ODIs to his name, 1 T20 international between 2005, 2006. That's as a player. Umpired in that women's ODI circuit. 5 international women's ODI matches, 2 World T20 internationals for the women's. When you look at Paris, he's a young player that is very talented, has good technique, and as a batter, quite a high backlift. He's not someone to move around the crease a lot, stands very still. Wonderful driver of the cricket ball he is.
Good movements of the seam that time. Good carry as well. But unfortunately, he'll have to bowl it over. Was way too wide.
Very similar start to what we saw from the West Indies Academy, despite them getting to 318 for 8. After 10 overs, they were 45 for 1. They focus heavily on preserving wickets, batters getting themselves in. Very similar approach required here early in the innings. End of the 5th, 23 for 1. Gone for 4. Nice whip off the legs. Good balance again. That's only the 3rd boundary off the innings for CCC.
Not a good delivery from Pittman. Too much on the leg stump. And with the fine leg in the circle, once you get enough bat on it, always going to be 4. Need to make an adjustment. He got a heavily packed offside field. I reckon still a bit too straight. I reckon if you're going to err, you're going to err on the offside.
Pulled in front of that square leg fielder. Done with disdain and authority.
Short delivery this time. And that tells you the slow nature of the surface. Pull off the front foot basically, well in front of square. There's 2 boundaries in the over so far. Pittman has got a lot to consider now. What will be his response?
Earlier today, match number 4 was completed with the Red Force and the Volcanoes. Windward Islands batting first, got to 254 for 9, and then the chase was on. The Red Force got there with 2 overs to spare, thanks mainly to Keon Otley's unbeaten century. 134 he produced. The Red Force going on to win by 6 wickets, moving into 2nd position. Picked up 4 bonus points to Kirtley Ambrose with that win too. Volcanoes just secured 1 bonus point.
A much better length that time from Pittman. Pittman is still a young man, still learning the art, 20 years of age. But he has to understand that at this point, it's not about looking to take wickets. They've got a big total on the board, build pressure, bowl dot balls, force the batters to make an error.
Ten from the over, 6 gone, 33 for 1. First bowling change, Joshua Bishop, left arm spin. Did mention that he has a fair amount of experience bowling in this phase of the innings with the new ball in T20 cricket. And his captain has gone with him straight away.
Good start. Never easy for any bowler to bowl in the power play. And you can hear the wicketkeeper saying wicket to wicket. A very familiar face on the left. In the air, and it's gone. Maximum. What a stroke. Good blow. There's a long on in place, but didn't matter. Only there to retrieve.
They got hold of it. Enough bat to go all the way. Man centre of screen, Brian Charles Lara.
The great man. Played a lot with him back in the day. Prolific run scorer.
I understand he's done a fair amount of work with the West Indies Academy team in preparation for this tournament right here in Trinidad. I know that the coach of the CCC team has been in contact with him. searching for an opportunity for him to converse with the young players in this combined campuses and colleges team as well. Appointed the West Indies performance mentor. Swept onside. Another attacking stroke from Jeremiah, putting a lot of pressure on Bishop straight away. 10 runs again from this over. 43 for 1 after 7.
Yo, buddy. Yeah.
Johan Jeremiah just leading a bit of a charge here for the combined campuses and colleges. 24 off 26. Here's Naeem Young, the skipper. Both the opening bowlers have now been taken off. That's a response to the required run rate of 6.44 at the moment. Current run rate just over 6. So they're almost up with it. But Jeremiah showed a real propensity to attack in the first game. He was 24 not out off pretty much as many balls. 24 not out here off 26. Looks like he's going to really target Josh Bishop. That should be Paris off the mark. It is. But Kesrick's been a pretty entertaining start to the run chase.
Loving it, Matt. Love the way how Jeremiah is looking as well. It's with the CCC setup this year. Also hails from Grenada. He's on a Windies Volcanoes contract as well. But with the franchise system, it allows him to move to CCC. Obviously, he's studying as well. Looks good at the start here.
Oh, full and edged for just one in the end. Deep third was fairly straight. Tried to play that through the leg side.
Trying to play that ball to the leg side. That really should have been playing on the offside. Only shot that we have seen so far that it's really not on merit, but so far he's looking good. Just needs to carry on from here. He have a start already.
He started very full and very straight, hasn't he, Naeem Young? Zeroing in on those pads on the stumps. Was the captain last year for the academy. Played 7 games in the CPL this year for the Barbados Royals. Only a couple of wickets. Quite expensive as well, economy rate over 10. As you can see, he can bat as well, as we saw at the end of the innings. Some lusty bellows there into the stands. Useful all-round cricketer. 45 for 1. Lovely sight, that. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy sticking out like a beacon in the darkness. So CCC actually ahead of where the academy were at this stage. 8 overs, 45 for 1. If they get 15 more and don't lose a wicket in the next 2 overs, they will get a bonus point.
Yeah, man, let go,
First look at Matthew Nandu. Fresh off his very impressive 84 off 92 balls. Bit of off spin. That's cut through the gap for 4. Cut well.
Really well played. Johan Jeremiah looks good. The thing that I like about this shot though, a lot of players cut the ball and go away from the ball. What he did there is move into the ball. Gives him more access to play that shot. Which is really good.
And again, this time he beats backward point on the other side, showing real aggression towards the spin here, Jeremiah.
He's continuing with his form. Lovely shot again. This time true cover. Finished with most runs in the Windward Island Super 50 as well. So he's in good form. Works hard on his cricket. He's a type of guy that really don't like to leave any stone unturned. He likes to work hard, so happy to see him doing well now.
Proving to be a good night for the young Windward Islands batters who are plying their trade elsewhere. Teddy Bishop with a fantastic 95 not out off 75 balls. Now Jeremiah, 33 not out off 31. 6 4s and a 6. Only one other boundary hit by CCC. That was by Elaine. Slip's gone in.
As I mentioned earlier, Johan Jeremiah is on a Windward Islands franchise contract.
Once again, he's hit the gap. He has hit 3 different gaps in the offside in this over with pretty much the same shot. Great batting.
Looks like he's getting it more in front now. He started behind point. Hit the second one to cover. Now he's going to extra cover. So he's coming around. We probably might see him go to mid off here.
Here we go. He's going for 4 inside mid off. It really is. Oh no, it's going to get cut off by long on. You're almost a genius there, Kesrick. What an over. Goes for 13, 58 for 1. Two more runs only needed from this over, as long as they don't lose a wicket, and CCC will have a bonus point, their second bonus point of the match, after they picked up 2 run-outs. I wonder how aware of that the batters out there are. They should be. A little tempter, but he didn't want to play ball.
Johan Jeremiah started behind point. Lovely shot. Then it to cover. And then extra cover. He was building an umbrella of strokes there. Well played by him. I don't really want to get into that points conversation with you because the last time a team needed 2 points.
Oh, that was close. Had to get back on that. That should be the 2 they need for the bonus point. So well done. Round of applause from the bench, so they must know that that is the first batting bonus point. As long as they don't lose a wicket, by the way. If they lose a wicket, the next 4 balls, they won't have that point.
Still not trying to say much. The last time we were on air, team needed 2 runs. And we spoke about it, and then boom. Would love to see them get that batting point.
Picked up in the air. That's another fantastic shot. He's showing us the full repertoire here. Just clipped off his pads beautifully.
He's definitely building an umbrella here. This one, remember the last shot that he played was straight down the ground. This one is over mid-wicket. The next shot probably might be through square leg. So you never know. He's building an umbrella of strokes. So he's looking pretty good.
Wide ball. Now, we don't want to upset Darren Ganga because he obviously wants to hold on to Jeremiah, but they're Teddy Bishop today. Jeremiah. You telling me these guys can't get into the Windward Islands 50 over side?
To be honest with you, when you look at the Windward side, with a player like Alec Anthony's at the top, and the forever growing Johnson Charles, Kavim Hodge.
Repeat dose. Up and over the leg side. One bounce this time. He's going to have to change his line. Naeem Young, 2 straight.
Lovely. That brings him to 49. Oh, such style. Really well played. Balance as well. Wow. A little bit of spice from the Grenadian. Well, he's from the Spice Island, so I'm expecting a little bit of spice, and we're getting it here now. He's really playing well, Matt. We're enjoying it as well.
Absolutely. That should be a wide. Naeem Young started pretty well with his straight line. He's just lost his radar a little bit in this over. Both sides of the wicket.
That's what good shots do to you, Matt. Makes you lose your line. Scoring at a good strike rate as well, 129, which is really good.
Cut hard. Another boundary. And 50 for Johan Jeremiah. Well played, young man. Just his second list day game, and he's raced to a 39-ball 50. We saw a really impressive 50 from a left-hander in the first game, a young left-hander in Athanaze, who's already broken through to the West Indies side. We've seen another one today.
Really well played. Really, really well played. His ability to get to the ball and playing it late as well.
And now he goes straight. Doesn't get all of that. Still going to be a couple. Jeremiah looking really dangerous here. It's 76 off the first 10 overs. They need to get him out of there, the West Indies Academy. Could have a very exciting run chase on our hands here. That's the end of the first power play. CCC 76 for 1. West Indies Academy were 45 for 1. We've still got up to 318 for 8. So they could do with breaking this partnership pretty quickly. They need to get Jeremiah. That's the one that's causing them all the problems. He's got 55 out of 76 so far. And the response is to bring on another left-arm spinner. He really took to Joshua Bishop in his first over, hit him out of the attack. Now we've got a slightly different left-arm spinner coming on in Ashmead Ned. Probably bowls it a bit flatter than Bishop. But he also played his part last year. He was the catalyst for the big win against Jamaica with 3 crucial wickets at the back end. Good bowler. Did very well in the CPL as well. 3 games for St Kitts and Nevis Patriots. 5 wickets, an average of 15. Economy rate under 7. Starts well, right on the money.
Something I would like to bring to the viewers' attention, though.
Go on.
It's the guys that really played well on this surface that a lot of players have problem with. Kieran Powell, Alec Anthony's, Johan Jeremiah's playing well now. We saw Teddy Bishop today. Then we had Nandu. And also, I'm not forgetting Julian, Leonardo Julian. Out of those players, 3 of those players from the Windward Island who just finished playing the Windward Island tournament. So they have been playing cricket. So they came into the tournament not short of cricket.
Oh, there's the slog sweep. There's a man out there, but it's right in the middle of deep backward square leg and long on. Really fast hands there from Jeremiah and real power.
Speechless. Clinical, I would say. Really good shot. There's not much you can say right now to explain how he's batting. He's just out of the world. He's playing a gem of an innings here. What I would like to see him do is to convert that 50 into 100. Something that I would want them to always do. Young players.
Response is Ned goes over the wicket, changes the field slightly, brings an extra man over. What's the response going to be here? He goes flat. Jeremiah, if he got any bat on that, that was another boundary, because there's no one on the boundary behind square on the leg side. This is a test for the left arm spinners of the academy, Bishop and Ned, both highly thought of. Changing the field again, this time got a deep fine leg in place to prevent that sweep shot. 3 men out on the leg side boundary now to try and cut off the slog sweep and anything straight as well. He's bowling quick here, isn't he, Ned? Firing it in.
That's what good batting do to you. Trying to get out the over. He would want to finish this over well.
He will keep the strike, Jeremiah, which will please everyone at CCC, the way that he's playing. 84 for 1. The last 3 overs have been very expensive. 13, 18 and 8 now means that CCC have got the required rate down to 6. It was creeping up towards 6.5. Again, Naim Young is quite straight, but he's got protection now, deep mid-wicket in place alongside a deep backward square leg.
Johan Jeremiah, he's responsible for those tall buildings, those Manhattans. He calls himself Big City, and he's playing a very big innings here for the CCC. They would want him to continue. This is something that we want to see. These young players adapt, you know, converting these 50s into 100s, these 100s into 150s.
Phil comes in for Paris. Wide, throws his hands at it and thrashes it through backward point. Paris getting in on the act now.
Haven't seen much of Paris, but from what I've been hearing, that's a fantastic shot. Hands and eye coordination there. Very stylish as well. Lovely shot. Looks like a young DG, Darren Ganga, back in his day. Very stylish play. Have you ever seen DG back in his day?
I have. I don't remember too many of those shots, but I have.
I'm gonna tell you one time, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. I hope the viewers don't hear it. But back in the day, growing up playing cricket in the community and on the roads and stuff like that, you know, normally you will put a player's name on the bat. I had Darren Ganga on my bat.
But more importantly, is he in your notebook?
Never had the chance, but if I was playing then, yes.
Lovely timing. Protection now out on the offside boundary. So maybe some of Jeremiah's positivity and confidence just rubbing off on Paris. And why not? Because he has played some scintillating shots. Have a look at this package if you haven't been watching. Have a look at it anyway. Freebie early on, then very quick on the pull. Really went after Josh Bishop early on. This was a fantastic over. 3 different shots off the back foot through the offside, through 3 different gaps, and then a couple of pickups over mid-wicket. He can cut, and that is great hand speed. Flat 6 there. 10 fours, 2 sixes, 63 not out of 45 balls. Slow ball bouncer, which actually does the job for Naeem Young.
This is what we'll see from Naeem Young. So don't want to be too biased, but he's probably one of the smartest out of the lot from this West Indies Academy bowling. He would bowl his slow balls, he would bowl his Yorkers. When need to, though. He's very smart.
Again, that was a change-up from Naeem Young. That is a strength of his. He has been expensive, though. 3 overs, none for 26. It's 90 for 1. Fairly early days, but those economy rates will be a bit of a worry for the academy. Only one person under 8 at the moment. That is Matthew Ford. 3 overs, none for 8. Lovely sight that is. The academy. Oh, extra bounce from Ned. Actually quite well played by Paris. He rode the bounce. Just made sure he got that behind square, and it raced away for another boundary.
We have seen that delivery for the last couple of days. But he played it pretty well. I can remember that delivery. Did the best with Walcott from Windwards. And also to Casey Carty, that same delivery. We couldn't control it. But Paris playing is equal to the task, playing a really good shot down to third man.
Well, the academy's plans may have been to keep Paris on strike while Jeremiah was going so well, but now he's starting to score freely too. Got to build up some dots from somewhere, build up some pressure.
Hey!
Young Paris reminds me a lot of Kyle Corbin, captain CCC for a while. Very stylish.
That's going to be an easy single. So now it's the left-hander on strike against the left-arm spinner, and he doesn't look in the mood to give the bowler anything here. This could be exciting, these final 2 deliveries.
As I was saying, Shane Paris, very easy on the eye. He's the type of player that if you walk into the ground and you see him batting, you'll be like, wow, He's that wow factor type of player. Has to just back that up now with some runs behind his name.
Oh, there wasn't one there. Jeremiah wanted it. It'd be a real shame if his innings were to end like that. We don't want to see that. We want to see a bit more of this if possible. Whipped away off the stumps. That's a great shot. 4 more. This is really sublime batting from Jeremiah. 99 for 1.
Come on over there. That's two.
Happy faces in the CCC section. Why not? They lost a fairly early wicket. But since then, it's been all these two batters. 79 off 61 balls. Naeem Young is going to bowl a 4th over here, despite the fact that he's going at over 8 and over. He is, of course, the captain, so he makes the decisions. Another very well-timed shot through the offside by Paris. They're going to come back for 2. Looks very strong through the offside, Shakir Paris. Doesn't try to overhit the ball. 100 up.
Floyd Reefer, proud man now, I would say. Had so much conversation with Johan Jeremiah. Spoke about how Floyd worked with him very closely. That's a 29 balls to get that 50. Really fast.
Yeah, it must be great for the young players here to have someone of the caliber of Floyd Reefer as their head coach, ex-West Indies head coach, of course. Really helps to have that kind of knowledge, that kind of experience, and a great name he has as well. Oh, that's a thick inside edge. Well bowled, change up off cutter.
I was waiting for that, Floydie. I was waiting for you to say that. Floyd Reefer, Matt Floyd.
Short, pulled, short arm jab. I think the pace was taken off it slightly by mid-wicket, which prevents the boundary, but it's 2 more to the score.
Jeremiah's been a gem of an innings here, but I'm not taking my eyes off Paris. He looks a compact player. Whenever he plays a shot, he makes you as a viewer, commentator, look like, that's a good shot.
Yeah, they've been a really nice combination, haven't they? The left-right combination, slightly different types of players, but as you say, both very elegant. Maybe Paris is a little bit more of a timer of the ball. Jeremiah's just hitting everything out the middle very hard. Sound that the ball is making off his bat sounds different to everyone else's at the moment.
Good bat he's using. MSDA. Sponsor out of America. He's new to the cricket as well. Sponsoring a lot of guys in the Caribbean. Paris as well is using MSDA.
Yeah, there are other bats available. Slower ball. Sent back. So 14 overs gone, 104 for 1. Is that yours, Paul?
Bring my helmet.
It's been batsmanship of high class today, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Credit to the ground staff as well, who've put in the hard work. This is an excellent cricket pitch. Tough for bowlers, but excellent to see a 300+ total. And now in reply, CCC able to go out over 7 runs per over. And they're far from finished. Ned, the left arm spinner, will continue. And a very impressed Shakira Salman joins me in the commentary box. What impressed you the most, Sally?
Honestly, I've been impressed with almost all the batters on show. Firstly, I was impressed with Teddy Bishop, Matthew Nandu, and Leonardo Julian in that first innings. But boy, Jeremiah is putting on a show. Grenada seems to be producing quite a number of batters. Jeremiah had a slow start, but he's raced to 68 off just 51 deliveries. And the only bowler who's been economical so far is that guy who just fielded the ball, Matthew Ford.
He's on 68, Jeremiah, and 56 of the runs have come in boundaries. Inside the power play, outside of it now in power play 2 in the middle overs. So impressive. Those 3 back foot punches off Nandu through the offside for me stand out.
Yeah, it was brilliant manipulation of the field. Because I'm not sure how many of the viewers noticed, but Naeem Young, who was at extra cover, actually shifted to his right. Stroke, but he picks out the fielder, Shakir Paris. So Naeem Young shifted to his right after the first 2 were hit to the left and the right of point. And then he showed that he was up to the task and he could hit the gap, and he hit it to his left. So it's brilliant batting.
Partnership is 86 now, just 72 deliveries faced. These 2 know each other well. Both play for UE Blackbirds in Barbados in the club tournament. Jeremiah obviously studies at Cave Hill. Paris from Barbados as well. So Matthew Ford, who also is a teammate of theirs, may be the man required to break this partnership or share information and insight. Improved over from the academy, just 2 from it. Well, no, 6 for 1 after 15. It's been beautiful the way that this innings has developed. 106 after 15, well ahead of where the academy were. But remember, it was in that 15 over phase of its 25 to 40 Shakira Salman, where the academy scored at close to 8 runs and over and really pushed things on. And that's exactly what Jeremiah has done. A day of the Grenadians, really. Teddy Bishop with 95, now Jeremiah could get 100 here easily if he continues. Captain continues.
Slower delivery, that looks like the off cutter sent down by Naeem Young. It's just trying to change things up and not get too predictable. Perhaps hoping to get a false stroke from Jeremiah. But yeah, the Grenadians have been very impressive. And they both seem to be 360 players. That's what has impressed me the most.
Mid-off. Got a hand on it, but it goes through. And you can hear the disappointment from Naeem Young. Boundaries are flowing. CCC are flowing.
Now, overpitched by Naeem Young. And he's able to just hit that to the left of Teddy Bishop. He probably should have done better there. But again, it's the force at which he hits the ball, Jeremiah. Makes it really hard for the fielders to get around and complete a stop.
Two is the call. And just listen to how loud it is. For the viewers at home, listen through our effects mics at how loud it is. From an academy perspective, it's all Leonardo Julian.
Let me hear something, a clap, a whistle, anything. Let me get behind Naeem now. Let's get behind Naeem.
That's Julian. But even with the running between the wickets, a loud calling from Jeremiah. He's determined to continue to push on the score and keep the intensity there in the middle. This could possibly be the best game of the tournament so far by the two youngest teams.
And I don't know about you, Nikhil, but I am not surprised by this. I always expected this to be keenly contested because of the youth. I always felt like these guys have a point to prove, and they were always going to come out and play fearless cricket. We've seen that so far from both sides. And I too must commend the ground staff. Very impressed with the pitch they've prepared.
Surprised you're saying that, Shakira. You're a bowler. Thought you would want a bit more assistance for them.
Yeah, but right now I'm not bowling, so it's fine. Yeah, but seriously, these are the type of pitches we've been asking for a long time. Unfortunately, we haven't seen it quite often unless cricket is being played in St. Lucia. So it's really good to see a surface like this that encourages good batting.
Seven from the over, 113 for one. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Action heating up early in this CG United Super 50 Cup. Earlier today at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands Volcanoes came up short against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who got their first win of the tournament. Keon Otley with 100. Great to see players getting into the hundreds. And Yannick Carrier as well with 4. Picked up 4 bonus points on top of the 4 points for the win, the Red Force. action over there, but a lot of action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it's been Johan Jeremiah who's led the way.
Yeah, he got to 25 of 23 deliveries in that first game before it was abandoned. But today, there's no rain around to stop this show. It's been quick hands, and he's taken a liking to every bowler. Saw 3 shots in this over from Matthew Nandu, all in different positions, all off the back foot. And then he was equally as good through the leg side. Boy, he's been brilliant and he's been entertaining.
Such fast hands. And he continues to accelerate even after the half century. Paris has supported him well. Floyd Reefer will be proud. 250 has been a golden number here. You bat first, you get 250. No team has ever been able to chase higher than that. However, this is a great pitch for batting. It's been a festival of boundaries so far. And CCC are well ahead of the asking rate, which is just a run a ball. Highest successful run chase in Super 50 Cup history was Jamaica last season against Guyana, got 322 in Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We could be on for the highest ever tonight. Don't move a muscle. This could be a blockbuster. Jeremiah is the main card. And you look at what's to come: Shakira Dowrich, Jordan Johnson, Rambaran, the all-rounder, Akshaya Prasad, who's experienced. So they have batting to come, but Jeremiah will want to be out there, want to get that 3-figure mark and much more. Young has gone back to Ashmead Ned.
And Ned has been pretty good, barring that first over where he was slog swept over deep mid-wicket by Jeremiah. He's buried his face quite well since. You're right though, Nikhil. Jeremiah will be key to the combined colleges and campus chasing down this total. He's gotten a start, he's gotten him off to a flyer, but he will want to carry on and score 100, and not just 100, but a big 100. Kind of what Otley did at Queen's Park Oval today.
Hey, guys. Yes. Go here, Ashadan. Let go here, Ashadan. Let go, Ashadan. That is spot there, big man. That is spot. Time to do your work, big man.
Curious to see Naeem Young's leadership. We'll learn a lot about him in this innings if this partnership continues. Matthew Ford has started well. When does he come back into the attack? As that wicket-taking option. Knows this partnership well. He's played with both these batters in Barbados and club cricket. And also Joshua Bishop was the leading wicket-taker for the academy last season. Only bowled 1 over so far.
That's it, Neddy. That's it, Neddy. That's it, big man. That's it. Hey, hey, hey. That's it. I love it, big man.
Yeah, Bishop was hit for 6 and a 4 by Jeremiah. They seem to be thinking about using him the previous over to bring him from the other end, but Naeem Young decided to bowl an extra over himself.
Ned and Bishop took 13 wickets together last season and bowled well in partnership, in tandem, 2 left-arm spinners from each end. Naeem Young called them the spin twins at the toss.
Again, clear that spot, clear that spot.
I can't believe he's been able to maneuver that through point. That is an excellent way to end the over from Shakir Paris. 5 from it, 118 for 1.
That one ball from way behind the crease. It's really good wrist by Shakir Paris. Does well to manipulate the field and hit that gap. Earlier on, we saw him hit one like that in front. This time he hits it behind point on the offside.
It's been such good batting today. First from the academy and now from CCC. Well, we asked the question, Matthew Ford Both 3 good overs, went for just 9 runs with the new ball in hand, got the ball to swing. Now different scenario. 4 fielders allowed outside the circle will use the pitch. There's also been a change. Leonardo Julian has just stepped off the field, hope he's okay. And Carlin Bowen-Tuckett, the sub-keepers, come on.
Yeah, you can only hope Leonardo Julian is not injured. He was good with the bat for the academy. He's been very vocal as well.
The change of ends as well, 4 forward, both in the northern end for the first 3. Carlin Bowen-Tuckett, centre of screen, on for Julian. Taking some routine catches, just to get in the thick of things. I hope Julian is okay though, because as you mentioned, very vociferous behind the stumps through the effects mics, and did get that 50 with bat in hand. I wonder if it's any cramps or fatigue.
It's an interesting but really good move by Naeem Young to get back his most economical bowler in Ford to bowl at these 2. He did mention he plays with these 2 back home in Barbados. He's also been very good with ball in hand. They'll be hoping that he can come at trumps for them and break this partnership. Partnership now just 1 away from 100.
Partnership has come up in just 88 deliveries between these 2. Jeremiah has been the main aggressor, 72, but don't underestimate Paris's contribution. Scored especially against the spin, been able to maneuver the ball, especially through the offside. Last over, that was amazing against Ned.
These 2 have been really good. Of course, Jeremiah has been the one hitting a flurry of boundaries. Took a liking, like we said, to every bowler. Matthew Nandu in particular. He took 13 from that over, 3 fours through the offside. All different parts. He also took a liking to Naeem Young. Took 18 from that over.
Get 2 in the end. This is a beautiful battle unfolding in the middle. Paris and Ford have had their moments in school cricket, both around the same age. In Barbados, in the secondary school competition, now have obviously played a lot together. The UE Blackbird side, and now going up against each other in the Super 50 Cup. Paris is 20, Ford is 21.
It's always an enthralling battle when 2 teammates have to come up against each other. And I always wonder who has the upper hand. Both will know each other so well. It takes 1 delivery to dismiss the batter, but Shakir Paris will know exactly just what Matthew Ford's plans are.
Coming back for 2, and they get it comfortably. This is excellent running, excellent cricket. 6 from the over, 1, 2, 4 for 1. Hundred-run stand. Still Jordan Johnson, Dowrich, Abhijay Mansingh to come. Shahrukh and Rambaran as well, the all-rounders in there. Akshaya Prasad, a lot of batting. But these two in the middle will want to continue. Midoff comes into the circle. Ned, left arm spinner, will spin the ball into the left-hander. He's got 3 deep on the onside. Bit of a rough area in front of the left-hander. Selly, I think Ned is aiming for it. Missed on that occasion. Wonder if the ball pitches there, what it could do.
Yeah, perhaps if he could just hit those areas, maybe we'll see some purchase. We haven't seen many deliveries spinning from the spinners as yet. So perhaps Ned will be aiming for that just outside Jeremiah's off stump. Perhaps he can ask different questions. Maybe try to beat him on the inside edge if he could get one to spin from the rough.
For Paris, after he's split that gap through point in the last over Ned bowled, he's now got an extra fielder there in almost a catching position. Now he sends deep cover to the boundary. 5 fielders on the offside. Correction, 6 of them.
I like this. I like this. Even though he hit a boundary last over, they're just keeping the pressure on Shakir Parrish. Before he hit that boundary, he faced 4 dot balls from Ashmi Ned. Then the pressure was released with a wider delivery.
And the thing about this academy bowling lineup, they've retained majorly the core and even added 4. You could say they've gotten better. But last season, they only won the 1 game, but they took the Leewards, Barbados Pride, the Scorpions, who they beat very close when chasing, took 6 and 7 wickets almost every single game. So they will always be in there.
Boom! Yeah, they've always been quite disciplined with the ball in hand. And that's why I was so impressed today in particular with their batting. If they can get the 2 together, then they'll be a force to reckon with.
Oi, don't bish.
Supreme running by Jeremiah and Paris.
You can see just how much these 2 are sweating. Even though the lights are on, I can tell you just how hot out there it has to be. It's really good testament of their fitness.
Tight over from Ned. Just 4 from it. 1 to 8 for 1. And if you watch the first innings and then maybe went away and rejoining as well, it's been impressive by both these teams. First, West Indies Academy got to 318. And now the combined campuses and colleges requiring 190 more. It's a long way away, but they've got a beautiful platform with a very talented Johan Jeremiah from Grenada. Well set on 79. He's struck at 130 throughout this innings. Will be forward.
Now the last 2 balls of Ford's previous over, they ran 2 twos. The ball was just nudging the leg side to deep backward square and deep fine leg. They've now come way off the boundary to save that 2.
Excellent observation, Shakira, because you're right, they're well inside the boundary. Realizing that that's quite a sizey boundary. Equidistant, but 64 meters. I was just a youngster when CCC won this tournament in 2018, but I remember there were a lot of close fixtures, a lot. Games went down to the last over. Carlos Brathwaite was required to come in and hit a few sixes to win them a few games. Then the next year, the emerging team, same for them. So it's going to require some heart and some fight. Not going to be this easy as we go on. Sometime you expect the academy to fight back.
Slight of few, but signal wide by umpire Dayton Butler. But yeah, Nikhil, you do expect partnerships to build. The important thing will be how well these academy boys are able to keep their composure. How much they can keep believing.
Right, Yorker. And the slogan for this year's CG United Super 50 Cup is bring it. I think the CCC have understood that to totality.
One will argue that the academy batters have as well. 3 of them brought it today. None other than Teddy Bishop.
Timed it so well, but luckily for Ford, there was a cover fielder. And quietly, Ford and Ned have been able to starve this partnership of boundaries. 17 deliveries now since the last boundary.
And what they've also done is they've starved Jeremiah of the strike. They've bowled so many deliveries at Shakir Paris. Oof, just been struggling to find a rhythm here.
Another economical over, just 4 from it. 1-3-2 for 1. Just the 1 wicket for Kelvin Pittman. Only seen 1 over from Nandu, the off spinner, and Bishop, the left arm spinner. Naeem Young has decided that he'll replace Ned, bowling from this northern end, with another left arm spinner in Bishop. Was the academy's best bowler last season. Took new ball wickets, and especially in the middle phase, took wickets here.
Yo, Nay, you feel pick him up with a muscle? I hit the street. Oi, Bishy, Bishy. Joshua Bishop. Bowling, Joshua Bishop.
And while Bishop picked up 6 of his wickets against the right-handers, he'll back himself against Jeremiah. Knows him well, again also plays for the UE Blackbirds, but also held his own last season against the left-handers, only went at 4 runs and over.
Nado.
Left-hander, he's got 3 deep on the onside and just deep cover. Mid-off is in the circle.
Good running once more from these two. They continue to put pressure on the fielders in the circle. Whenever it goes out to the boundary, you can see them continuously looking for two. But a better comeback by Joshua Bishop so far. Can he close out the over?
Some bounce and turn there from Bishop, but another tight over. Bit of a comeback in these last couple overs from the academy. 1-3-4 for 1.
West Indian fans, those of you looking on, I sense your heightened excitement with what you've seen in this contest so far. CCC in response, 134 for 1. If you think the West Indies didn't have talent, well, you must change your mind. Talent aplenty in this fixture.
No.
Here is another one. Expected to produce more with the bat. Didn't quite do so, but 19 from 19. Now he's here with the ball.
Hey!
Bat in the air. Perspiration in the glove. Sir Curtly Ambrose, you excited?
I don't know about excited, but it could certainly be an exciting finish. It's all happening. Ball keeping a bit low, bat is gone somewhere, bails are off. Everything is happening.
I say excitement because of the maturity that we've seen in this run chase from the combined campuses and colleges. After being in the field for 50 overs, conceding 318, well, this man on screen has shown great composure. Love to get into his mind, the way he's prepared himself for this innings. So strong through the offside. Has that uncanny ability to find the gaps whenever he's on the offensive. I like the balance that these two have shown at the crease, Paris, in particular when driving the ball, even if it's on the up. The way he angles the blade of the bat to find the gaps, to adjust to the lengths and the lines. Very, very impressive. Threaded it once more. Off the front foot, Paris races to 35.
Too full, too wide. That's easy pickings for Shakir Paris. Look at the placement. Perfectly timed as well.
Come on, Wicks. Work, Wiki.
Quite a few sumptuous looking drives from Paris. Miss chance. Was a firm strike. Wickham was in no position to complete the catch. He just reacted and didn't hold on.
Obviously, He wasn't expecting it.
Come to me, come to me, come to me.
Might be a run out, yep. There is that mix-up. So unfortunate. And it's Jeremiah from the look of things. Jeremiah will have to depart. Paris never left his ground after completing the single.
A total disaster. Good work in the outfield. And look at that. Both batters are in the same crease. Takes two to run a single. And that totally was a disaster. The enterprising innings of Johan Jeremiah has come to an end. He's gone for 82. CCC 140 for 2.
Here's an 18-year-old you'd want to keep your eyes glued on. Jordan Johnson from Jamaica. He's here because of this miscommunication, a full toss. The call was for 2. Jeremiah turned immediately, responding to the call, but didn't get that type of response from his partner, Paris. What an unfortunate way to end a brilliant innings from the left-hander. Very similar to what we saw from Matthew Nandu when the West Indies Academy batted. Nandu producing 84 before he was run out.
No.
End of the 22nd, 140 for 2. .140 for 2. So far in the 22nd over, Johan Jeremiah, he's paved the way for the others in this CCC team. Wonderful innings from the left-hander from Grenada. Was so selective in his stroke play. Had that magnificent partnership with this man on screen. 120 is what they produce. Now time for Johnson. So as mentioned, he received his List A cap in the previous game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Didn't get the chance to bat, so this is his first innings at this level. Sir Curtly Ambrose, and he's built a strong reputation as a batter, especially during that West Indies under-19 tour to Sri Lanka. 52, 157 not out, 149 and 105. 3 centuries and a half century on tour. First time in Sri Lanka. Don't often see that from young batters in the West Indies.
Certainly has a lot of talent. one to look out for as well.
Oh, yeah.
That throw to Sri Lanka would have done him the world of good.
Still not off the mark. After facing 6 deliveries, 23 overs gone, 141 for 2. And the first over from Kevin Wickham brought a wicket for the West Indies Academy. Oftentimes, as a captain in difficult situation, you have to go with your gut feeling. That's exactly what Naeem Young has done. Got the breakthrough, and here he continues with Wickham.
Work, work. Work, Wiki.
What that wicket will do is allow a little more time for bowlers to settle into a spell. Jeremiah in particular was very good at rotating strike and pouncing on anything that offered him the chance to secure a boundary. With the introduction of Jordan, bowlers will have an opportunity to bowl a few dot deliveries, get more into rhythm, start building pressure for another wicket.
Oh, yeah.
So Kirtley, are you a little bit surprised that we didn't see Shane Dorich as Johnson gets off the mark, gets his first run in list day cricket?
I reckon because of the position
Can't Wiki,
that the
can't Wiki,
CCC
stop.
are in. There's no pressure.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they probably thought, get him in early, give him a chance to get a feel of things, as opposed to let him come a bit later where you need to maybe up the tempo. So I reckon that's why he's batting there.
Oh, yeah.
Also feel because of his skill and ability to bat spin. Jordan has received a promotion to bat in this power play 2, the middle phase of the innings, where left arm spin is expected, and as a left-hander he'll be hitting with the turn, as against having the option of a Dorich or Satran Rambaran, who are right-handers.
Oh, yeah, Wiki.
Paris already the right-hander out in the middle, so Floyd Reefer and his brains trust opt in for a left-right combination. 24 gone, 145 for 2. That's power play 2 second phase already. CCC has produced 69 for 1.
Where, Joshua Bishop? Where, Joshua Bishop? Oh, no, no, no!
The other thing you'll find from Jordan Johnson is that ability to sweep the ball and reverse sweep the ball. He's good at playing those strokes, which is another advantage that he has, batting in the middle and batting ahead of the others. Oftentimes when you're a spinner and there's a batter who can sweep the ball or reverse sweep the ball, you have to sacrifice a fielder in a conventional position to stop a run scoring in those areas. What it does, it presents gaps in front of the wicket, which are much more easier to score from. So Curtly, you didn't see many of those in your time playing.
No, when I played, there were hardly any batter who did a reverse sweep. Clayton Lambert comes to mind. He used to do it every once in a while. And not only do it, but hit them for 6 as well. 25 overs gone at the halfway mark. CCC 147 for 2.
Let me get over it. Let me get over it, fellas. Let me get over it, fellas.
Right, 172 required from 150, still more runs than balls.
Oi, Wiki!
CCC batters will also know that because of the onslaught from Jeremiah, it has pushed Naimi Young to use Ford a little more in the early half of this innings. What Young is trying to do is, of course, make up overs with someone else so that he can save Naimi Young and more of his senior bowlers to bowl that power play 3. Sir Curtly Ambrose. A constant adjustment and change in tactics as the game unfolds, as the opposition batters apply pressure. So far, so good from Naimi Young. What he's trying to do is, of course, get his part-time bowler in against the new batter, which is a tactical ploy used by captains to get overs in, save his better bowlers for the latter end of the innings. Quite a few full tosses not being put away.
I love this.
I don't think that the bowlers would mind that at all. Singles will never hurt them. As long as they can prevent boundaries, it means that the CCC will be under extreme pressure.
When you look at what West Indies Academy did with the last 10 overs, of course, they scored 77 runs as a 150 comes up. Last 5 overs produced 50, so that could be a guide as to what CCC will want to score in the last 10 overs. Not more than 70, you can say. So what that means is they'll need to get a move on in these few overs in power play number 2. 26 gone, 150 for 2. Yeah, there's that equation. 169 runs required. Clipped in the gap. And it will just trickle into the boundary line. It's taken 27 deliveries to secure this boundary.
Didn't hit it well, but had enough legs to trickle into the boundary ropes, and a welcome boundary for Shake Paris and the CCC. It's been tough going for them the last few overs. Good shot, good shot, good placement, good timing that time. Into the boundary goes for 4. Brings up 50 for Shakir Paris from 70 deliveries. Playing a good knock for his team. A little bit short, a little bit wide from Bishop, and was punished.
Bishop.
This little phase of the game, of course, showing batters that at times you have to respect bowlers and how good they are. Paris, he's been patient and after having a fluent start. Now in this over, consecutive boundaries, getting beyond his landmark of 50. First listed 50 for him, and he'll remember it for a long time. And of course, we hope it's the start of many more to come.
Has already laid the foundation for his innings. Need to press on. Still a long way to go. Another 160 runs are required.
Yeah. 10 runs from the over, 160 for 2. Solid response with the bat by CCC. West Indies Academy as well, holding its composure in the circumstances. Wickets very hard to come by. Then Pittman picked up the first wicket, that of Kadeem Alain. Beyond that, it was just that run out that they secured when Jeremiah was in full flow.
Work, Wickster. Work.
The West Indies Academy will be the happier of the two teams at this moment. All the bowlers have to do is continue to contain, give nothing away, continue to build the pressure.
There's that arm ball, a little quicker in pace. Required rate still under 7, so nothing to panic from the CCC.
Rushed on to Jordan Johnson. There's a lot of ooh and ah out there the last couple of overs. Pressure is mounting on the young Jordan Johnson. 6 from 19 deliveries.
Interesting to see that
Well done in the end.
Kevin Wickham, he's now changed
Well done in the end, man.
his style of bowling from right arm wrist spin
Go
to
Wick,
right
snap.
arm off spin. Understands he bowls a bit of seam as well. So real Gary Sobers in this side. Multi-talented, you can say. End of the 28, 162 for 2. Yeah, small targets, that's what bowlers are trying to achieve. Nam Young, Matthew Ford, with 10 overs remaining between them. Will bowl many of those 10 in the last power play, you'd think. So just trying to find the right combination to control the middle phase. Continues with Joshua Bishop.
Yeah!
Chopped on. One that kept a little bit low, a little slower in pace. He was upright in executing the stroke. And a soft dismissal to end a fine innings from Paris.
Very, very soft dismissal. Was extremely casual with that stroke. Bottom edge onto the stumps. A wicket for Bishop. And the decent innings of Shakir Powers has come to an end. He's gone for 52. CCC 162 for 3.
Captain of the combined campuses and colleges team, Shane Dowrich, strides to the crease. Of course, played his last test match for the West Indies back in December 2020. Last listing match, of course, was that game against the Red Force, where he didn't get the opportunity to bat. He is the most experienced batter in this CCC side, with a big job on hand.
On the surface, that is keeping a bit low. Square of the wicket shots are dangerous. Just like that one. Gotta look to play a bit straighter.
A couple of deliveries just staying a little bit low, so that will pique the interest of Dowrich and the batters to come. Even Jordan Johnson from the non-strikers end will be looking on. Two is the call. Good aggressive running, and they get there comfortably in the end.
You want him in front?
Everything's been like Jordan. Hey, you gonna have Sharon up. He like Jordan now, wait.
Use of the feet. Positive play from the captain straight away.
Good work in the deep
Where, Joshua? Where, Joshua Bishop?
by Akeem O'Geist.
Where, Joshua?
Covered a lot of ground. Limit them to 2. Good aggression showed by the skipper.
A wicket and 5 runs from the over, 167 for 3.
We should have a very interesting finish on our hands here. This match very much in the balance, particularly after that last wicket of Shakir Paris. And now we've got some pace. Calvin Pittman is back. Took the early wicket to fall of Kadeem Alain. But he was a little bit wayward apart from that. Good opportunity for him here. Get another breakthrough for his side. Starts with a bumper. Shane Dowrich, vastly experienced captain of CCC, by far and away their most experienced player. He looks like he means business by the way that he approached that last over. And the middle of the bat straight away, and he's got quite a bit to prove, hasn't he? Not in the Barbados side in this format. Shea Hope has the gloves. Pulled nicely again, finding the middle of the bat. Now he's there because one Shakir has left the fray, one Shakira has entered the fray alongside me, Shakira Selman. This could be very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely set up to be an exciting game. Could be a nail-biter. Inning set up by Johan Jeremiah and Shakir Paris.
Misfield, but no run. Yeah, the most experienced player of the CCC, alongside the least experienced in Jordan Johnson, who's just struggling a little bit. First game at this level, so you've got to give him quite a bit of leeway. He definitely is a super talent, clearly by his scores in Sri Lanka. 300s, 2 big hundreds as well out of 5 innings, plus a 50 for West Indies under 19s against Sri Lanka. You can clearly play. Hopefully having Dowrich alongside him will settle him down a bit. No need to panic just yet.
Yeah, the required rate is just 7.5. So they're well in control. He has some time to get himself in and get into rhythm. He's behind with the perfect foil. Shane Dowrich has come out and started to express himself a bit. An important innings for Dowrich as well.
Another wide. This is Pittman's issue, really. He can be hostile at times, can be threatening. He does have the tendency sometimes to spray the ball around.
Yeah, you see that so often from bowlers who are trained to bowl fast. And you don't want to take away that pace. You want him to keep bowling fast. And hopefully he can add some control to that pace as he continues to mature.
Down the track, aggression and luck for Johnson. Just trying to change it up. Not the worst idea, just to try something new, but that didn't come off.
Yeah, the right intention by Jordan Johnson. expecting a fuller delivery after that short ball, but just lost his shape at the very last moment. Had he kept his shape, he could have easily pumped that one back over the head of Pittman.
I think Pittman's going to like that. Interesting to see what he does next ball to Johnson. Short again to Dowrich. Well to reach that. No run.
Just have deep third, deep cover point, flying leg, and deep backward square. So you do expect him to continue to bowl back of a length. But he has to be careful bowling to Shane Dowrich, who loves to take on the pull.
Johnson gets back quickly. So a couple of wides in there, but not a bad comeback by Pittman. Just 4 off the over. They'll take that. So just 20 overs to go. It is set up perfectly, this game. Don't go anywhere. We're having a Blue Waters drinks break. One of the highlights of the international calendar here. When England come to the Caribbean, they'll bring plenty of fans, and we've got 3 ODIs and 5 T20 internationals for you in December. Tickets for that CG United ODI and T20I series are now available to buy via the Windies ticket service presented by MasterCard. Fans can save by buying in advance at tickets.windiescricket.com, and your 20% saving is already included in the online ticket prices. Barbados, Antigua, Trinidad and Grenada, the venues. Now, Shakir Paris played some fantastic shots today, particularly through the offside. He's a natural timer of the ball off front and back foot. Really complemented fantastic innings of Jeremiah in his own way. Got to his first list a 50. And unfortunately, he's just gone 52 for 74. He was involved in the Jeremiah run out as well. The two of them were going great guns at one stage. They were 140 for 1. That's now 171 for 3, with Jeremiah gone for 82 off just 65. It's now over to Shane Dowrich, captain, most experienced player, alongside the very talented Jordan Johnson, most inexperienced player of the CCC. 148 required. 7 wickets in hand, so just over 7 and over, 7.4 the required rate. Which camp would you rather be in, Shakira?
This is a tough one. Last time you asked me that question, I chose Volcanoes, and they lost. So I'm not sure which one I want to choose, but I do think we're in for a nail-biter. CCC is in a pretty good position. Joshua Bishop to continue for his 7th over. He's gotten 1 wicket, that of Shakir Paris. He's come back pretty well. First over went for 10 runs. He's only gone for 20 in his other 5.
Up and over the offside. That's a good shot. from Johnson. Pittman comes around and cuts it off. So 2 there for the young man. Hopefully that'll get him going a bit. Yeah, Joshua Bishop, as you say, has been responsible really alongside Kevin Wickham for reining in this run chase. Bishop's been really accurate after that first over when Jeremiah tucked into him. But he's a very good bowler. He was the Academy's best bowler last year. Hard sweep, protection out in the deep. Fumble, but they're just going to take a single.
Since that water break, there's a bit more intent being shown by Jordan Johnson. Perhaps a word from the coaches when they had that break. It does help that he's out there with his captain, his experienced captain, Shane Dulwich.
Dulwich wants a piece of Joshua Bishop here. Bishop does have a tendency to hang the ball outside the off stump. Dulwich seems to be waiting for it. Got to watch out because he's going to go up and over. There is a man out on a boundary, could take the catch. Just trying to hit the cover off it at the moment. That one a bit slower. Real bounce, real turn.
Yeah, he just seems to be trying to hit the ball a bit too hard, though, Rich, and pulling away from that delivery Rich grip and turned away from him. So he wants to get his weight into those shots somewhere.
Oh, that's a great ball, isn't it? That would have gone straight into the hands of first slip. As it is, it's going to trickle away to the boundary. Dulwich trying to flick through the onside, and he was completely deceived.
Oh, that was beautifully bowled by Joshua Bishop. Tossed up, angled in, and then hit and turned away from Shane Dulwich, who just looked to nudge it into the leg side for a single. Imagine that. He tried to hit the 2 previous deliveries for boundaries, ended up with 2 dots, and the one he tried to work for a single, he ended up with a boundary.
Yeah, that's cricket for you. These two will know each other pretty well as well, both Bajans. Down the track, up and over the offside. As I said, the man out in the deep on the offside is actually quite straight. He's around about a cover line. He's not a deep backward point, Akeem Ogist. Over bowled, 179 for 3. Not a whole load in it after 31 overs. CCC 16 runs ahead of where the Academy were, but they've lost an extra wicket. Bowled him! Dulwich backing away, trying to pull. Pittman hits a hard length and rattles the timber.
Dulwich perhaps misjudging that length. It wasn't as short as he expected, and it didn't get to as much as he expected. Premeditated, I'd say. Just backing away, leaving those stumps exposed, and Kelvin Pittman is on target. He takes his second. Shane Dulwich goes for just 11. A very interesting 11, I should say. 179 for 4.
Local boy, Satrowan Rambaran, comes to the crease from Trinidad and Tobago. this is why he's here. Yeah, very frenetic innings from Dowridge. Looked like he didn't want to hang around at all, wanted to take the pressure off Jordan Johnson, but that maybe wasn't the correct delivery to play that shot. Backing away just didn't look very good. Never looks good when you back away as a batter and end up getting bowled. Pittman, he's a happy man, although you wouldn't be able to tell it on his face. He's a very intense character, isn't he? Oh, he's smiling now. There he is. 2 wickets for Pittman. 4.1 overs. He's bowled with pace. And again, the bumper. Is this turning now? Is it the West Indies Academy who are in charge? And I tell you what, Rambaran didn't like Pittman coming down the track to him, told him to get back. Umpire's getting involved now. Pittman's just walked back to his mark. Lot of chat. Listen to it.
It always happens when they get a wicket. You weren't hearing this noise a few overs ago when Shakir Paris was still at the crease. Neither were you hearing it when Johan Jeremiah was going so well. Good aggression being shown from Pittman. And bowling another short one.
He goes for the Yorker, but not for the first time. Pushes it down, leg side. Keep your eye on the fielders. Pittman on Rambaran. It's getting a bit spicy out there.
Matthew Ford is at mid-on, and you can hear him loudly. They're really getting into the ear of Rambaran. 2 youngsters at the crease. So they sense this is an opportunity to just put them under extra pressure.
That's hit right up near the stickers of the bat. Good bit of bounce from Pittman. Good hostile bowling at the moment. Rambaran, though, gets off strike. It's a single. Now Bowen Tuckett's having a chat with Johnson.
It's a good thing that he didn't play for Raymond, man.
Goes for it again. Oh, it's dropped. Went for the Yorker again, missed it. It was a full bunger, sliced away by Johnson, burst through the hands of backward point. Kevin Wickham went pretty quick, but I think he had a good view of it all the way.
Yeah, he should have caught that. Perhaps thought it would have gone through extra cover, but he got 2 hands to it. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to close the hands in time. Pittman is disappointed. That was a real opportunity to get deeper into this CCC lineup.
It's nose or toes at the moment. Rambaran wants to have a conversation with Pittman. Just asking each other how they are. What are we doing tonight? Good news is they're both staying at the same hotel, so they can continue this conversation later.
All friendly banter, I'm sure. Maybe we'll see them at dinner later tonight together, or breakfast tomorrow morning. But yeah, you don't mind this aggression as long as it doesn't go overboard.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, should be 2 here for Rambaran. He's angled that nicely. Easy 2 in the end, but a dramatic Pittman over. Wicket wide in there. 5 off it. They're still going. 184 for 4. See Joshua Bishop there just drying his hands on the ground. We've had the towel out a little bit. It is a very muggy evening, so it could be just sweaty hands, but might be a bit of dew around as well, just particularly on the outfield. Down the track and straight. It's not right up the middle. It's plugged a bit, but it's still 4. First boundary for Jordan Johnson in List A cricket.
It's the most positive stroke we've seen from Jordan Johnson all night, using his feet and getting close enough to just loft that one over the mid-off who is in the circle. It's a pretty good shot.
Tries to go again, though. This is going to be a chance straight up. Wickham's under it. Takes it. So Jordan Johnson has gone 4 and out. Joshua Bishop wins the battle.
Clever bowling by Joshua Bishop. Decided to be brave and toss it up once again, but that one a bit straighter. Jordan Johnson decides to take on the long on fielder, and Joshua and Kevin Wickham easily takes that one. So it doesn't cost them too much, that drop catch. Johnson goes for a very slow 15 from 28 deliveries. CCC is trouble now at 188 for 5.
outside.
26-year-old Guyanese player Shaya Persaud comes to the crease. Played a game for Guyana in this competition last year. This is why he's here. Ball before, Jordan Johnson went dead straight over the bowler's head. This one just turned a bit, and he ended up then hitting it right into the hands of long on. I think he was trying to hit straight again, maybe even over mid-off, but clever bowling by Bishop slowed it up, and the turn was what did for Johnson.
They've gone at Shaya Persaud, the left-hander, instead of Ambijay Mansingh, who you would have expected to come. And this may be because of the amount of purchase Joshua Bishop is getting. So just in an attempt to keep this left-right combination.
Yeah, good point. Ambijay Mansingh, right-handed batter, was the leading run scorer for Jamaica in the West Indies Championship this year. The sword's off the mark. So you would expect Mansingh to come in, well, probably in the top 6 or 7. But he's being held back a little bit. Does show, though, there is still some batting to come. All will not be lost, the fall of the next wicket. But it does feel like now the worm has turned, and it's the academy who are the ones in the ascendancy here. I must say, from here, I think I'd rather be on the fielding side than a batter. But it is close. It's still very much in the balance. Paddle sweep. Hesitation, but there is an easy single there.
That's so interesting. Just before Rambaran got on straight, you heard Naeem Young asking Leonardo Julian if Rambaran sweeps. Julian, of course, also from Trinidad. He said yes, and that's the reason they decided to keep that fielder at square leg.
Should say that Leonardo Julian has just come back on to the pitch. He went off with cramp earlier, the wicket-keeper. So Carlin Bowen Tuckett's just gone off. Mid-off being brought up. Will Persaud be tempted this early in his innings? Well, that's flat, but straight. Well played. Just dropped the bat on it.
Pittman does the hard work chasing, gets it back in. So 2 to finish, 8 off the over. But there was a wicket, 192 for 5. $127 needed off 102 balls, CCC, but they are 5 wickets down. Have they got enough in the tank to get over the line for what would be a record run chase in List A cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy? Get ready for round 2. It's Pittman v Rumbaran. Goes for the Yorker. Half an appeal there. I think it was straight off the bat though, didn't it? The pad first.
Yeah, surely that appeal was just in an effort to stay in Rambaran's head. Straight off the bat onto the boot. This is a good battle, an enthralling battle.
Yeah, you've got to get ready for the short ball, haven't you? Look at the field there. All the fielders on the boundary, pretty much behind square. Change of pace. Something to mix it up. That's the thing with Pittman. He's either going Yorker or he's going short generally. But if he misses his Yorker, like he has done a couple of times, you get a full toss or even a half volley, you can punish him because the field is up in front of square. Both mid-on and mid-off are up.
He's come back well though, Pittman. First 3 overs cost him 24 runs. It's into his 3rd of this 2nd spell. He's gotten a wicket again as well. Very important wicket of the experienced Shane Dorridge.
Definitely something about him, isn't there? He only bowled 3 overs last year, took a wicket, but looked hostile in those 3 overs. Slower ball, Yorker. So he does have changes of pace, variations. He's not just about raw pace and trying to intimidate the batter. Also had a fantastic debut in the CPL this year, didn't he? Picked up 3 wickets against Trimbago Knight Riders, including Nicholas Puran and Kyron Pollard. Nicely played, controlled pull.
And what was most noticeable in that spell against Trimbago Knight Riders, where he got those 2 wickets, he didn't shy away from those 2. So he's not just in the faces of these youngsters, he was in the face of Kyron Pollard and Nicholas Puran as well.
Continuing a long line of grumpy Antiguan fast bowlers. Two's the call. It's not going to be too well fielded. High leg coming around quickly. Nandu.
Yeah, but the academy, they've just thought they were back into the game. Kept believing. They've stayed patient. They've found a way to get wickets. And they can just sense that there's an opportunity to really put the squeeze on the CCC guys. Lots of experience to come in that lineup.
Last ball, can Pittman finish it off? Cross the stumps, drill back. He almost pulled off a spectacular catch. And they come through for a single. I hope he's okay there. That was hit very hard in the end. You'd have to say he saved 3 runs. Looks like it hit him on the right hand, the bowling hand. And he's walking off towards the physio, he's running on. Hopefully that's nothing serious. Let's have a look. Just self-preservation, really.
Oh, wow, yeah. Didn't look. He's definitely saved 3 there. And it looks like Kelvin Pittman's going to walk straight off with the physio, so that's a bit of a blow. Himself is at the side, the outside of the right hand. Hope he hasn't dislocated a finger or anything like that. Real shame, because he was in the midst of a hostile and really interesting spell. 6 overs, 2 for 37. Just have a look at it one more time. Yeah, it looks like the outside of his bowling hand. And fingers crossed, no pun intended. He hasn't dislocated anything. Myself and Shakira are going to step out of the chair. Going to be joined by Kesrick Williams and Darren Ganga.
Thank you, Matt Floyd. West Indies Academy in control of this game, pushing that required rate from 7 to now 7.7. A nice piece of bowling in this middle phase of the innings. Joshua Bishop in particular showed guile with the manner in which he bowled. Adjusts his lengths, varied his pace, delivered a few deliveries from behind the crease in an attempt to outfox batters. And he's picked up 2 wickets, 2 important wickets for his side. There he is. The fumble allows for a single, might have been closer than you think. But they get through to the end. Rambaran and Prasad. Evening to Kesrick Williams. How you see this one panning out?
Looks like it might be a bit close here, DG, but start to think that CCC sort of put themselves in a little bit of a dismal position. Were really looking good early in the contest. Prasad and Rambran have to do a bit of batting here to dig them out of this one.
Stop it.
You mentioned Joshua Bishop and how he bowled in this game. What I think he did really well, he bowled wicket to wicket, uses variation as well as he will usually do in CPL. So I'm not really surprised. Had a conversation with him earlier before the game. Said that his plan is to really keep it straight. Try to spin the ball from in front the batters and various pace as well, and he did just that today. Really bring back the West Indies. Sloppy work. Sloppy work. Should do better than that. But as I was saying, he bring back the West Indies Academy into the game. End of the over and it's 200 for 5.
Night view of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with the artificial lights on in the background, of course, the Gulf of Paria, southern city of the island of Trinidad, San Fernando. Of course, a nice facility nestled south the island, being host for this match number 5 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Captain Young back with the ball. Of course, many will know him for his tricks in T20 cricket. At the back end of the innings, he will try to vary his pace now. What he's done with the rotation of his bowlers is taken that required rate higher. He's picked up a few wickets along the way, and I'm sure his focus will be on containing these two out in the middle, restricting boundary scoring.
Happy to see him back in the attack, but I'm wondering if it's a forced change, knowing that Pittman is off. Hoping nothing serious happened to Pittman. Not a sloppy work there by the West Indies Academy. Sure, the coach wouldn't be happy. Also, Pittman coming back for his second spell was really flowing, showing that he's from an island of many rivers. Started to flow really well.
Positive calling from Shaya Prasad, turning the strike over. Confirmation that there's no significant dew out in the middle, so the bowling side not challenged further with a wet ball. Haven't seen significant dew in the previous two matches here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so that's food for thought for the remaining matches here.
Yeah.
From a batting point of view, these two will try to rotate strike, get at least one boundary per over. That will be the template for inching closer to this target score. It's easier said than done, especially when you batting against a ball that is nearly 36 overs old, a little bit on the softer side.
Something that we'd really want to see. The fact that we saw the West Indies Academy played really well to the middle phase of the game. Teddy Bishop and Nandu did a brilliant job to the middle phase of the game. That middle phase caused some problem in the first two games, but the West Indies Academy did a pretty good job. Should get to easily, comfortably. It's the end of the 36th over. It's 208 for 5.
Seven bowlers used. Pittman off the field after being struck on the hands, so different dilemma for Naeem Young. We'll have to wait and see how things unfold with his leading fast bowler. He's brought on Ashmead Ned. Approach so far from these two with the bat is to run hard between the wickets, accumulate as many runs as possible. That's one way of approaching this target score. Don't often see that from West Indian batters. They usually focus on striking boundaries as against hitting the ball in the gaps, running hard between the wickets. So a different approach from these two as they search for around 8 runs per over. Did mention that there was no significant dew, but is that little hint that is pushing the bowlers to dry the ball. There's that reverse sweep. So effective in the game. Innovative, low risk, and that's hitting with the turn.
It's a lovely shot. Brings me back to what you were saying earlier. Really good off the bottom edge of the bat. As you mentioned earlier, in terms of how they're scoring through the middle phases, whether they're hitting the boundaries. What we would like to see them do is score off good deliveries as well. Something that we would like to introduce here in the Caribbean. Batter scoring off good deliveries. So while you want to score off the bad deliveries, you want to score off the good deliveries as well. Watch a player like Shea Hope. His strike rate is getting better now. Solely because he's better at hitting six now. So he work on his six hitting game. And as a player, as long as you have a good six hitting game and hitting fours, your strike rate is always going to be good.
Swept away. Effective use of the stroke. Another boundary, this time leg side. So Rambaran showing how skillful he is with the bat.
He has the think. Now we see the sweep. That's the reverse paddle. And now we see the sweep. So he's a player, looks like he can maneuver the spin.
So I'll tell you a little bit about Satran Rambaran. As a young player who hails from Barkpo in South Trinidad. Of course, played for Trinidad and Tobago under 19, been around the Trinidad and Tobago senior team trials. Missed out on the opportunity to play for CCC last year. There he is on 19. From 19, as we end the 37, to 18 for 5.
Just on, just on. Just on, just on. Just on.
Looking at the score here, still need 101 from 78 deliveries. Wondering what Naeem Young is going to do here now, and still
up and over. We've seen a few strokes like this one in this match number 5. And same class. Needs a lot of skill for this terrific execution.
It's a great shot, as I was about to say. It's how we go from here now. His mindset, who he's gonna bring on next, who's gonna bowl in the back end. You still have 4 with 5 overs. Just 18 runs from him so far. So
Yeah.
This CCC side had a week-long preparation camp just prior to the start of this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Coach Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins, Keno Mason, been working really hard with these young players in preparation for this opportunity. Chai Prasad actually scored 2 half-centuries in the 2 practice matches prior to the start of the tournament. So he's in good nick. So too Rambaran got a half-century in quick time. Did make his listed debut in the last game against the Red Force, Rambaran. There is that paddle again. And Kesrick Williams, if you follow domestic cricket here in Trinidad, Rambaran was a leading run scorer in the 2-day competition. here in Trinidad and Tobago, scored 3 centuries. And on the back of that prolific run, he's enhanced his reputation both in a Trinidad and Tobago's context and in a CCC context as well, hence him being in the 11.
You can see that as well, DG. Any batter who can think a fast bowler like that, play those, you know, those innovative shots, it's definitely a good player. Good hand and eye coordination. Look like a compact player as well. Somebody I think that the Trinidad Cricket Board should really work with. We don't want to lose these guys to the system.
One of the other things that we've seen from this fixture is, of course, the supreme fitness from all the players across both teams. Something that is quite refreshing to see in West Indian cricket. Sliding down surely. Might have been a little bit of bat as well. We'll wait for confirmation from umpire Dighton Butler. Yep. Off the bat. So just saying with that point I was making about the fitness, Satran Rambaran, one of the fittest guys you'll find in this CCC setup.
Something I really like about this game as well. 2 youngest team in the tournament. A lot of the senior teams had problems scoring on this surface, but these 2 teams showing like they're playing on a different surface. So I'm happy to see the chase. Look like it's gonna be a nail biter. Still need 92 from 73 balls. Fasad looking well. Rambaran taking it wrong as well. So it looks like it may get really close here. We may have some fun in the box a little later.
In the gap, pulled sweetly. Was in full control, authoritative from Passad. Boundary to end the over, 13 coming from it, 231 for 5.
It's a lovely shot. Well controlled as well because it had a little balloon bounce on it. So it's well controlled. Pulled that from just outside, about 4th stump or so. Really good shot.
Passad moving into the 20s. Good to see that last boundary, both himself and Satran Rambaran producing 43 so far. More than a run a ball, which is the required rate. 7.3 exactly is what is required. Ned to bowl his 8.
Well, they still require 7.3 or so. But going at about 6. But with these 2 guys at the crease still, I have a feeling they might edge up a little bit closer to 7. So they're really batting well. They're doing a good job here for the CCC.
Oh yes, Neddy, oh yes, Neddy, oh yes, Neddy. You bowl, buddy, you bowl, buddy, you bowl, buddy.
Keep going.
Bowl, big man, you bowl, big man.
Quick single, the throw was off. Would have been closer if it came straight to the wicket keeper over the stumps.
Really intrigued as to who Naim is going to turn to next. Would have been home easily. This is what you want from your young captains, to make good decisions in pressure situations. Matthew Ford looks like he's getting ready. Not surprised at all.
Definitely pitching outside the line of the leg stump, so unmove the umpire. Akshaya Prasad will have to take note of the fact that every time he tries to paddle sweep the ball, that leg stump is being exposed, something that Ned might try to exploit.
Yeah. Come on, Milius.
Very good running between the wicket, putting pressure on the fielders in that 30-yard circle. Some of them lagging a bit, Kesrick Williams, as we move deeper into this, the 39th over.
Thinking that they're getting a bit tired here, DG. 50 over cricket is it's a lot of time in the field. They need to be better than that. Academy.
Oh yes. You just knocked it up on 9, big man.
End of another economical over, just 2 coming from it, 233 for 5. .86 from 66, that equation getting smaller. Still 11 overs remaining in this innings. Kelvin Pittman still off the field, so that is a little void for the West Indies Academy as they try to close this innings off. The return of Matthew Ford.
Just a reminder that CCC can't get the bonus points for power play 2, as they have lost 4 wickets. Good to see Matthew Ford bowling in the back end here. Something that would want to see his dead over skills. We know how he is with the new ball, but would like to see him execute in the back end, which they would really need now. Pittman is off the field. Not sure if he's going to come back. We'd love to see him come back because he was in full flow.
Yeah, talking about execution in the back end of the innings, maybe Kesrick Williams, you can tell us what normally goes through a bowler's mind when bowling at this stage of the innings, especially a fast bowler.
Well, DG, you have to have that know-how and that know-when. It's a phrase that I like to use, especially in the back end, and who you're bowling it to. You have to know how to execute your skills. You have to be confident as well. Back yourself and back your skills.
Nice Yorker. In this situation, what will be your line of thinking bowling to Akshaya Prasad and Satran Rambaran?
Knowing that Rambaran is the guy that likes to think, have those faint touches, would want to be in the wicket, good errors, slow ball. And to Prasad, you want to keep it full, Yorker length.
Yeah.
That's okay, all. That's okay.
different players. If you miss your length to Rambaran, he can dink you because he has that ability to play those shots. Passad haven't really showed that in his 25 runs. So he has to keep it full to Passad. Ball is back himself, ball is Yorkers. And to Rambaran, be very smart. Know when and how to bowl his deliveries. Well ball. It's the end of the over. 224 for 5.
Power play 2 has ended. The score 234 for 5. That leaves 85 from 60 for combined campuses and colleges. It's been a disciplined effort from the West Indies Academy bowlers after the onslaught from Jeremiah. I say again, after having a very good middle phase with the bat when West Indies A batted, they produced 71. Beg your pardon, 77 in the last 10. So 85 required by CCC will be a massive challenge. Here's Ned to continue. Chance for a run out. Slide comes in. Nice pick up by Matthew Nandu, the wicketkeeper. Julian didn't take the bails off. Would not have mattered.
I like the running between the wickets between these two. Good communication. Something we've been asking for the entire tournament.
One Hakim, that's only one. I know them can't make 2 again.
They turn 1 into 2s. So they're doing pretty well. Doing a good job communicating well.
Swept past that short fine leg. That's a terrific stroke from Rambaran. Brings up the 50 partnership between these two. And the CCC, they move on.
It's a really good shot, risky shot as well. Exposed all his stumps behind him, but 53 partnership is a really good batting by these two. Passad from Guyana, Rambaran from Trinidad. Shrimp Curry and Curry Shrimps working together today. Really good batting from these two.
Yes.
Yeah, nice chemistry between these two out in the middle. Akshaya Passad, a little more senior and experience as a cricketer, 26 years of age. Had the chance previously of playing first-class cricket for Guyana and playing list day cricket. Satran Rambaran, of course, in his first season at this level.
The required run rate just easing up a bit, but I'm still not too worried. If they stayed there, it would be a close finish. The score is 242 for 5 after the 41st over.
Partnership of 120 between Jeremiah and Paris was an exhibition. Great stroke play, wonderful running between the wickets. Ironically, it ended in a run out. Is their bat? Seems as though there was. But like by the signals, so Dighton Butler convinced it was outside the line of the off stump. We'll have another look. And it was.
Dighton Butler. I must say though, whenever he makes a decision, I don't worry about it. So good. Whenever he makes decisions, you just allow it, you just leave it alone.
It hails from your neck of the woods, Kesrick Williams and Vincent and the Grenadines.
Played a lot of cricket with him as well. We played for the same club for a couple of years. Learn a lot from him as well. Probably the first bowler that I've ever seen bowl and every mark. Even though he come back for his second spell, mark is in the same position. Never change. I can remember we were having that conversation yesterday. Footstep, every footstep in the same position. Never changes.
Gone through the wicketkeeper. 3 runs for CCC. Frustration for Matthew Ford.
Delivered that one from wide of the crease as well. Sort of looking for that angle coming into the left-hander.
That might be close. Yep, the dreaded finger goes up. Pace off the ball. The angle from round the wicket. He finally nails it. Matthew Ford breaks the partnership. And the West Indies Academy in more control of this match.
Well bowled. I told you about Matthew Ford. We want to see him bowl in the dead overs. We know what he can do with the new ball. But he's really good. Just want to see him execute his deliveries in the back end. Passad gone for 28. The score is now 247 for 6.
Best say he wants you. Right. Is he off feet? Yeah. In a place. We got the outfit.
Romario Graves, can he play a cameo here? That will get the combined campuses and colleges closer to that target of 319. can hit a long ball, and he's here because of this.
Well bowled. Don't need to really worry about it too much. Dead on middle stump, Dighton Butler. Not a lot of players question his decisions here in the Caribbean. He's so good.
Another dot delivery from Matthew Ford. He's been exceptional. His economy 2.7. He's into his 7th over. That last wicket of Passad. His solitary wicket in this innings, but his team has benefited from his frugal economy. Completes a successful over, 247 for 6.
Ford has only picked up the 1 wicket, but he's been superb. Wicket-taking deliveries, use of the new ball, showing his versatility with the pace off now at the back end. But work to be done for the West Indies Academy. CCC require 9 and over from here on in. Have some batting to come as well. Abhijay Mansingh still to come. Ned, the left-arm spinner, continuing. Hello to Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Hello, Nikhil. You and I will go to the end of the game. Who's the money on?
If only I had some, Sir Curtly. Comes down the track, but it's gone straight up. Wickham again. Wickham takes it again. Shatrughn Rambaran has to go, and real pity, they've now lost both batters, the set batters, CCC in the last 2 overs.
Good use of the feet, but didn't get the distance, more height than anything else. Easy catch in the end by Kevin Wickham. Rambaran is gone for 26. CCC struggling at the moment, 247 for 7.
Left arm round, 4 to come.
Perfect.
Abhijay Mansingh from Jamaica comes to the crease. Did play for the CCC side last season, and he showed for Jamaica that he can bat. 3 first-class 50s earlier this year. One of their best batters, the Jamaica Scorpions, but this is a new format. Will need to go a lot quicker than he did then. 9.6 runs per over required.
And he's under some degree of pressure as well. Still needs 72, 44 deliveries left.
dexterity. Just touch from Man Singh to get off the mark. Pick up 2.
They certainly are making a fight of it. They're not going to give up. The CCC. It's a tall order.
Wait.
249 for 7.
Fish.
Will be some disappointment for the CCC's team, but a big positive is that everyone so far who's been dismissed has got to double figures. Johan Jeremiah was obviously the standout before he was run out. Matthew Ford has been brilliant as well, continuing. And Sir Curtly Ambrose will be very impressed with this. Ford started, bowled at good length area. Sir Curtly with a new ball now has the ability to go into the pitch, slower ball or Yorker.
He's a smart bowler. We've seen him before, time and time again. And up to this point, his execution has been good. Another Yorker, beautifully bowled. Can't do anything with that. Beautifully bowled. Probably the hardest of deliveries to bowl because the margin for error is so small. You don't get it right, you could go for runs.
2 Yorkers now short to delivery. And these slower balls and Yorkers, oh, wide. So Curtly, put on the umpiring cap like you usually do. What's your verdict? No bias for fast bowlers either.
I'm always in a fast bowler's corner. And that wide brings up the 250 for CCC. Too many rules and regulations against the bowlers.
It's an underestimated side of his game, Matthew Ford. In the CPL, usually bowls 3 overs in the power play and is not really required in the middle or back end of the innings. But in this 50-over tournament, he'll have the opportunity to show these death bowling skills. Slower balls, the Yorkers, bouncers. Such a motivation for him to get into this West Indies academy. Wasn't with them last season, but because of his brilliant performances in the last 12 months, he's earned a spot.
And he's showing all his skills. Slower bouncers, good Yorkers, normal pace deliveries. Really doing a good job for the West Indies Academy. 68 to get 38 deliveries to go.
And you'd have seen, Sir Curtly, his under-19 World Cup teammates, Leonardo Julian, Naeem Young, Kimani Melius, play in this tournament last season. Julian, Ned, and the Young all played in this academy side. He was in the CCC team. Would have lit that fire inside of him, burning desire, motivation to get into this team with his peers. Mentions 6 years now he's grown up with that group. Off cutter that time. First time seeing that delivery. End of the over, good one from Ford, just 2 from it. 2-5-1 for 7.
I got 3, you got 2, let's got 2. Both. No, they should go both. Yeah.
Naeem, you're still 4 down. Still.
Seven options used for Naeem Young. He has a lot at his disposal to go to. Ned has completed his 10, 1 for 54. Picked up the crucial wicket of Rambaran that last over. He's done his job, and now his partner in crime, other left-arm spinner in Joshua Bishop, will come into the attack, replacing him.
Already picked up 2 wickets, Joshua Bishop, into his 9th over, looking to add to that wickets column.
Oh.
And the pressure is building for the CCC. Only 5 overs left after this one. When are we going to see a little bit of acceleration?
Two is the call. And he's going, Graves. Gets there safely in the end. Bishop again in the wickets. He took 8 last season. Now he's already got 2. What impressed me, Sir Curtly, was the propensity to bowl to left-handers. You hear all the time about this matchup thing. You don't bowl the left-arm spin to the left-hander. Even last season, he picked up 2 left-handers and only went at 4 runs and over. He has played that off the stumps, Man Singh.
Very, very risky, but he got away with it. On a pitch like this that is keeping low, I wouldn't advise it, but he played it well and got a boundary.
I know. That's it. 158. Yeah.
The fact that Bishop is bowling in the last 10 as well. And Ned tells you how much Naeem Young believes in them under pressure. Got both set batters out today, Paris and Jordan Johnson.
It's getting harder and harder for the combined campuses and colleges, CCC. Required weight is way above 11. 45 overs gone, 260 for 7.
Five overs left, 59 runs to get. It's been a really good game of cricket, though, from the future generation of the West Indies, 2 youngest teams in the competition. The academy led by this man, Naeem Young, who will come back into the attack. Matthew Ford had bowled 3 overs from that end. He's come out of the attack. He's done 8 so far. Will be Young. It's gone high and not long. Will take some catching, and he takes it. Teddy Bishop and the academy have been exemplary in the field today.
It wasn't an easy catch. It went miles in the air. Teddy Bishop had a lot of ground to cover from the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Naeem Young, the captain, good catch in the end by Teddy Bishop. more woes for CCC. Romario Graves is going for 3, 260 for 8.
Middle play. That's middle. Right down over. 5 balls.
Shamar Holder comes to the middle. Wants 2. Oh, trouble at the keeper's end. No, safe in the end. And Holder fancies himself, so currently this is why he's here.
Trying to go for maximum. Graves, but was more height than distance. Good catch in the end by Teddy Bishop.
Has to hurry. And Mansing will want to face the majority of deliveries in these next 27 balls remaining, but Holder bats at 5 and even number 4 at times for the UAE Blackbirds, so he fancies himself like a lot of fast bowlers do, Sir Curtly, with bat in hand.
Why are you looking at me when I say like most fast bowlers do? Are you trying to imply something, Nikhil?
No, nothing, Sir Curtly. It's gone straight, but nowhere. Naeem Young's family is here. His grandmother left of screen, Marva Young, his father Wayne Young. Great to see them, and they'll be happy, Sir Curtly, to see Naeem Young in the wickets and leading this team brilliantly well. Flew in last night to watch the action.
And up to this point, he hasn't disappointed his family. And they're on the verge of winning this game. West Indies Academy.
It's been shoveled, you know, all the way for 6. Hi, Shamar Holder. This game is not over yet. End of 46 overs, 270 for 8. Yeah, starts a couple of half centuries for Jeremiah and Paris, but Johnson, Dowrich, Rambaran, Persad all getting starts. They battled well, CCC. What is their second game of this CG United Super 50 Cup? They require 49 from the remaining 4 overs correction. It will be Joshua Bishop to bowl his 10th and final over. Holders sent in the helmet. No nonsense move after that maximum in the last over. Again, two teammates battling. Both play for the University in Barbados, Holder and Bishop.
Trying to hike it from a wide outside the off stump into the leg side. Missed it completely. Quicker delivery. Was beaten for pace. That is something you often hear from the fast bowlers, not a spinner.
I do enjoy this bowling though from Bishop because he's changing his pace really nicely. Usually it's very flat, but in this inning specifically, he's been a lot slower in the air. It's enticed batters to go big and it's gotten them out. Paris dismissal is so slow into the pitch and it just dragged it on there again. Slow and flighted outside the off stump.
Watch it, watch it, watch it.
More pressure for CCC. Run rate, required rate now is almost 15. They need a couple of big overs here. They're not going to get it like that. Single to end over number 47. CCC 273 for 8.
Really has been a good game for the neutral fan and West Indian cricket fan to see these younger teams battle it out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The academy got over 300, registered a bonus point for that. Just the one over for Captain Naeem Young. Matthew Ford is back. Tried to go over fine leg, Man Singh.
Wasn't too far away from the stumps, and he knows it.
Slower bouncer doesn't carry to Bishop. Ian Bishop would be a happy man, you know. His namesakes have done well today. Joshua Bishop got 2, Teddy Bishop got 95. The Bishops around the world will be very happy. Again, two fielders patrolling that leg side square boundary. Holder one strike. He comes back for the second. Should be another couple. And is. Could have been close, you know. Hope Ford hasn't injured himself in the process. The academy bowlers have held their nerve well, creating chances, building pressure. Could have been a run out.
Would have been gone if it was a direct hit. Even if Matthew Ford did gather and break the stumps, it would have been very close. But neither happened.
The West Indies Academy will be very proud of the way their bowlers have gone about things in defence. But one man in particular who stood out, Sir Curly, Calvin Pittman. With his pace, he seems to be an X-factor option that they can use in the middle overs. Bouncers, but also a few Yorkers. And nailed that shorter delivery before going off with an injury. And he's got something about him as well in terms of the aggression. A man that Sir Curly Ambrose spent some time with coaching in the CPL. We'll get his thoughts in the next over. Back of the hand, slower ball that time. Excellent from Ford. 278 for 8. 2 for 37 for Calvin Pittman, 2 for 58 for Bishop. Ford, Young and Ned contributing with 1 apiece. 9 Young has fluctuated between the ends. Doesn't seem to matter to him too much, Sir Curtly, but in that last over we saw Calvin Pittman and what he's done today, a man that you've coached. What did you see about him that was special in that Taloa setup?
Willing to learn, and that is key. Not afraid to ask questions, not afraid to admit if he had a bad spell. And that to me was impressive because oftentimes bowlers will try to find excuses when they messed up. He's not one of those guys. Still a young man, only 20, still learning the art. And one of the things I said to him as well, as a fast bowler, you got to be aggressive. It's very important.
It's in the air. Wickham under it, has enough. Yeah, about time Mansingh brought the shackles.
Brought a smile to his face, Mansingh. I'm quite sure for a brief moment, another slow delivery. Back of the arm. Got to the pitch. For a brief moment, I thought it was going to go down the throat of Kevin Wickham at long off, but had enough in it to take over the ropes for 6. Need a few more of those.
Short again. Another 2. Oh, and more. Will be 3. And that means 10 now from the first 3 deliveries. Could be a big over. .31 is only 5 sixes and a single, Sir Curtly.
I agree, but can it be done?
Should be gone. Is gone. Naeem Young persisting with that into the pitch strategy, pace off, and it works.
Disappointment for Shima Holder. Probably saying to himself, should have done better. And is that the final nail in the coffin for the CCC? Shima Holder is gone for 12. 288 for 9.
Right arm over to your two deliveries, Thorn.
Isaiah Thorne has come in, the last man for the combined campuses and colleges.
This is the reason why Thorne is there. Slow delivery into the pitch. Shima Holder couldn't do much and was easily caught by wicketkeeper Julian. Well, unless something spectacular happened between Mansingh and Thorne, you can safely say that.
Well, your thoughts are currently is gone, and victory for the West Indies Academy and Naeem Young's team. They've had to work hard for it, but it's been a complete display. Batting-wise, got over 300, and then clinical execution with ball in hand. First win for the Academy in their first match of the CG United Super 50 Cup.
They certainly deserve this victory. After posting 318, they fancied themselves to defend those runs, and they did. But generally, Nikhil, it was a good game of cricket. 318 by the West Indies Academy, 289 by the combined campuses and colleges. Good game all around, but a better team won this time. Handshakes and smiles all around, but generally a good game.
And batting has been a major concern in the region. Great to see 5 half-centuries today. And a few were very close to going all the way and getting 3 figures. Teddy Bishop was one. Johan Jeremiah was another. But the last wicket for Naeem Young, who continues to display a variety of pace-off deliveries. He works on them a lot in terms of the different variations. And he's gone short with that length, and he celebrated his team's win, fitting that the captain gets the final blow. And Matthew Ford, who's contributed as well, picks up his first win in Super 50 history for him. But Shane Dowrich will have a smile on his face, currently, because there's a lot of positives for him to take.
Yes, it was always going to be an uphill battle to get to 319 for victory. But they really fought hard, got to 289. But nothing to be ashamed of from Shane Dowrich, the skipper and his team and the coaching staff. They made a good run, and there's some positives to take into the next game. The better team won this evening.
They'll look back on a few moments. Jeremiah's run out probably cost them in the end. He's run out on 82. He's there behind Dowrich. But a good day all round, good day of cricket. And the Brian Lara Cricket Academy started well. CCC in that first power play got to 76 for 1. The first 10 overs registered a bonus point, and that partnership between Jeremiah and Paris was special. 120 from just 116 deliveries, but the middle to low order got starts but couldn't kick on. And that was their wrongdoing in the end.
Matthew Ford was brilliant. Only took 1 wicket, but he was very economical. 2 to Pittman, 2 to Bishop, 3 to Naeem Young, the skipper, 1 to Ned. But generally, a good bowling effort.
An exciting game of cricket from the 2 youngest teams in the tournament. CCC getting close to that 318, but in the end, it's a good execution from the seam options in the academy, Joshua Bishop and Ned as well, the 2 spinners. They get home by 29 runs to pick up their first win in their first game of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Take a short break, and after this, we'll have the presentation.
West Indies white ball head coach Darren Sammy wants to see a new aggressive mindset in this year's Super 50 Cup, and that's exactly what we got today. The West Indies Academy compiling 318 for 8 in their 50 overs. That is the second highest score ever in List A cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 3 fantastic half centuries. Leonardo Julian, Matthew Nandu on his List A debut, and Teddy Bishop with the main hand, 95 not out, just ran out of time to get his maiden 100. He was in for just 75 balls. The CCC gave it a really good shake. At one point, it was looking like they were favourites. Johan Jeremiah was absolutely scintillating. 82 of 65 balls until he was run out, and that precipitated the Academy coming back into the match. Their bowlers stuck at it, all chipped in, including the skipper Naim Young at the end. He picked up 3 wickets at the death. A couple of wickets for Kelvin Pittman and Joshua Bishop as well. So the Academy running out winners by 29 runs in the end, and they've given us some fabulous entertainment, including the captain, not just with the ball, but also with the bat. How about this for a blow? That was the biggest 6 of the day by some margin, right into the stands, and it helped them get up past 300 with ease. So the Academy are on the board. Let's get down and join Darren Ganga.
A real showcase of talent today in match number 5. Congratulations to the West Indies Academy team for going on to win by 29 runs. Welcome to the end of the match presentation of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2023. We'd like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United, title sponsor, MasterCard, Dafabet, Blue Waters and Visit Trinidad. It is my pleasure now to introduce Ms. Stacey Ann Ramlugan, underwriter, CG United. She will present the check for the player of the match. That's the CG United player of the match. And the award goes to Teddy Bishop for his 5 innings of 95 from 75. Played a nice hand batting at number 4. 1 massive 6 and 4 fours in that innings. He receives his check, and we will have the opportunity to speak to the young man. Congratulations to you, Teddy. Of course, 20 years of age from Grenada. How would you rate that innings today?
I think that's one of my best innings so far in my career. I'm really happy with what I've done today.
You came in around the middle stage of the innings, batting at number 4. What was your mindset at that time?
Just to get a few balls on the bat, just see what's the wicket like, and then I can take it from there.
Relatively new to this tier of cricket, you had the chance of playing first-class cricket before, had the chance of playing for the West Indies A team. How have those experiences assisted you in your development and the excellence that we've seen from you today with the bat?
Yeah, those experiences helped me a lot, So coming into today's game, I wasn't really surprised of how I played. So I'm just happy that I can perform and hope I can continue.
And what would this win mean to your team last year? You only secured 1 win, your first game with a win this time around. Does that change the outlook of things for West Indies Academy, looking to win its first championship this season?
Yeah, definitely. This will go a long way, We have a great bunch of guys here, and we're looking to achieve something great in this tournament.
Okay, all the very best and congratulations to you.
Thanks.
Right, our CG United player of the match, Teddy Bishop. Fine innings from the young man. I now call on the captain of the combined campuses and colleges team, Shane Dorrich, to join me for a chat. Shane, not the ideal outcome for you. How would you describe your team's effort today?
I think it was a pretty good effort from us. We didn't get over the line in the end, but the way we started with the bat was tremendous. I think Jeremiah was outstanding. Young Shakir Paris as well. First game at this level with the bat, and I think the way he played looks like a promising prospect for the future.
Reflecting on your innings with the ball, looking back at it, could you have done anything differently to reduce that target score for you in the run chase?
I think, going through the middle period, we didn't really pick up any wickets, and I think that cost us in the end with them having to come out to bat with a lot of wickets in hand. They were able to press the accelerator and put us under a bit of pressure.
Talking about that run chase, 86 for 1 after 10 85 required with 5 wickets in hand in the last 10 overs. Where would you pinpoint that batting issue in the run chase with you falling short by 29 runs?
I think there was a crucial moment where the run-out happened, and between Paris and Jeremiah, and that kind of shifted momentum in their favour a bit, and we had a little lull in the middle where we weren't really rotating the strike, and we built a bit of pressure on ourselves. We did well to come back in the end with the partnership between Akshaya and Shatran, and I think we just fell short.
Okay, well, it was a brave run chase. Tough luck today, and all the very best to you and your team going forward in this tournament.
Thanks, Darren.
Right, captain of that CCC team, Shane Dorridge. Now for the winning captain, Naeem Young. Congratulations to you. First win for you as captain this season. How does it feel being on the winning side, and how would you describe your experience in this very first game of the competition?
Yeah, thank you. You know, very happy for the win, especially when your first game is good to start on this note. Also, having a win gives us confidence going forward. You know, talking to the team, talking at the pre-match interview, also I spoke about responsibility. I think guys took a lot of responsibility today, especially in the batting department, and some guys did it in the bowling, and that took us to our success.
If you didn't know, it was only the 3rd time that a team had gone past 300 playing at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in List A cricket. 3 half-centuries in your side. Can you put your hand on one that impressed you the most?
Teddy was very impressive. That's why he's man of the match, really. You know, scoring at that rate in the middle, especially in the Caribbean, is quite hard, and he did it today, which is very impressive. Also. And Mafinani was very, very good also. You know, batting deep in the innings for such a young man, and taking us all the way down to that stage where he was able to press on. So those 2 guys were really amazing today, and I was very proud of them.
I know you're a young captain. I want to get into your mind a little bit. 86 for 1 after 10 CCC in that run chase. What was going through your mind at that stage of the innings?
Not really pressure, to be honest. I know how cricket in the Caribbean play, especially when the spinners come on. And I had many overs from Mashman Ed and Josh Bishop, who are our main spinners. So I was quite happy. I had a lot of responsibility on myself too, and Matthew Ford to bowl in the middle, and also our strike bowler Pittman, who's done amazing for us in the camp before, and he really stepped us today in the middle.
And in terms of bowling, are you satisfied with the combination that you've gone in this game with and the options that were available to you as captain?
Yeah, very happy with the options that we had. It's all about execution now. I think we had decent plans throughout the game, better execution, and probably better in the field also helped with all the figures today. But I think our bowlers bowled well to start off with, but there's some improvement needed.
A word on that run chase from combined campuses and colleges. Did it surprise you that they got so close?
No, the wicket is really good. Very impressive how they played. A lot of maturity, especially top 8 innings. But as I said, you know, spinners in the middle, once they work on that, especially in the middle, I think they'll be a strong force in this tournament.
Well, congratulations again. Great display by your team, and all the very best to your team.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Darren.
Cheers.
Let's see how that affects the table then, shall we? Very early days, because every side will play 7 games. They play each other once, but it is the Leeward Islands Hurricanes who are top of the table after that demolition job against the Jamaica Scorpions. 9 bonus points there, so they've got 13 in total. The TNT Red Force picked up 4 bonus points today in beating the Windward Islands, so they're second on 12 points. The Academy, though, have had a fantastic day. 6 bonus points, plus 4 for the win. They are currently third on 10. CCC have played 2, lost 1, and got 1 no result. So they've got 4 points after their 2 bonus points today. Now, look at this. So we've got a day off tomorrow, and then on Saturday, our next live game for you is the home side, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, in very good form, looking to get another title under their belt. They lost in the final last year, and they're taking on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, another side packed with talent. Just got over the line in their first game against the Windward Islands. That promises to be a really interesting occasion. But today, we've been thoroughly entertained by the youngsters. Hope you've enjoyed it.
catch up. That time I listen.
Easy, Pat. None! Hey, Boris! Keep up!
Back him, keep up.
Yeah, boy.
The game done, the game done, the game done. My better host,
Yeah, boy.
The game done, the game done, the game done. My better host,
Yeah, boy.
The game done, the game done, the game done. My better host, I can see be an orange bricks,
Yeah,
Ricky!
Catch!
Swallow it, Ricky! Open your mouth, Ricky! Thank you, Ricky! Thank you, Ricky! Catch it! Catch it now, Ricky! Catch it, Ricky! Open your mouth! Yes, man! Ready? Catch it now, Ricky! Catch it, Ricky! Open your mouth! Yes, man! Ready? Man, ready? Like a beating big man. She's gonna beat me. I'm gonna give it. Catch it! Run, Teddy, run! Lovely, Teddy! Catch it! Run, Teddy, run! Lovely, Teddy! Catch! Yes, man! Cheers. Catch! Yes, man! Cheers. Catch! Yes, man! Cheers.
Catch it! Down.